Episode 41. Model. Harry said with a sneer, "Don't worry, it will be your turn next." "I'm waiting for you. I heard that you're going to help Jen get the championship of the fashion design competition. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. I'll make it so that you won't be able to participate in the competition." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jen vaguely heard the conversation in Harry's phone and asked, "Is it Matthew?" "He knows that I want to help you win the championship. He probably wants to play some tricks. He said that he'll make it impossible for you to go on stage," Harry said. Jen panicked. Then what should I do? Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was a call from the model agency. "Hello, Mr. Bradley." "Miss Jen, the model you previously arranged for accepted other services. She won't be able to participate in the fashion competition at this time." "What?" Jen was stunned. If there was no models, how could she participate in the competition? Could it be that she was going to go on stage with a rack of clothes and no model to put them on? "No, Mr. Bradley, how could it be like this? I made an appointment with you in advance. Why did you go back on your word?" "Miss Jen, we only made a verbal agreement previously. We didn't sign a written agreement. The client on the other side paid a lot of money, and the model accepted the client's offer. I couldn't do anything about it." Jen said anxiously, "Then can you give me another model? This competition is really very important to me." "Sorry, all the models here are not available. You can look for another one." After saying that, Mr. Bradley hung up. "Mr. Bradley!" It was hard to believe her plans could just be uprooted so easily. Though in hindsight, a written agreement would have handled this, Jen cursed herself silently. She quickly contacted a few more model agencies. They all rejected her. There was not a single agency that could provide models for her. Harry knew in his heart that this was Matthew's trick. He must have used his family's power to threaten those model agencies and not let them provide models for Jen. This kind of thing was too easy for Matthew to do. Jen panicked. She kept making phone calls, but she could not find a model that could participate in the competition in the entirety of Maryland. The competition was about to begin, and she really did not know what to do. "Sorry, I've implicated you, but you don't have to worry. I can resolve this little trick," Harry said. Jen shook her head. "I'm the one who dragged you into this. After all, it was all because of me." Harry, however, laughed. "So, not only am I helping you, I'm also helping myself, because I can't be outdone by Matthew. So don't be conflicted. If you give up, won't Matthew be even more proud of himself?" Jen thought for a while and nodded. "Indeed, this matter was originally because of me. Then I won't reject it anymore. The champion of this competition will depend on you. But regarding the model," Harry said, "this is not a problem at all. Since a model can't be found, why don't you go on the stage yourself?" I go on the stage myself? No, I've never been a model before. When the time comes, audience will just laugh at me, and there is no way I would win an award." Jen shook her head. Harry, however, laughed and said, "I think you have forgotten that the theme this time is vintage clothes. They've all been trained to walk in a very modern fashion. I doubt any of them would do the style justice that way." Jen suddenly understood and said, "Yes, I didn't think of this before, but it still doesn't work. I don't know how to walk like that either." Harry said, "I think that since the clothing you designed is a combination of ancient style and modern elements, then all you really need to do is be mindful of how you present yourself. The models get paid to walk in clothes they haven't worn before. You'd have the advantage because you made the clothes, so you know how it moves and what looks best." Jen thought about it and said hesitantly, "Although what you said makes sense, but if I go up personally..." "In this situation right now, do you have any other way? Matthew and I are enemies. If you back off now, you'll be betraying me," Harry teased. Jen thought for a while and nodded. She felt that what Harry said was reasonable. He had become enemies with Matthew for her sake. If she backed away now, Harry would be left high and dry. All right, I'll go up personally, but you have to stay with me. Jen took a deep breath and said, How can I accompany you? Harry did not understand. Come with me on stage. If I were to compete alone in a few sets of clothes, wouldn't it be too monotonous? With your cooperation, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Harry was shocked. No, I don't want to wear female clothing. Jen laughed and rolled her eyes at Harry. What are you thinking about? What I mean is that you can wear a man's clothes and come out with me. Harry wiped his sweat. So that's how it is. That's not right. Aren't you in the ancient clothes? Jen rolled her eyes again. Can't the ancient clothes be men's clothing? I'm not limited to designing women's clothing. The reason Jen invited Harry to go on stage with him was mainly because she was nervous going up by herself. During the competition, there were so many audience members and judges. The T-shaped stage was filled with a spotlight. Even professional models were nervous when they went on stage for the first time. Not to mention Jen, who had no experience at all. Let me measure your body first and make some modifications to the male clothes that I designed earlier. Let's design a few more actions for you to go on stage. Jen took out a soft ruler as she spoke and motioned for Harry to stand properly. Feeling a pair of slender jade-like hands caressing his body, Harry was instantly excited. Jen could feel Harry's aura from a close distance, and her face became even redder. Jen suppressed the wild thoughts in her heart and circled around Harry to measure his body. Suddenly, she tripped on a thread on the ground. Jen could not stand stably and was about to fall to the ground. Harry reacted quickly and grabbed Jen's slim waist to pull her back. Jen instantly jumped into Harry's arms. For a moment, both of them did not move, as if time had stopped, but only for them. Feeling Harry's wide chest and strong heartbeat, Jen's heart almost jumped out. The blush on her face once again surfaced, and it was exceptionally alluring. Harry looked at Jen's attractive face and involuntarily swallowed. The activity room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Just as Harry could not control himself and slowly lowered his head to kiss Jen. Jen was like a frightened rabbit as she quickly pushed Harry away. Without saying a word, she turned around and went to look for clothes. What the two of them did not know was that there were a few girls who were peeping through the crack of the door. She is so obvious. She actually pretended to fall. Get out of the way, let me see. She's so shameless. What's so special about this boy that he can make her throw herself into his arms? Isn't this guy the trash prince from our school? What? He's that poor student who collects trash and barely makes rent? Oh my God, why would she like him? That's right. Harry's identity had yet to be known by the whole school. In the eyes of these girls, he was still the poor guy who picked up trash. While they were quietly discussing outside, Jen had already started to change her clothes. Harry saw that he could not help much, so he did not disturb her anymore. After saying goodbye, he walked out of the activity room. Once he opened the door, the girls all threw themselves at Harry. Episode 42. Signature. Ah! A few girls screamed. What are you girls doing? Harry was dumbfounded. The girls blushed and hurriedly closed the door. When they looked at Harry again, their faces became proud. You must be the famous trash prince in the school, a girl asked. Harry touched his nose and nodded. He had picked up trash for 3 years. This was the truth. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. Since you know you're a scavenger, why are you still shamelessly pursuing someone so clearly out of your league? That's right. Are you sure you even have a chance? Most men don't even hold a candle to her beauty. Are you just mega rich or something? The girls talked to each other, making Harry unable to say anything. Harry was a bit speechless. These people were too self-righteous. Right now, he was worth tens of billions. It was nothing more than keeping a low profile, yet He had provoked so much trouble. You girls chat. I'll be leaving. Harry was too lazy to argue with these girls. The girls were unhappy. Seeing that he wanted to leave, he obviously felt guilty. Stop! Did I let you leave? Harry was helpless. What exactly do you want? I want to warn you. In the future, stay far away from her. Don't have any unrealistic ideas. A few girls said righteously. They felt that this was for Jen's own good. The president might have been tricked by this brat's flowery words. Women who were blinded by love were likely to make mistakes. As the class president's subordinate, they could not watch helplessly as she jumped into the fire pit. Harry was a little angry. He originally didn't want to argue with the girls. But they didn't listen to the explanation. Not saying anything made Harry unhappy. Just as he was about to scold them, Principal Feller suddenly appeared. Mr. Parker, I finally found you, Principal Feller said respectfully. Harry frowned and asked, What is it? It's like this. The $300 million you donated to the school previously, there's also a verification procedure and authorization agreement that needs to be signed by you personally. How troublesome. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me if there's nothing else? Principal Feller was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Yes, but I need your personal signature for this. I don't dare to take up much of your time. Harry nodded helplessly. Okay, let's go. The girls were all dumbfounded. Did they hear it wrong? Principal Feller actually called him Mr. Parker like the principal owed him some respect. No, his background was definitely not that prestigious. Then how much family property did he have behind him? Could he be an heir to a rich family? Jen had to have known about this long ago. That's why she was with him. Why didn't I get to know him earlier? The girls were very jealous. Principal Feller respectfully walked behind Harry. After a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. He turned around and said to the girls with a serious face, What happened just now, as well as Mr. Parker's identity, don't speak nonsense. Principal Feller also felt that it was better for Harry to keep a low profile in school. One reason that Harry did not want to publicize this matter, and the other reason was that Harry was a student of Maryland University after all. A student becoming the principal director of the school, this matter was somewhat absurd. If you dare to publicize this matter, I will expel all of you. Your files will also be blacklisted. I guarantee that no school or department will dare to take you in, believe it or not. He was the principal of Maryland University, and his threatening words were full of momentum. The girls were so scared that they trembled. They hurriedly nodded and promised to not tell anyone. Harry quietly looked at them without saying anything. What Principal Feller did was exactly what he wanted. Those were just a few ordinary girls, and they were Jen's club members. Harry was not easy to deal with. Harry followed Principal Feller back to his office. Ken, the secretary, respectfully handed over a few documents for Harry to sign. He skimmed through them and saw that they were the confirmation of the donation, as well as the confirmation of the chief director and other documents. Harry happily signed his name. All right, I should leave now. You guys can continue with your work. Harry threw down his pen and left. Looking at his back as he left, Principal Feller asked, Ken, show me Harry's file again. Okay. The secretary answered and quickly pulled out the file. Principal Feller asked in confusion, No matter how you look at it, this file is from an ordinary family background. Why do you think he is so rich? Principal, I think the file is definitely forged. This small matter is very simple for big families. Principal, are you wondering which family Harry is from? Principal Feller nodded. After all, Harry had taken the position of the chief on the board of directors of the school just like that. He was more or less a little nervous. If Harry was that kind of hedonistic young heir who boldly gave orders to the management of the school, it would be troublesome. I will take the $300 million fund as I wish. Even Matthew, who was in the school, wouldn't be able to do such a thing. One should know that the Bannon family has $30 billion in assets, Secretary Ken analyzed. In that case, Harry must be a young heir from a very wealthy family. His background is really frightening. Principal Feller touched the sweat on his palm. Matthew's family background was already shocking enough in Maryland University. He always caused trouble in school and no one dared to interfere. Now, there was an even more powerful and mysterious Harry. Principal, actually, I think Harry is not the kind of hedonistic son who does all kinds of evil deeds. I heard that those super rich families have very strict rules. Harry has been picking up trash for 3 years. It is very likely that he is training with his family. Principal Fellers nodded his head. Harry was indeed different from Matthew. He was not a flamboyant person. No matter what, Harry's identity is not something we can offend. We still have to treat him seriously in the future to avoid causing trouble for the school. Yes, Secretary Ken nodded in agreement. It was still the same bar. A subordinate of Matthew walked in. Sir, the matter has been settled. The entire mode agency in Maryland will no longer provide Jen with models. Even if they find models from other places, it will be too late. Matthew sneered and said, All right, he wants to compete with me for the championship? It is simply a dream. I'll teach you a good lesson after his fashion competition is over. Benedict said, It's your mercy to let him live a few more days. Episode 43. Ironic. During the weekend, Harry drove Jen to the Star Moon Hotel early in the morning. The International Clothing Design Competition was held there, and the hotel was closed today because of the special guests and judges who had come to participate in the competition. They were either international celebrities or superstars. The entrance of the hotel was filled with all kinds of cars and reporters, and they kept taking pictures of the celebrities who had entered the hotel. Harry saw that the front door was very crowded, so he turned around and entered the parking lot through the back door. He and Jen carried the boxes of clothing and walked into the hotel. Stop! The hotel is not open for business today. A small security guard suddenly jumped out and shouted. Harry frowned. This security guard actually did not know him. We are here to participate in the competition, Jen said. I think you are entertainment reporters. Get lost. Don't you know who I am? Harry said. I don't care who you are. If you don't leave now, I won't be polite anymore. The security guard rolled up his sleeves and was about to kick them out. At that moment, a person rushed over and kicked the security guard. I own the building. Why would you stop me? The man shouted angrily and then looked at Harry in fear. Chairman, I'm the captain of the security guards here. This guy is new and didn't know your face. I will fire him at once. Chairman? The security guard was dumbfounded. He had long heard that the boss of the hotel was a very young man. He did not expect that it was Harry in front of him. If he had known that this was the chairman, he definitely would not have dared to offend him. Chairman, please don't fire me. I was really wrong. The security guard quickly begged for mercy. Star Moon Hotel was a 5-star luxury hotel. It was extremely strict with recruitment staff. Plus, the salary was double that of other places. Everyone wanted to work here. He did not want to be fired after just a few days. It was not easy to find such a good job. Harry nodded. All right, go back to your job. Learn to be smart in the future. Don't be so reckless. He did not take this matter to heart. It was not a big deal to be a security guard. Hurry up and thank the chairman. The security chief saw that the security guard was still in a daze and slapped him on the back of the head. Oh, thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Harry smiled and said to Jen, Let's go. The two of them walked into the lobby. Mr. Cross was personally entertaining guests. The guests who came to the Star Moon Hotel today were all people of noble status. As the president of the hotel, Mr. Cross had to personally come out, otherwise it would appear very rude. However, when he saw Harry, he quickly ran over. Sir, you're here too. My friend and I are here to participate in the competition. You don't have to worry about me. Go on and do what you need to do. Then let me know if you have any instructions, Mr. Cross said respectfully and left Harry's place. Jen, do you really think this kid can help you win the championship? Matthew came out of nowhere with 2 models on his arms and looked at Harry with ridicule. Mr. Bannon is very confident in winning the championship, Harry said coldly. No one can take away what I want. This time, I brought Lauren. the champion of the 2 international competitions of Lauren. What about you? You brought Jen to participate in the competition? Isn't it too shabby? Matthew said with disdain. That's right. This is a world-class competition. Not everyone can participate. I think you guys should get out of the hotel, or else people will laugh at you. A woman with a square face next to Matthew said. You don't even have a model. Are you going to play on your own? If you fall on stage, it will be very embarrassing. The models that Matthew brought over immediately laughed. Jen's face turned red after being laughed at by so many people. She lowered her head and did not dare to raise her head. She recognized the woman beside Matthew. She was indeed the champion of the previous 2 years, an internationally renowned designer, Diana. Jen was just an ordinary university student. She had no reputation in the fashion industry. The reason why she could participate in this competition was because she had sent a draft to the organizer of the competition online and unexpectedly got the qualification to participate. But in front of the champion of the 2 competitions, Lauren, Diana, Jen felt very inferior. Now that she was ridiculed by her, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She lowered her head and did not dare to face the former champion, Diana. At this time, Jen's hand was held by Harry. Seeing the encouraging look he gave her, Jen's heart was once again filled with courage. Even if she was the champion of the last 2 years, so what? Why should she be afraid of her? She also did not fight alone, and Harry was by her side. Jen, there is no future for you to follow this kid. As long as you agree to my pursuit, I will guarantee you a runner-up in this competition. Matthew thought that a runner-up was already very precious to Jen. Jen would definitely shake Harry off immediately and follow him. Just a runner-up? Matthew, you really have the nerve to say that, Harry snorted. Harry, don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you broke the legs of my 2 subordinates. Let me tell you, after I finish this competition, it will be your last day alive. Matthew walked in front of Harry and said maliciously. Actually, I also want to tell you this. After the competition is over, it will be your last day on Earth. Harry's tone was indifferent. Good, good. You better remember what you said today. I hope you won't cry too miserably when the time comes. Matthew sneered and took 2 steps back. He waved his hand and left with his subordinates. Diana took 2 steps forward and caught up with Matthew. Mr. Bannon, that kid offended you. Are you going to let him go so easily? Competition is more important. We don't have time to care about these trivial matters, Matthew said. In his opinion, Harry was not worth mentioning. The reason why he failed was because he didn't focus on dealing with Harry. After he had settled everything, he turned around and could kill a small character like Harry with a finger. Diana smiled obsequiously. Even if that's the case, I can't let them mock you here. I have an idea, Mr. Bannon. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee that I won't let these 2 have a good time today. Matthew asked, What idea do you have? Diana whispered, It is like this. I can... After listening for a while, the corner of Matthew's mouth revealed a trace of a smile, and he nodded. Very good. This matter will be left to you to handle. As long as it doesn't affect the competition, you could do whatever you want. Don't disappoint me. Diana said with a sinister smile. Don't worry, Mr. Bannon. Episode 44. Framed. Harry had no idea what kind of tricks Matthew was trying to pull. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. To Harry, Matthew's tricks were very childish. He and Jen went to the dressing room together and began to calm down to prepare for the competition. Harry saw Jen's dazed look and asked, What's wrong with you? Are you still hesitating about Diana's words? Jen's eyes were a little absent-minded as she nodded her head. Diana is indeed worthy of being the champion of Lauren's 2 years of competition. Just the scale of the competition alone is already very large. How can the 2 of us compete with her? Harry smiled. This competition is not something that can be won by whoever is more popular. If that's the case, I would have simply bought thousands of people's votes to win. When Jen heard these words, she understood that she felt a little inferior. She smiled and said, Yes, It might be my first time participating in the competition, and I was shocked by these big events. Let's hurry up and prepare. I'll put on makeup for you first, Jen said as she shook out her makeup box. Harry said helplessly, I have never put on makeup in my life. Jen smiled. Don't worry, I will just remove the oil on your face. Otherwise, standing under the spotlight after you go on stage will make you shine, which is never flattering. Okay, do as you see fit, Harry said. Just as Jen was putting on makeup for Harry, the door of the room was kicked open from the outside. They were the ones who stole my clothes, and I caught them. Diana brought Matthew's bodyguards and a group of hotel security guards and barged in. Harry frowned. What a mess. Which eye did you see us stealing your clothes? Diana sneered. The evidence is right in front of you, and you still refuse to admit it. The box over there is mine, and it contains the clothes for the competition this time. Harry looked at a small suitcase in the corner of the room and remembered that when he and Jen came in earlier, this suitcase was already here. At that time, the two of them did not think much about it. They did not expect Diana to say that the suitcase was hers. Knowing that he was tricked by her, Harry did not panic. Diana, however, arrogantly shouted, You all saw that my box appeared here. It must have been stolen by them. Inside is my clothes for the competition. Hurry up and open it to see if it is damaged. When the hotel security saw Harry, they obediently stood by the side and did not move. Only Diana's bodyguards rushed forward to open the box. My clothes! When the clothes in the box were taken out, Diana shouted in an exaggerated manner. The dozen or so clothes inside all became tattered, and there was no difference between them and torn cloth strips. Wow, not only did you steal my clothes, but you also even ruined them all. What exactly are your intentions? You must be jealous that I won the previous championship, so you deliberately ruined my competition, Diana shouted. Arrest the two of them. This matter is not over yet. Inform the organizers to disqualify them from the competition and let the police arrest them. A few bodyguards went forward to control Harry and Jen, but the hotel security guards all walked up to stop them. Diana did not expect this to happen and shouted angrily, What are you guys doing? My clothes were stolen and your hotel is also responsible. I am the champion of the two previous clothing competitions. Even the CEO of your hotel has to be polite to me. If you don't listen to my instructions, I will fire all of you. Harry smiled. Those who didn't know better will think that you're the boss of the hotel. Diana crossed her arms and looked at Harry disdainfully. You have no right to speak to me. How can you be so arrogant? You're a thief. What right do you have to talk to me? What are you all standing there for? Arrest him! Hearing the order, the bodyguards pushed the security guards away and went forward to arrest them. But these security guards roared angrily. Who dares to touch us? Diana was dumbfounded and thought that she had heard wrongly. Who is that? Harry walked out and said with a cold smile, Miss Diana, your tricks are too childish. Do you think you can slander me because you put a few tattered clothes here? You are the owner of the Star Moon Hotel? Diana had a look of disbelief and was even more puzzled in her heart. Mr. Bannon did not tell her about this. If she had known, she would not have done so. However, she still pretended to be tough and said, So what if you're the owner of the hotel? My clothes have been damaged and you still have to take responsibility. Diana, I heard that your clothes were stolen. What is going on? A group of people came in from the door. The leader was a foreigner. Mr. Thomas, you're finally here. Diana immediately went up to him. The two of them stole my clothes and refused to admit it. Not only did he steal my clothes, but he also tore my clothes. You must help me. You have to disqualify these two from the competition, Diana said fiercely. She then proudly said to Harry, Even if you're the owner of the Star Moon Hotel, so what? Mr. Thomas is the chief judge of the fashion competition. In front of Mr. Thomas, I want to see if you still dare to be impudent. No one noticed that when Thomas saw Harry, his gaze was very complicated and even a little fearful. Mr. Thomas, everything was caused by this Diana. There are surveillance cameras in the hotel. As long as we investigate the truth, we will be able to find out, Harry said and gave the security guard a look. Soon, a security guard came back with a tablet. According to the surveillance cameras, there were indeed people who stole the box from Diana and left it here. But it was not our Mr. Parker and Miss Jen. You could see for yourselves if you don't believe me. You're the owner here. Don't tell me he would not order his employees to steal it. This does not mean anything, Diana said. Mr. Thomas, as the champion of the previous 2 years, I was schemed against today. This matter is very serious. You must disqualify the two of them from the competition. In addition, they must give me appropriate preferential treatment. After all, I have lost the best competition attire. Diana had a good plan. Diana, I think this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Parker. Don't waste everyone's time here. Hurry up and prepare for your competition, Thomas said unexpectedly. Episode 45. Wait. Diana did not expect Thomas to say that and said in disbelief, What? Mr. Thomas, the evidence is clear, but you're siding with him? Thomas said discontentedly. Diana, watch your tone. Don't think that you can be impudent in front of me just because you are the champion of 2 prior years. Don't think that I don't know about your underhanded means. If you don't want me to cancel your qualification, then get lost. Diana was dumbfounded. She did not know why things had become like this. Could it be that Thomas knew Harry? Impossible. Harry was merely the owner of a 5-star hotel. How could he know the respectable Thomas? Didn't you hear that? Take your men and get the hell out of here, Thomas said angrily. Diana was so scared that her whole body trembled. She didn't dare to offend Thomas, so she dejectedly took her bodyguards and left the dressing room. It's fine. You guys go out and do your work too, Harry said to the hotel security. Only Harry, Jen, and Thomas were left in the room. Thomas immediately said to Harry respectfully, Mr. Parker. Harry replied calmly. Jen covered her mouth and almost cried out. Thomas, who had a high status and status in the world, actually treated Harry with such respect. Did she hear it wrong? What was Harry's identity? Jen looked at Harry's back and became more and more curious. When they first met, she thought he was a poor person and later thought he was a rich heir. How terrifying was Harry's true identity? Mr. Parker, are you going to help Miss Jen participate in the competition this time? Thomas asked. Yes, I must win the championship, Harry nodded. I will definitely do it for you, Thomas promised. Okay, then you go and do your work first. Harry waved his hand, signaling Thomas to leave. Jen looked at this scene, and the shock in her heart could not be quelled for a long time. Thomas was the chief judge of this year's international clothing competition. Seeing how Harry was commanding Mr. Thomas, it did not seem like it was a big deal for him to win the championship. Thomas, who had left the room, wiped the sweat on his forehead. He didn't expect to meet the direct heir of the family here. Thomas's identity seemed very noble to outsiders, but he was just a peripheral member of the Parker family. He ran the world's best clothing company for the family. And this custom-made luxury clothing company was merely an inconspicuous existence in the Parker family's business. Therefore, Thomas's status in front of Harry was pitiful low. If Harry got angry, Thomas's grand career and lifestyle would be over. On the other side, Diana dejectedly returned to Matthew's side. What? The kid is the owner of the Star Moon Hotel? Thomas is still helping him? Matthew said with his eyes wide open. Harry would always give him all kinds of surprises. It was only now that he found out that he was the owner of the Star Moon Hotel. This really surprised Matthew. Mr. Bannon, Thomas is the chief judge, Diana said worriedly. So what if Thomas knows him? I bribed most of the judges, Matthew snorted coldly. Besides, even if he is the owner of the Star Moon Hotel, there's nothing to worry about. The competition will be held in his territory, but the judges are from all over the world. Harry doesn't have that much power to compete with me, Diana nodded in agreement with Matthew, but she was still a little nervous in her heart. When the competition started, Thomas returned to Harry's dressing room. "Mr. Parker, things have changed a little. I heard a small family has bribed most of the judges. His goal is to win the championship," Thomas said. Harry touched the bar and said, "So this is Matthew's confidence." "Mr. Parker, this method is ridiculous. Do you want me to solve this problem directly?" Thomas said in a flat tone. Harry and Thomas would never take such a small matter seriously. Some things could not be settled with money. Harry did not even need to come forward. Thomas could use this identity to suppress this matter. Harry thought for a while and said, "You are not in a hurry to make a move first. Let Matthew be a little proud for a while. When he feels that he has already won the championship trophy, it will be the beginning of his nightmare." Thomas did not understand the meaning of Harry's actions. "Yes." After Thomas left, Harry took out his phone again. "Mr. Cross, gather the funds and prepare to attack the Coral Group's shares. Listen to my instructions." "Yes, sir." Uncle Nate, Citibank has provided a loan to the Coral Group. After a round of phone calls, a smile appeared on Harry's face. "Matthew, today I will make you lose your reputation." Although Jen did not understand what Harry meant on the phone, she could roughly tell that he was going to teach Matthew a lesson. Looking at Harry's commanding posture, Jen felt a little intoxicated in her heart. The competition was about to begin. The two of them went backstage. Diana was also doing the final check for her models backstage. When she saw the two of them, she snorted coldly. "This is the most fashionable competition venue, yet you guys are wearing these outdated clothes to participate in the competition." However, Jen did not just take out simple recreational designs. She also added some popular elements that she understood, which made the ancient clothes more suitable for modern people's aesthetics. Diana was just mocking on the surface, but in reality, she also had good taste. Jen's design was indeed outstanding, but so what? In the fashion industry, there would never be a shortage of stunning designs. But if one did not have the capital to support and promote, they would also be buried. "Do you know what the trend is? Go home and learn for a few more years," Diana scoffed. "Those clothes of yours are trash. If this is considered popular, I think it would be better to put a garbage bag on yourself to look better," Harry immediately retorted. "You!" Diana was speechless. "Humph. If you can't even win a prize later, I want to see if you're still arrogant." Just as Diana finished speaking, it was time for her to go on stage. The models under her walked up one after another. Diana's models team won a warm round of applause. Episode 46, 2/3. Hundreds of models walked up to the stage one by one, and the applause never stopped. Diana proudly said to Harry from below the stage, "Did you see that? This is fashion. Use facts to speak." Harry scoffed. "I'll let you be proud for a while," Diana said hatefully. Finally, it was Harry and Jen's turn. The two of them held hands and stepped onto the stage. They looked at each other and smiled. The entire arena suddenly became silent. Everyone was shocked by the two people under the spotlight. At this moment, everyone knew what beauty was. Harry wore a white scholar's robe as if he had walked out of an ancient book. Jen, who was wearing fluttering clothes, was very beautiful. The combination of the two was full of beauty, showing everyone the 5,000 years old history of fashion. After a moment of silence, a warm round of applause rang out. Harry could feel the praises of everyone present. He thought that if it was a normal competition, Jen would also have the right to win the award. Unfortunately, as long as it involved benefits, there was no fairness. After all the contestants went on stage to showcase their skills, the final stage of the International Fashion Design Competition finally came. After the 30 people with the highest status in the fashion industry from all over the world discussed for a while, they decided on the winners of each award. The most sensational thing was the championship award this time. It was the highest award that was held once a year in the fashion industry. Those who won the championship were instantly famous in the fashion world. The host walked onto the stage and said excitedly, "Next is the most exciting moment. Today's champion will be chosen by the most authoritative fashion master from all over the world. Then who will be the winner of this year's competition? I would like to invite Mr. Thomas to give his comments first." Amidst the applause, Thomas stood up from the judges' seats and said, "Today, all the works that the contestants have shown us are very perfect. I believe that this is the result that the contestants have spent a lot of effort to make. However, I think the most outstanding one should be Miss Jen's ancient clothes." The entire audience burst into thunderous applause. Jen was just a nameless designer. No one had expected Thomas to choose her as the champion. "Then please invite Miss Jen onto the stage and once again show everyone the ancient clothes she designed," the host invited. Jen looked at Harry excitedly. Harry just smiled and took her to the stage again. "The ancient clothes is the accumulation of 5,000 years of history, and it has been constantly improved. Although it is regrettable that there was a time when the generation was broken, today I saw the ancient clothes that were revived and added modern aesthetic elements. I have to say, Lady Jen's genius design really makes me gasp in amazement." Thomas continued to comment. The audience below the stage gave warm applause time and time again to express their approval. Diana looked at Matthew in a panic and said with a face full of resentment, "Mr. Bannon, this Thomas is colluding with Harry. He is recommending Harry as the champion now. What should we do?" Matthew did not panic at all. He said calmly, "What are you panicking about? The champion has not been decided yet. Although Thomas was the chief judge, there are still 29 judges who haven't spoken yet." As expected, many of the judges did not agree with Thomas choosing Jen as the champion. They all stood up and said, "I have objections." "I also have an objection. I do not agree with Mr. Thomas's recommendation." The audience went into an uproar again, and the scene instantly became chaotic. Almost all the judges objected to the recommendation of the chief judge. This kind of thing had never happened before. Everyone knows that the ancient clothes is a clothing that has gone extinct. What does this mean? The extinct ancient clothes are not suitable for the evolution and development of fashion. It is a product that has been out of fashion for a long time. Yes, how can an already eliminated garment win the championship? This is simply ridiculous to the extreme. The ancient clothes are an outdated item. I think the clothing designed by Lady Diana today is the most fashionable and exquisite. I choose Diana as the champion. I also choose Diana. The audience discussed animatedly. Many people approved of Thomas and felt that the ancient clothes that Jen designed should be the champion. However, there were also some people who felt that the ancient clothes were indeed outdated. Diana's modern fashion clothing was more in line with the trends. Because of different opinions, there were many debates in the audience stands. The scene was too noisy and chaotic. The host quickly came out and said, "Now the judges are divided into two factions. One faction supports Jen and the other supports Diana. Then let's invite Diana onto the stage. All the judges will vote for the two of them. According to the usual practice, the person who gets more than 2/3 of the support will be the champion of this competition." "Mr. Bannon!" Diana looked at Matthew in surprise. Matthew looked at Harry on the stage with a mocking smile and said, "You go. He won't win the championship." Diana jogged all the way to the stage and looked at Harry and Jen. Her face was full of disdain. "Like I said, your ancient clothes are trash. The championship belongs to me." Harry sneered and remained silent. The contestants from both sides have already stood on the stage, so let the judges decide. Is it Jen or Diana? Please make your choice, the host said. Please raise your hand if you choose Miss Jen as the champion. In the judges' seats, Thomas raised his arms immediately. Then 6 other judges raised their hands as well. In total, only 7 people supported Jen, which surprised everyone. After all, most of the audience still approved of Jen's design. Then please raise your hand if you choose Miss Diana as the judge for the championship. The 23 judges raised their arms in unison. Jen's heart suddenly tightened, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes as she looked at Harry. She did not care if she could win the championship. She did not have much expectations in the first place. However, Harry had fought for her and Matthew. Now that she hadn't won the championship, would Harry be disappointed? The host said excitedly, "The 23 judges support Diana, so I announce that the winner of this competition is Miss Diana." Although the audience felt that the champion should be Jen, more than 2/3 of the judges chose Diana. Then they could only give applause to congratulate her. There was a trace of regret in their eyes as they looked at Jen. Episode 47. Stocks. Please welcome the winner of this award, Diana, to give an award speech for everyone. The host looked at Diana with a fawning expression. Diana had now won 3 international fashion design competitions. To the fashion industry, this represented endless glory and status. In the future, Diana would be the queen of the fashion industry. As for Jen and Harry, who had lost the championship, the host actually acted as if he could not see them and deliberately left them aside. At this moment, under the stage, "Mr. Bannon, our company's share price has risen by 10% and it's still rising," his subordinate said to Matthew excitedly. "It has increased by 15%. This is expected. After winning the championship, it will be very simple for our family to enter the fashion festival. Our share price will definitely rise. Congratulations, you have helped your family get a lucrative new industry. You have also increased the share price. Your family's assets have increased by 10%. I really admire you." Benedict was also flattering Matthew. "This kind of thing is easy for me. Some people think they are powerful, but in fact, they overestimate themselves," Matthew said. "You're talking about Harry, right? He is too arrogant. How can he be compared to you?" Benedict said with a smile. Matthew was very satisfied with what Benedict said. Diana won the championship, and their family group's shares also rose. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He knocked Harry down a few pegs. "The first person to win this competition is my sponsor, Mr. Matthew from the Bannon family. I want to invite him to the stage to share the joy of holding the trophy," Diana said to Matthew. "Then I would like to invite Mr. Matthew to the stage," the host invited. Matthew stood up, tidied his clothes, and walked up to the stage with his head held high. When he walked to Harry's side, he even looked at Harry with a mocking gaze. Then he and Diana raised the trophy of the championship and showed it off to the audience. "Mr. Bannon, do you have anything to say to everyone at this moment?" the host asked. Matthew said proudly, "Winning this championship was a piece of cake. I fully believed in Diana's abilities to bring the best designs. I believe that this is undisputed. Some contestants dare to come to the competition with inferior designs and even shamelessly boast about being the champion. How ridiculous." As Matthew spoke, he looked at Harry. It was obvious that he wanted to humiliate Harry in front of everyone. The host awkwardly changed the topic. "Diana, do you have anything else to say?" "What I want to say is that not everyone can win the championship. Without strength and fame, don't make a fool of yourself on a world-class stage." Diana was even more impolite. Jen, who was standing on the stage, was constantly ridiculed. Her aggrieved eyes were filled with tears. Harry smiled at her. Don't mind them. The one laughing at the end might not be them. Diana has already won 3 consecutive trophies in the International Clothing Design Competition. Let's look back at Diana's glorious moments in the previous 2 years, the host said loudly and gestured for everyone to look at the big screen. The background screen on the stage began to play the video of Diana winning the previous 2 years of the competition. Everything seemed to have been settled. The championship belonged to Diana without a doubt. Matthew said to Harry, "Since Diana has already won the championship, why are you still standing on the stage? Get the hell out of here." Everyone heard his voice. Matthew looked at Harry proudly, waiting for him to roll off the stage with his tail between his legs. Everyone in the audience would also see that the winner was Matthew, and Harry was just the one who was defeated by him. He could only accept the ridicule of everyone. Harry would also look like a loser and leave with a dejected look on his face. However, to Matthew's surprise, after Harry was scolded by him, he still looked at him with a calm expression. No one in the audience laughed at Harry. At this moment, everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at the big screen without blinking. Their eyes were full of surprise. What's wrong? Is Diana's previous winning video so attractive? Matthew was puzzled and turned his head to look at the big screen. "Mr. Bannon, if you want me to choose Diana as the champion, 1 million is not enough. I want 2 million. 3 million, I can choose Diana as the champion. This money is the money I paid to make Diana the champion. If it is not enough, you can name another price." In the video on the big screen, there was a shocking scene playing. In each scene, Matthew bribed one judge after another with money. There were a total of 23 scenes. The judges who received bribes happened to be the 23 judges who supported Diana to win the championship today. Diana was dumbfounded. Why do these videos of the judges being bribed appear on the big screen? "Someone is slandering me," Matthew shouted angrily. However, no one paid attention to him. The big screen was still playing the video. The audience looked at each other first. Then they were in an uproar. They bribed the judges? Every judge took millions of dollars in bribes. What a big deal. No wonder Diana won the championship. She didn't win with strength, but with money. I was wondering how Diana could win the championship 3 times in a row. It turns out that she spent money to buy it all. I couldn't appreciate the clothes that Diana designed at all. I thought I couldn't keep up with the trend. It turns out that she bought the championship with money. I used to support her so much. I didn't think she would actually do such a dirty thing in secret. Diana, put down the trophy and get out of the competition. Everyone was enraged and felt that Diana had cheated everyone's feelings. Immediately, everyone shouted in unison, telling Diana to put down the trophy and get lost. Diana heard everyone cursing at her in unison, and her face turned pale. Her whole body trembled as she said, "I did not bribe anyone. I won the championship with my strength." Matthew's whole body was cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He looked at the big screen and said in disbelief, "Who recorded the video?" Episode 48, Thunder. "This is really fake. Please believe me, I didn't bribe the judges. Everyone acknowledged Diana's strength. She deserved the championship this time." Matthew refused to admit it. "Diana was the champion of the previous 2 years. It is not surprising that she could win the championship this time. Why should I bribe the judges again? This is a fake video." When the audience saw Matthew's attitude, some people felt that the video was indeed fake. After all, she had already won the championship twice. There was no need for him to bribe the judges. This might really be a fake video. The purpose was to slander Diana. However, the big screen changed at this moment. "I'll give you 20,000. Your design is mine. If you don't agree, you can leave the fashion industry." "You should be satisfied that I like your design. I'll give you 30,000. This design is mine. If others find out about this, I'll chop your hands off." "Diana, I beg you, don't take away my design. I don't want to sell it. I want to take it to the competition." The video was playing forcefully, buying other people's designs in the past. She even threatened other designers. Everyone thought that she won the championship with her ability in the first 2 years. They did not expect that she would win the championship with dirty means. These videos immediately dispelled everyone's doubts. Diana's design was also fake. She used other people's designs as her works to compete. She was simply too shameless. She was not fit to be the champion at all. She was a liar. Diana looked at the screen and only had one thought in her heart. I'm finished. She fainted. Get out! You don't deserve to stand here! Someone shouted. Get out! The evidence was conclusive, and Matthew could not deny it. Matthew was covered in cold sweat. He felt that everyone below the stage was looking at him with disdain and anger. On the stage, Harry was looking at him with endless ridicule, just like the way he looked at Harry just now. Matthew's legs couldn't stop trembling. He didn't understand why such a situation would occur. How should he deal with this situation? Below the stage, Matthew's subordinate ran up the stage in a panic and shouted, Mr. Bannon, it's bad. The share price of our group has fallen. Matthew trembled and asked, How much did it fall? It has fallen by 15%. Now it is 30%. 40%. His subordinate looked at the tablet in his hand and anxiously said, Coral Group's share prices plummeted. When they won the championship for the Coral Group, everyone was optimistic about their future prospects and bought the Coral Group shares one after another. However, when the scandal of Matthew spread, the Coral Group's future was bleak and everyone immediately dumped their stocks. The Coral Group's shares price dropped from $36 to $21. In an instant, 30% of the company's assets vanished. Thomas walked up to the stage and took the microphone from the host. It's a pity that such a thing happened, but the competition still needs to continue. Now the remaining judges unanimously decided to abolish Diana's championship. As for Diana's violation of the rules, they will give her the punishment of being banned for life. Now, we will announce the winner of the International Clothing Design Competition. It will be Jen from Maryland University. The warm applause filled the entire audience. No one had any objections to Jen winning the championship. Jen looked at Harry in disbelief. This result made her so excited that her whole body trembled. Harry, I'm the champion? Of course, the champion is yours, Harry smiled. Jen did not expect that she would actually win the championship trophy of this world-class competition. She was very excited and tiptoed to kiss Harry's lips. The kiss that the beauty suddenly sent over caught Harry by surprise. After he recovered his senses, he calmly accepted it. Jen's kiss made Harry intoxicated. This was the taste of victory. Harry! Matthew gritted his teeth and looked at the two people who were kissing in front of him. The glory of the champion and the benefits that the family was going to get should belong to him. But in a blink of an eye, all of this had vanished into thin air. This is all done by you, right? Matthew shouted loudly. Harry enjoyed the kiss of the perfect person unhurriedly, then turned to Matthew and said, I want you to experience the taste of failure. How about it? Isn't it great? Do you know how long I have prepared for all this and how much energy I've spent? How dare you block my path? Harry shrugged. The energy you have spent has nothing to do with me, Matthew said angrily. Do you really want to fight me to the death? So what if you got what you want today? The Bannon family has tens of billions of assets. It will be easy for me to suppress you. Harry sneered. You are mistaken. The Bannon family's tens of billions of assets will become negative tomorrow. What do you mean? Matthew had a bad feeling. Why did your share price rise so quickly? That was me. Now that your dealings have been revealed, who do you think is keeping your stock afloat? Harry said with contempt, I want the Coral Group shares to become the most worthless shares in the stock market. Matthew could not stop trembling. Do you think you can destroy the Bannon family like this? A subordinate of Matthew, who was standing below the stage, scrambled up and shouted, "Sir, Citibank!" "What's wrong with Citibank? Tell me," Matthew said angrily. "I just received news that the Citibank is going to take back the loan they gave us," he said with a terrified expression. Matthew felt as if he had just received a blow to his head. He felt dizzy and his eyes turned black. He shook his head hard and asked with a hoarse voice, "Is this true?" "It's true," his subordinate nodded with certainty. "Now you have encountered a lot of unfortunate things," Harry smiled. Matthew slowly turned to look at Harry and said with a ferocious face, "Harry, I will fight you to the death." Episode 49, Strategy. At this moment, the Citibank had withdrawn their loan, giving the Coral Group a deadly blow. Currently, the Coral Group had mobilized all their liquid funds and the Citibank's loan, which allowed them to maintain the operations of their original businesses while expanding their new industries. Harry had snatched the championship from Matthew's hands. Not only that, he had also attacked the Coral Group's shares, causing them to fall all the way. Adding on the fact that the Citibank had stabbed them in the back, the once huge Coral Group had fallen. Matthew wished he could tear Harry apart right now. Of course, he was going to try. With a stomach full of anger, Matthew rushed towards Harry. Unfortunately, Matthew forgot what kind of place this was. Star Moon Hotel was Harry's territory. The stage was surrounded by the hotel security personnel. They saw Matthew rushing towards their owner. The security personnel immediately ran onto the stage and heavily pressed him onto the stage. Matthew's face fell to the ground first. Blood flowed out from his nose. 2 of his front teeth had been knocked out. "Harry, I will not rest until you die!" Matthew raised his head and shouted at Harry like a mad dog. The audience below the stage was stunned by the scene. Is this Matthew crazy? Why does he look like he has rabies? Since Harry didn't use the microphone to say what he said, the audience didn't know the reason behind it. They were wondering what kind of crazy Matthew was. Did he have to become like a mad dog after losing the championship? It's not that simple. The Bannon family is finished, a smart man said. Impossible. How could the Bannon family have such a big business? The man shook his head. I don't know what to say. Did you buy any shares of the Coral Group? I did. What's wrong? Hurry up and sell it. It has already fallen. What? I also bought it. I didn't buy it. My friend bought it. I have to inform him to clear the warehouse as soon as possible. When the Coral Group of the Bannon family was about to be finished, everyone started to discuss among themselves. They ignored Matthew, who was shouting hysterically on the stage. Harry looked at his defeated opponent and snorted coldly. I told you not to provoke me, but you are blind. Those who offend me will not have a good end. I refuse to accept it. You are only playing dirty tricks. This is not fair, Matthew shouted. I don't play dirty, unfortunately. I have never needed to stoop as low as you. Harry waved his hand after saying that. The security guards who were holding Matthew immediately picked him up and dragged him out. Harry, I refuse to accept this. Just you wait. Sooner or later, you will fall into my hands. With blood spraying out of his mouth, Matthew shouted as he was dragged out of the competition venue. Benedict, who was watching all of this from below the stage, shook his head when he saw that Matthew had been beaten into a dog by Harry. He stood up and left without saying a word. The Grand International Clothing Design Competition had come to an end in this unexpected ending. Mr. Parker, the competition is over. I should go back now. Thomas said goodbye to Harry. You have contributed a lot this time. I will remember that, Harry nodded. This is what I should do. Thomas was in fear and trepidation. After bidding goodbye to Harry again, he took a plane back to California. Mr. Harry, The CEO of the Coral Group, Tucker, has come. He has brought some good news, Mr. Cross said to Harry. Oh, he knows the situation very well, Harry said with a smile. The greasy, middle-aged man whose legs were broken by Harry a few days ago was the CEO of Coral Group, and Harry wanted him to be a spy in the Bannon family. At first, Tucker said that he was loyal to the Bannon family. After Mr. Cross threatened and enticed him and brought out some evidence that he had done something illegal, Tucker immediately surrendered. Jen, you go back to school by yourself. I still have something on my side. When I'm done with my work, I'll celebrate your victory, Harry said to Jen first. Jen knew that he was going to deal with Matthew. She knew that she could not help much, so she nodded and said, Then I will go back. We agreed that I would treat you to a meal tonight. Harry chuckled. No rush. There'll be plenty of time in the future. Jen blushed and lowered her head. Then I will leave. I will send a car to take you, Harry said and gestured to Mr. Cross. Mr. Cross immediately ordered his men. Send one of the hotel cars. Drive Miss Jen back to her dorm. Seeing how considerate Harry was to her, Jen felt like she had butterflies in her stomach. After saying goodbye to Harry, she carried the trophy of the championship and the certificate of honor back to school. I'll go and see what good news Tucker sent me. He took Mr. Cross to his office. Mr. Parker, in the office, Tucker saw Harry walk in. He stood up with a walking stick and bowed with fear. He did not dare to be impudent now. Harry's thunderous means to the Bannon family had already frightened him. In just 2 to 3 days, the Bannon family, which had $30 billion worth of assets, had become Harry's. Tucker used to think that he was a figure, but when faced with Harry's lightning attack, he was scared to the point of pissing his pants. He forcefully took the championship from Matthew in the world-class competition. Even the Citibank listened to Harry's orders. Tucker didn't even dare to think about how much power was behind this. Mr. Tucker? Harry glanced at him and sat down on the chair. You could just call me Tucker, Tucker said with a trembling voice. I heard you brought me some good news. I hope it's worth it. Harry leaned back in his chair and said, It must be useful to you. I brought you evidence of Coral Group's tax evasion. Tucker tried to please him. Really? Harry's eyes lit up. Episode 50, IRS. Harry never thought that his random plan would have such a pleasant surprise. Is the evidence reliable? Mr. Cross couldn't help but ask. These are all reliable sources, Tucker promised. All right, Tucker, you did well. Harry felt that he was laughing like a bad person. However, he still could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Initially, he wanted to bankrupt the Coral Group, but now he wanted to destroy the Bannon family. Didn't Matthew say that he would one day be defeated by him? If he made the Coral Group bankrupt, he wanted to know how Matthew would turn the situation around. Mr. Cross, take a look. Harry asked to take a look at the evidence that Tucker had brought in case the evidence was different from what Tucker had said and made him happy for nothing. Sir, these are true, and the evidence is very sufficient. As long as we bring out the evidence, we can guarantee that no one from the Bannon family will be able to escape. Mr. Cross carefully looked at the evidence and said, The Coral Group was Matthew's family's property. If Harry brought out this evidence, the entire Bannon family would be involved, and no one would be able to escape the punishment of the law. Harry nodded. Very good. Mr. Cross, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, sir. All right. This kind of thing was very easy to accomplish for Mr. Cross. He exposed the Bannon family's bad deeds and submitted evidence. These were all very simple. The Bannon family could not escape punishment by paying taxes. The amount of tax evasion that they had made over the past 20 years was an astronomical figure. Now, the Bannon family was about to collapse. How could they still have money? Tucker said with a flattering face, Mr. Parker, Harry knew in his heart that Tucker was taking credit from him. But Tucker was an ungrateful, bad person. Tucker could not be his subordinate. Otherwise, if Tucker could betray the Bannon family today, He could also betray Harry tomorrow. You are not bad. You have contributed a lot this time. I am not a petty person. Mr. Cross, transfer $10 million to his account. Harry directly used the money to reward Tucker. Mr. Parker, can money not be my reward? Tucker quickly said. Harry asked, What do you want? I want to work for you. I have offended you before, so I want to serve you in the future to atone for my past crimes. Tucker wasn't stupid. Although $10 million was a lot of money, money and status couldn't be compared. The Bannon family had failed this time. Tucker could not become the executive president of the Bannon family in the future. He was just an ordinary person. He was used to living a luxurious life. $10 million was not enough for him. It was better for him to stay by Harry's side. Even if he was a subordinate, as long as his boss had a high status, he would still be a subordinate with power. A mere $10 million was not a problem at all. Harry snorted coldly and said, Tucker, I think you're also a smart person. Unfortunately, you're not smart enough. I have never liked others to negotiate with me. Now, take the money I gave you and leave immediately. Harry would not be polite to this kind of person. It was enough for him to use a shameless person once. Tucker still wanted to ask for more. Wasn't he asking for trouble? Harry suddenly changed his attitude. Tucker was so scared that he almost knelt down. He did not dare to ask for more. He scrambled out of the office. Sir, although Tucker is a shameless person who sells his master for glory, if you can make good use of him, Mr. Cross said hesitantly. Harry raised his hand and interrupted him, saying, You don't have to say any more. I let this kind of person go because I showed mercy. At this moment, Harry's phone rang. Hello, Uncle Nate. Mr. Parker, the Citibank has already taken back the loan they gave to the Bannon family. The Bannon family's share price has fallen, and they are unable to repay the loan. Uncle Nate, what are you going to do? Harry asked. The Coral Group collapsed so quickly because of the impact. In fact, they could still operate normally. Now, Citibank has withdrawn their loan, and they can't pay it back. They can only use the assets they used as collateral to pay it back. Will we suffer any losses? Harry asked. Nate laughed and said, We will make a huge profit. With the Bannon family's assets depreciating, I can directly annex the entire Bannon family's company. From now on, the Coral Group will no longer belong to the Bannon family, but to you. Harry said with satisfaction. Very good. I will leave this matter to you. After hanging up the phone, Harry leaned against the chair and slowly shook his body. Citibank accepted the assets of the entire Bannon family and used the evidence that the Bannon family had tax evasion sent over by Tucker. These two fatal strikes not only turned the Bannon family into beggars, but also sent them all to jail. Thinking of this, Harry pretended to sigh. I am too kind. The Bannon family should thank me for sending them to prison. Mr. Cross smiled and said, Yes, if it wasn't for you, the entire Bannon family would have been stranded on the streets. At that time, they would have starved to death. It would be terrible. Matthew's father, Walter, was questioning Matthew loudly. What the hell is wrong with you? You had the championship and you got robbed by others? You are a piece of trash. Now that the company's shares have fallen, the shareholders outside were worried. They were all saying that they were going to go bankrupt. The family business that I have been working hard for decades will not fall so easily. Matthew did not say a word. His heart was filled with despair. He knew that Harry would not use such little tricks. He must have put him to death before letting go. The Citibank isn't a big deal. They actually want to add insult to injury at a critical moment. Go and find President Parker of the Citibank and give him $20 million. Tell Citibank not to take back our loans, Walter said. When Matthew heard President Parker from the Citibank, he became even more frightened. Dad, the president of Citibank is named Parker? Walter was furious. You're still concerned about these things at this time? However, Matthew's heart was cold. The president of Citibank had the same surname as Harry. When he thought about how the Citibank stabbed him in the back, Matthew understood that they were on Harry's side. Now, not to mention using $20 million to bribe him, even $200 million was useless. What he wanted was the entire Coral Group. "Harry, your appetite is too big," Matthew said fiercely. "Did you offend someone?" Walter asked sternly. Someone knocked on the door of the mansion before Matthew could finish his sentence. "Who is it?" Walter asked angrily. "Internal Revenue Service. Someone reported you guys for tax evasion." The cold voice outside the door was like a clap of thunder, frightening Matthew and Walter to the point of trembling in fear. Episode 51. Eliminated. Walter was well aware of the amount of tax evasion that Coral Group had made over the years. Now, someone has come to investigate this matter. Although he was terrified, he thought about the huge network of connections he had built over the years. He felt that he should be able to handle it. "Open the door and let them in," Walter said. Matthew trembled violently. "Dad, I don't dare." Walter didn't know about this, but Matthew knew that this was also Harry's doing. The people of the IRS had arrived. The Bannon family was really finished. "Are you still my son? You're so scared just because of a small matter? You're just a piece of trash." Walter was so angry that he cursed and went to open the door. As soon as the door of the villa was opened, more than 20 policemen rushed in. Behind them, there were even fully armed special policemen standing guard around the villa. When Walter saw this scene, he suddenly felt a little nervous. He felt that the situation was a little tricky. "Walter, you must know what crime you have committed. Come with me." A cold-faced policeman walked in and said. As he spoke, he gestured to the person behind him. A police officer behind him took out handcuffs and walked towards Walter. "Wait, I'm a businessman. I have never done anything illegal." "What right do you have to arrest me?" Walter said loudly. "You could talk about this in the police station." The cold-faced policeman smiled coldly. "Wait, I'm the chairman of the Coral Group. What right do you have to arrest me? Do you have an arrest warrant?" Walter said and gestured to Matthew with his hand behind his back. Matthew was not stupid. He knew his father wanted him to find someone to help them. He immediately turned around and made a call. The cold-faced policeman took out a document and handed it to Walter. "This is the arrest warrant. What else do you have to say?" "So what if you have a warrant? You're just a small policeman. I could fire you with a phone call." Walter saw that the policeman wanted to handcuff him, so he immediately threatened the policeman. As he spoke, he used the corner of his eye to look for Matthew. Matthew hid at the side and made several phone calls, but all of them were rejected. His heart immediately turned cold. The people he contacted were all related to the Coral Group. They had received many bribes from the Bannon family, but now that something had happened to the Bannon family, none of them were willing to help. The cold-faced policeman had been staring at Matthew with an icy stare. He saw that Matthew had made a few phone calls, but no one answered. He said impatiently, "Don't think about getting help from others. Let me tell you, they're useless. The Bannon family is finished." "This must be a misunderstanding. Can we talk in private?" Walter smiled. "If you have something to say it here." Walter looked at the police in the villa and gritted his teeth. He went over and whispered, "I'll give you $10 million. Can you let me go?" However, when the cold-faced policeman heard his words, he revealed a trace of coldness. "Walter, you still don't understand. The crimes you've committed show that your company and your family don't have that kind of money anymore. Your money is useless." Matthew heard that his father still wanted to use money to bribe people. He laughed like a madman. "Dad, this is useless. Harry wants to suppress us. No matter what we do, it's useless." "What did you say? Who exactly is Harry? Did you offend someone?" Walter said sternly. "He's been ruining my plans time and time again. I just don't like him, so I wanted to teach him a lesson," said Matthew. A loud slap landed on Matthew's face. "You piece of trash! Why don't you go and die?" Walter didn't expect that all of this was because of his son. "Officer, if you think 10 million is not enough, how about 20 million? You won't be able to earn that much money in your life as long as you let me go," Walter continued. The cold-faced officer laughed. "Walter, 3 years ago, your son ordered someone to beat my son into a vegetative state. I have always remembered this. Do you think I'll let you go?" Walter felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The Bannon family was now standing on the edge of the cliff, and this policeman in front of him had a deep grudge against them. His son was simply a scourge. Walter really wished he didn't have this son. "Take them away." After the cold-faced police officer finished speaking, he immediately ordered people to escort Walter and Matthew into the police car. A dozen or so police cars pulled up their sirens and left in a grandiose manner. In a sports car by the roadside, Benedict saw Matthew being escorted into the police car. He was frightened in his heart and had a deep fear of Harry. Matthew and his family were very powerful in Maryland, and they had become like this because they had offended Harry. "Harry," Benedict muttered with a complicated expression on his face. "The Star Moon Hotel." "Sir, all the members of the Bannon family have been arrested. The evidence we submitted is very detailed and concise. They will be seen by a judge, but should be sentenced very quickly," Mr. Cross said. Mr. Cross said, "The Bannon family has been operating in Maryland for so many years. Their network of connections must not be simple. Have you settled all these matters?" "Have you settled all these matters?" Harry asked. "Yes, those friends of the Bannon family are very sensible. No one dares to stand up for the Bannon family," Mr. Cross said. Presently, the Bannon family had become a stinky dog shit that everyone despised. Under Harry's deliberate sniping, the Coral Group's shares continued to fall. Citibank took the opportunity to withdraw the loan and use the Coral Group's real assets as collateral to repay the debt. The Coral Group had completely collapsed under this blow. The investigation of the Bannon family's tax evasion was a fatal blow. Harry's series of methods could be said to be extremely ruthless. "Sir, the Coral Group has been completely annexed by Citibank. According to your orders, the Bannon family won't even get a cent," Nate called. "Very good. This is the effect I want," Harry nodded with satisfaction. After the call with Nate, Harry stood up. "Mr. Cross, it's time for me to go back. I'll leave the rest to you." "Okay, I'll send you out." The two of them took the elevator to the hotel lobby. Harry saw a familiar figure walking out of the hotel in a hurry. "Chelsea!" Harry shouted at the door. "Harry, why are you here?" The person who walked out turned around. It was Chelsea, whom he had not seen for a few days. Episode 52. Sponsorship. Chelsea looked surprised when she saw Harry. "You're not at school. Why'd you come here?" Harry asked curiously. Chelsea had just opened her mouth when a vulgar voice came over and interrupted her. "Why are you running? Do you still want this sponsorship?" The one who walked towards Chelsea was a fat man. His eyes were filled with lust. "Sponsorship?" Harry looked at Chelsea, not understanding what was going on. "If you really want to sponsor our school's activity this time, I will definitely welcome you, but..." Chelsea quietly looked at Harry. She could not say the rest of the words in front of Harry. Sponsorship is easy. $100,000 is nothing to me, but I can't afford to spend this money for nothing, right?" The fat man chuckled. "I can advertise for your company," Chelsea said. "The advertisement alone is not worth $100,000. I said it. As long as you accompany me to my room to sleep, let's talk about life. Let's not talk about $100,000. I will give you $200,000. As the fat man spoke, he stretched out his hand to grab Chelsea. Chelsea subconsciously leaned towards Harry. As long as she stood by Harry's side, she would have an infinite sense of security. Harry did not let her down. He reached out and slapped away the fat man's hand. Don't randomly reach out your hand. You're not qualified to touch her. Who are you? Why are you meddling into other people's business? Get lost. In the eyes of the fat man, just now, only Chelsea didn't notice Harry at all. Now that he was scolded by Harry, he immediately cursed angrily. Chelsea, if you think that $200,000 is too little, then I'll give you $300,000. You could take $200,000, and the remaining $100,000 can be considered as sponsorship for the school. How about it? With so much money, I could buy 5 young models. The fat man looked at Chelsea lecherously and continued. After saying that, he stretched out his hand, unwilling to give up. This time, Harry did not stand on ceremony with him and directly kicked him. Are you deaf? I already said, you don't have the right to touch her. Can't you hear me? The fat man, Harry kicked him to the ground. He got up and cursed. Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me? I think you don't want to live anymore. Harry shook his head. It's not that I don't want to live anymore. You are about to become a dead man. After saying that, he waved his hand. The security guards who had been waiting around rushed over and directly hit the fat man to the ground. The fat man was once again knocked down to the ground. 4 or 5 security guards pressed him to the ground, and he was unable to move. Who are you? The fat man asked loudly. Harry ignored him and waved his hand casually. Drag him out and feed him to the dogs. The security guard heard the order and dragged the fat man out. Only then, the fat man realized that he could not afford to offend Harry. He said in horror, No, I didn't know you knew her. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to talk to her alone. Really, I just want to talk to her. I really don't have any other intentions. Seeing that Harry was about to ignore him, the fat man turned to Chelsea to beg for mercy. Pretty lady, help me say something. I really don't mean you any harm. This is all a misunderstanding. I will give you $500,000 of sponsorship, okay? I don't have any requests. Please help me. Say something. Chelsea saw that the fat man's face was filled with snot and tears. He looked really pitiful. She felt a little sympathy in her heart, so she looked at Harry. Harry shook his head at her. No, since he has evil intentions towards you today, I will directly cripple him. Chelsea saw Harry protecting her so domineeringly, and her heart was filled with sweetness. But she still said worriedly, Are you really going to feed him to the dogs? Harry smiled and said, I'm just scaring him. However, although I won't kill him, I won't let him leave this place safely. Chelsea did not speak anymore. She was actually quite happy that Harry was willing to help her deal with that fat man. Oh, right. What did you mean by sponsorship? Harry asked. Chelsea said, the student union organized a camping trip to the mountains, but the travel, dining, and tents all require funds. I just want to look for some sponsors. I will advertise for the sponsors in return. In university, if the funds for the activities were insufficient, the students would seek sponsorship from society. Generally, the returns would be to help sponsors advertise. How much more activity money is needed? Harry asked. A few companies are not willing to sponsor. It wasn't easy for me to find a company that is willing to sponsor it, but it still doesn't work, Chelsea said with a red face. Every time she met Harry outside the school, it was because of this kind of embarrassing situation. This made Chelsea worried that Harry would think that she was being rude. So you guys don't have a single cent now? How much budget do you have to prepare for this event? Harry asked. $300,000. Harry smiled. All right, stop looking for sponsors everywhere. I'll pay. Chelsea was surprised. No, this won't do you any good. I can't let you pay. Chelsea shook her head. She felt that Harry wouldn't get anything if he took out the $300,000. Who said it won't do me any good? When the time comes, you can advertise the Star Moon Hotel. Chelsea was confused. The Star Moon Hotel? She did not know why Harry wanted to advertise the Star Moon Hotel. Mr. Cross, who was beside Harry, smiled and said, Miss Chelsea, I am the CEO of the Star Moon Hotel. Mr. Cross. Mr. Parker is the owner of our hotel. Since he wants to sponsor you, the Star Moon Hotel will sponsor you fully. You don't need to look for other companies. You are the chairman of the Star Moon Hotel? Chelsea was dumbfounded. The Star Moon Hotel was the only 5-star hotel in Maryland. Chelsea was stunned and did not say anything. Harry saw that she was holding a proposal for the event, so he took it and flipped through it. This 3-day camping activity in the southern mountainous region was not for sightseeing, but to protect the natural environment there. Harry roughly looked through it and said, "Go back and count the number of people participating. You can report to me when the time comes. I'll arrange the hotel's bus, tents, food, emergency medicine, and so on. I'll also give you $300,000 in sponsorship fees. If you can't spend all the money, you can keep it as funding for the next event." "All right." Chelsea nodded in confusion. Episode 53. New Student. Harry looked at her and smiled helplessly. "It just so happens that I have to go back to school as well. Let's go back together." Harry pulled Chelsea into the car. It was only when they waited for the red light that Chelsea reacted. "Are you really the owner of the Star Moon Hotel?" Chelsea already knew Harry was very rich. Harry told her that he had tens of billions of assets. Chelsea did not have any concept of money, so she did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. But when Chelsea found out that Harry was the owner of a 5-star hotel, she was very shocked. As the president of the student union, she had come into contact with many companies before, but compared to the Star Moon Hotel, they were not on the same level. If she didn't know Harry, if she went to the Star Moon Hotel to look for sponsors, she wouldn't even be able to enter. Harry only gave a few simple instructions, and the Star Moon Hotel immediately took out $300,000 sponsorship fees and a cart of goods. "I have already given you the money. What else do you doubt?" Harry said with a smile. "I'm just surprised." "Right. Do you want to participate in this event?" Chelsea looked at Harry and asked with anticipation. Sure. He had nothing to do during the days off, so he agreed. Chelsea saw that Harry agreed and was very happy. Along the way, she kept chatting with Harry about all kinds of interesting things in the student union. Unknowingly, they had already arrived at the school. Harry sent Chelsea downstairs and returned to the dormitory. Just as Harry opened the door to the dormitory, Harry pounced on him and hugged his thigh. "Take me as your student. I beg you to teach me how to flirt with girls." "You scared me," Harry yelled. "We have watched the live broadcast of the International Clothing Design Competition. We are very envious of you flirting with Jen on stage," Barry said. "That's right. You already have a partner. You need to introduce us to a few beautiful women," Felton said. "We don't have high requirements. There are so many pretty girls in the Star Moon Hotel. You can introduce any one of them to us," Barry said with a smile. "Yes, you are the owner. You have so many pretty girls under you. They all listen to you. Let us choose a few pretty girls," Felton agreed. "Don't even think about it. I can't do this kind of thing," Harry refused decisively. "Don't be like this. We want to share good things together," Barry said shamelessly. The last time they went to the hotel for dinner, they were shocked by the beautiful girls lined up on both sides of the red carpet to welcome them. They had obviously been single for too long. "Don't dream about it. I won't do this kind of thing. If you have the guts, go after them. Don't expect me to help you." In a relationship, one had to respect each other's wishes. Harry was not willing to use his identity to force others. "You are not loyal enough. When we watched the live broadcast, we even cheered you on," Felton shook his head and sighed. Harry suddenly changed from a scavenger to heir. His roommates were not used to it at first. They were worried that Harry would not like them. After a while, they found that Harry still treated them as friends, just like before. They returned to their usual playful state. "During the competition that day, I saw Matthew win the championship. I was nervous for you, but in the end, you suddenly won. This is really satisfying. I felt great watching this. I wish I could laugh at Matthew together with you," Barry said to Harry excitedly. Harry smiled faintly. Dealing with people like him is a piece of cake. "We still have classes in the afternoon. It's time. Do you want to go?" Felton steadily said to Harry. Harry had been skipping classes a lot recently, but the school did not care about it. After Barry and Felton knew Harry's identity, they did not find it strange anymore. Harry remembered that he had not attended classes for a long time, so he nodded. The three of them ran all the way to the classroom before class. After Harry ran in, the noisy classroom immediately quieted down. Harry is here. I didn't expect him to be such a super rich heir. No wonder Benedict didn't dare to cause trouble for him again. I heard Matthew fought with him over Jen. Now Matthew's family's bankrupt and they're all in jail. Matthew can't even afford to offend Harry. You really don't know. The day in the canteen, Harry and Matthew had a grudge. Matthew even competed with Harry for the championship of the International Clothing Design Competition, but he lost in the end. Jen is actually with Harry. She easily won the championship. Bella betrayed Harry and was with Benedict. In the end, we can't see her anymore. She must be very regretful. Harry treated her so well back then. All the students were quietly discussing Harry with jealousy in their eyes. Harry, you could sit on my side. I specially reserved the best seat for you. When a girl saw Harry walk over, she suddenly stood up and pulled him back. Harry, sit here. I specially prepared soup for you to drink. Harry, ignore the two of them. You sit over here. I'm wearing a short skirt today. All the male students looked at the girl who was trying to please Harry with looks of disdain. In the past, when Harry was picking up trash, she didn't even look at him. If Harry was a little closer to her, she would cover her nose and look at him with disgust. Now that Harry had become a super heir, she would immediately be attentive to him. Barry gnashed his teeth in hatred and said to Harry, All the good girls like you. What should we do? Harry shrugged helplessly. Is it my fault? Harry, come sit here. Felton sat in the back seat and greeted Harry and Barry. A few girls who were trying to please Harry immediately looked at him with hatred in their eyes. Felton was so scared that he shivered. Harry smiled and sat in the back with Barry. At this time, the bell for class rang. The class guide walked in and said, A new transfer student came today. She's a beauty. Let me introduce her to everyone. The entire class of boys looked at the girl who walked in. Episode 54, Bodyguard. The transfer student who walked into the classroom was too beautiful. Even the popularity of Maryland University paled in comparison to her. Her waist-length hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head. Her face was small and fair. Under her crescent moon-like eyebrows was a pair of beautiful eyes. Her face was pure, but her expression was filled with coldness. Her tight skirt wrapped around her full breasts. Her legs were long and straight, and all the boys were stunned. My name is June. June not only had a cold expression, but even her self-introduction was as cold as ice. All the hot-blooded boys immediately calmed down. She looked so cold. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. June was really too enthusiastic. She looked very arrogant. Seeing that the scene was a little cold, the former teacher smiled and said, Everyone applaud and welcome the new classmate. Although June's attitude was cold, because she was a super beauty, everyone still gave her a warm round of applause. Among them, Barry and Felton applauded the most. Harry, did you see that? This is a super beauty. You already have Jen. Barry excitedly pulled Harry's neck and said, She is too perfect. This is the goddess in my dreams. She is the most perfect person in my dreams. I want to pursue her, Felton also said. Get lost, Barry said with dissatisfaction. Don't steal my woman, Felton said. I want to hit you. Barry rolled up his sleeves and held Felton down and gave him a fierce beating. Harry was speechless. June just transferred here. Everyone, please take care of her in the future. June, find a seat for yourself. The former teacher loudly stopped everyone from making noise. Sit on my side. My seat is good. The scenery on my side is good. When the boys saw that June wanted to choose a seat, they started to argue again. Didn't you just say that she was too cold? Although she is cold, she is also a beauty. Barry and Felton were also anxious. There were empty seats beside them. But they were too embarrassed to shout, so they could only say softly, God bless me. June, come and sit here. As if their prayers had worked, June walked towards the back row. "She's here!" June walked towards Felton. All the boys looked at Felton angrily. They all wanted to rush over and hit him. Seeing that June walked over step by step, Felton was so excited that he could not sit still. When June walked over, he stammered, "Please sit." June did not even look at him. She stared at Harry and said to Felton, "Make way." The whole class burst into laughter. Harry almost went crazy from laughing. Everyone looked at Felton, gloating. Their eyes were full of ridicule. Does he really not know what he looks like? Does he really think June wants to sit beside him? June actually wants to sit beside Harry. Could it be that she knows that Harry is a super rich heir? Felton thought June had taken a fancy to him, but June wanted to sit beside Harry. Under the ridicule of all the students in the class, Felton's face turned red. He quickly jumped up to give June a seat. Harry had a puzzled look. He did not know June, but why did she have to sit beside him? He did not think that his charm was that great. After June sat down calmly, Harry turned his head in confusion. "Mr. Parker." June did not wait for Harry to speak and whispered into his ear, "I was sent by your uncle to protect you. I will follow you wherever you go in the future. If anyone dares to offend you, I will deal with them for you." Only now did Harry remember that he had gotten injured in the canteen the last time he had a conflict with Matthew. Nate had said that he would send a new bodyguard over. He did not expect Nate to give him such a big surprise. He directly sent a bodyguard to disguise as a student. Harry felt a little helpless. He did not think that he would encounter any danger in school, but since his bodyguard had been sent over, it was not convenient for him to chase her away. "All right, if you're willing to follow me, just follow me. As long as you don't disturb my life, that's all." "I understand." June's reply was short and powerful. At this time, Harry and June had already become the focus of the whole class. Everyone saw June sitting beside Harry and whispering to him. They were all stunned. Are they so intimate when they just met? Harry gritted his teeth and cursed Harry. The girls immediately felt disgusted by June. It was not easy for a super rich heir to appear in the class, but he was so close to other girls so quickly. It was very difficult for them to accept this happening. The entire afternoon's lesson passed under the envious eyes of the students in the class. The bell for the end of the class rang. Harry got up and walked out of the classroom. At this moment, Nate called. "Mr. Parker, are you satisfied with the bodyguard I arranged for you?" Nate said with a smile. Harry turned around and looked at June, who was also following behind him, and said helplessly, "I am very satisfied, but she is too beautiful. She caused a sensation in the class." "It is good that you are satisfied. Don't think that June's ability is not good just because she is beautiful. June is the strongest. Many people in the family are fighting to get her. It was not easy for me to make her your bodyguard." "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle." Harry was a little surprised. In the beginning, he really thought that June was only good-looking. He did not think that she was a top guard raised by the family. "I should do my best to help you. You know the rules of the family. Once she is assigned, she will be your subordinate for the rest of her life. You don't have to worry about June's loyalty." "Yes, I understand," Harry nodded. "Anyway, she'll be your subordinate from now on. I won't disturb you anymore. You go ahead with your work." Nate hung up the phone after saying that. Episode 55. Dark War. June didn't seem to be interested in anything other than Harry's job as a guard. She followed Harry all the way to the canteen, causing waves of shock. June did not care about all this. She had been watching Harry's surroundings with an expressionless face. Harry went to the window to get some food and gave June a serving. She sat up straight and was still looking at her surroundings. Harry said helplessly, "June, this is the school. There will not be any danger. You don't have to be so nervous. Hurry up and eat." "Yes." June only nodded when she received the order. She ate and did not forget to raise her head and look vigilantly at the crowd that passed by. Those boys who saw June were originally very excited and kept looking at her with their eyes wide open. But when June stared at them coldly, they could no longer muster up the courage to look at June. They could only lower their heads and whisper to each other. I have never seen this new girl before. Isn't the person sitting next to her Harry? He is a super rich heir now. The luxury car in the school belongs to him. That's not right. Didn't Harry get along with Jen? He even started fighting with Matthew because of this. Matthew was nothing in front of Harry. How could a super rich heir like Harry not have women with him? Harry turned a deaf ear to the discussion around him. Although the actual situation was not what these people thought, June was just a bodyguard. Harry did not need to explain to these people. Harry, you are also here. Jen's clear and pleasant voice came from behind. Harry turned his head and saw Jen wearing a floral one-piece dress today, which made her look delicate and moving. Yeah, let's sit together, Harry greeted her. June was sitting opposite of Harry. Barry and Felton were sitting on both sides of Harry. Barry reacted the fastest. When he heard Harry invite Jen to take a seat, he quickly moved aside and sat on another table. Jen is here. There will be a good show to watch. Harry is not feeling well now. Jen had actually seen Harry a long time ago. When she saw June sitting opposite Harry, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She walked over and greeted Harry. When she saw Barry tactfully make way for her, she openly sat beside Harry. Harry, this is... Looking at June's face, even Jen was shocked. This June was really too beautiful, totally one level higher than the top 10 campus belts, making Jen suddenly feel a sense of crisis. Oh, let me introduce her. This is June. June, this is Jen, the president of our school's Ancient Clothes Club, Harry said. Hello. Jen reached out her hand to June. Who knew that June only gave Jen a cold look and casually nodded her head before ignoring her? Jen was stunned for a moment and very awkwardly withdrew her hand. She did not know why June was so cold. Could June be pursuing Harry? Jen's thoughts were running wild. Harry smiled bitterly. Of course she knew why June was like this. As a guard raised by the family since young, it could be said that she had been brainwashed. Even if Harry married and had children in the future, in her eyes, the only master was Harry. June was both the top guard raised by the family and also Harry's greatest soldier. Don't misunderstand. June is the bodyguard arranged by my family. It's good that you know. Don't tell others. Harry gave a simple explanation to avoid any conflict between the two. Jen heard Harry softly explain in her ear. She felt a little sweet in her heart. She felt that Harry was afraid that she would misunderstand and was in a hurry to explain. At this time, her heart was immersed in sweetness. She did not care about the unhappy things just now. When the people around saw Harry guarding June and whispering to Jen softly, they were a little jealous of him. He's so happy. I look down on heirs the most, even beauties like people like him. It would be great if I was like him. Barry was even angrier. He said indignantly, he is really disloyal. You are also eating, Chelsea said to Harry. Did you just arrive? Let's sit together, Harry said. All right, Chelsea nodded. Felton quietly stood up and sat with Barry at the other table. They looked at each other quietly and felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. I thought Harry would take special care of us when he has money. I didn't expect it to be like this. That's right, I'm too disappointed in him. The two of them secretly gave Harry the middle finger. Chelsea saw Felton give her a seat, so she sat down without hesitation. The one on Harry's left was Chelsea, and the one on his right was Jen. Opposite him was June. The three beauties immediately surrounded Harry. Why is Chelsea also involved? Now the three hottest girls are actually surrounding Harry. Why is the person beside them not me? At this time, the boys were all very envious of Harry. However, the atmosphere became a little strange the moment Chelsea sat down. After Jen knew that June was Harry's bodyguard, the hostility in her heart towards her decreased slightly. But when Chelsea sat beside Harry, Jen immediately felt her threat. She felt that Chelsea did not come with good intentions. I've been losing weight recently. You could eat this drumstick for me. Jen picked up the drumstick from her plate and handed it to Harry. Okay, Harry nodded. Chelsea, who was beside him, also felt Jen's hostility towards her. She did not show any weakness. "Harry, I don't like to eat ribs. Here you go." "Okay." Harry nodded again. He looked at the plate piled up by the chicken drumsticks and ribs with a bitter face. June looked at all this coldly. She felt that she should share Harry's burden. She suddenly said, "I'm not full. Give me all of these." With that, she pulled over Harry's plate. She placed the chicken legs and ribs that Jen and Chelsea had given Harry on her plate. Episode 56. Conspiracy. Jen was speechless. Chelsea was speechless. June's unexpected actions surprised them. Barry and Felton, who were standing beside her, smiled. They looked at Harry with gloating eyes. Jen and Chelsea glared at them fiercely. Only then did they restrain themselves. At this time, Jen was puzzled in her heart. Didn't Harry say that June was a bodyguard? Why did she do this? Chelsea asked directly, "Harry, who is this?" Harry could only introduce her again. "This is the new transfer student, June." "Hello, I'm Chelsea, the president of the student union." Chelsea stretched out her hand. June's expression was as cold as usual and did not have the intention to shake hands with Chelsea. Chelsea looked at Harry doubtfully. "She is shy and does not like to talk." Harry smiled helplessly. "I see." Chelsea nodded. In her heart, she felt that June was not as simple as she appeared to be. She turned her head and looked at Jen. They seemed to have reached some sort of mutual understanding. They actually stopped fighting secretly and found a topic to casually chat about. The atmosphere at the dining table became relaxed once again, which made Harry secretly heave a sigh of relief. The day after tomorrow is the day off. The student union organized a 3-day camping trip to the southern mountainous region. "Jen, do you want to participate?" Chelsea asked. Jen looked at Harry. "Are you going?" She saw Harry nod and smiled. "Then I'm going too." After dinner, Chelsea and Jen arranged to go to the classroom for night self-study. Seeing the two of them leave, Harry scratched his head. He did not know when their relationship had become very good. He could not figure it out, so he brought Barry and Felton back to the dormitory. They usually did not go to night self-study. At night, they would go online, chat, and play games in the dormitory. He was shocked when he saw that June still wanted to follow him back to the dormitory. "June, this is the male dormitory. I'm not going out tonight, so you should go back and rest early." "I'll wait for your orders downstairs," June said. "No need," Harry quickly waved his hand. He said in a low voice, "Just play the role of my classmate. Don't do anything unnecessary." "Yes," June nodded and said. She watched Harry walk into the dormitory and waited for a while before leaving. "Harry, why did June stay with you when she is new to the school?" Felton asked in confusion. Felton had no choice but to explain. "He must have drugged her." Barry looked at Harry with disdain. Felton was surprised. "Get as far away as you can," Harry laughed angrily. "When you see a woman, you'll forget your friends," the two of them said in disdain. "What's going on? What's wrong with the two of you?" Jacob, who had just entered, saw the two of them staring at Harry with disdain and asked with a smile. He now knew that Harry's family background was very powerful. He didn't believe that Barry and Felton would argue with Harry. They must be joking. "He can't see that his friend is single. He has no humanity," Barry deliberately sighed. Harry said helplessly, "The students will have a 3-day outdoor activity the day after tomorrow. I heard that there are many beautiful women participating." "I'm willing to wash and cook for you. I only asked you to bring me along." The two of them immediately tried to please Harry. "Then I'll bring you guys there. But don't expect me to help you," Harry said. "Don't worry." Harry ignored them and turned to ask Jacob, "Do you want to go?" Jacob thought for a moment and shook his head. "I have already planned the 3 days of vacation. I want to take my girlfriend to the beach to play." Jacob did not want to go, so Harry did not say anything else. He turned on the computer and started to play online. At this time, in a detention center in Maryland, Matthew walked out with a depressed look on his face. "Matthew, you have been suffering recently." A person leaning against the sports car shouted at him. Benedict, you bailed me out? Matthew was surprised. Benedict smiled and said, Who else could it be other than me? Now everyone in Maryland wanted to step on the Bannon family when they saw them. I spent a lot of money to bail you out. Matthew knew that he was now a worthless and destitute heir. He no longer had the arrogant attitude he used to have when he faced Benedict. Thank you, but why did you bail me out? Matthew asked curiously. Of course, I'm unhappy with Harry's victorious face, Benedict said with a sinister smile. Harry! Matthew gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He clenched his fists tightly. He did not want to hear the word Harry now. This was a person who brought him endless shame. If it wasn't for Harry, he would still be the son of a wealthy family. He would still be living a life where he could call the wind and summon the rain. Let's talk after we get in the car. Benedict tilted his head and signaled Matthew to get in the car. You spent so much effort to bail me out. What is your purpose? Matthew asked as he got in the car. What are you talking about? We're friends. It's just what you do, Benedict said. Don't keep me in suspense anymore. I have nothing now. I only have this life left. How do you want to use me? Matthew said with a sneer. He used to be arrogant, but he was not stupid. Benedict was just an ordinary friend of his. They were not friends who had gone through hardships together. Benedict would not bail him out for no reason. You're a smart person. I have no other intentions. I saved you because I want you to fight Harry with me, Benedict said. I've already been fooled by Harry. Do you think we could still deal with him? Besides, you don't have a deep grudge with him. Why did you take this initiative to provoke him? Aren't you afraid of becoming like me? Matthew said. Although he doesn't have a deep grudge with me, I'm not a gentleman either. He set me up before, so I can't let him have a good time either, Benedict said fiercely. What do you want to do? Matthew asked. Matthew, Harry caused you to lose your family. You must not be able to bear this hatred. I will give you a chance now. What chance? A chance to kill Harry, Benedict said with a crazy look in his eyes. Episode 57, Matthew's Revenge. Matthew had done many bad things in his life. It should be said that he had never done anything good in his life. However, what Benedict said still shocked him. You want to kill Harry? Matthew said. You don't want to? Benedict squinted his eyes and asked. Matthew's heart was beating very fast. You have to understand that the Bannon family has gone bankrupt. You only have two choices in your next life. You can either live the rest of your life in prison or live on the streets outside. To you, these two choices are not something you want to take, and it was all caused by Harry, Benedict said with a sneer. Benedict saw that Matthew still hadn't made up his mind, but his face showed anger. Benedict said again, Now, I will give you another way. I will give you a chance to kill Harry. After the matter is done, I will give you 10 million. You can go far away. This money is enough for you to live for the rest of your life without worrying about food and drinks. Think about it. If you choose to live a tough life in prison, Harry will live a very carefree life. All kinds of beautiful women throw themselves at him. I'm even jealous of him. After saying that, Benedict did not say anything else. He started to concentrate on driving. Matthew quietly sat in the front passenger seat. He felt extremely uneasy. He thought that if he did not agree to Benedict's request, he would spend the rest of his life in prison or live on the streets and snatch food from beggars. These two paths were better for Matthew to die. Matthew hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, I promise you. Benedict smiled proudly. That's more like it. You have such a huge grudge with Harry. How can you let him live freely? Tell me, how can I kill him? The school will organize a camping trip to the mountains the day after tomorrow. Harry will be there. There are mountains, forest, and not many people there. You only need to... Benedict told him the plan he had planned for Matthew. After Matthew heard him, he smiled coldly. He wanted to kill Harry quietly and then hide in the mountains. It's not enough for me to vent my hatred by only killing Harry. I can't let Jen go either. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have become like this. Matthew gritted his teeth and said. Benedict didn't want him to do anything unnecessary to avoid unnecessary complications. But if he didn't follow Matthew, he was afraid that he would go back on his word. Benedict asked, "What do you want to do with her?" "I want to toy with her to death." A ferocious smile appeared on Matthew's face. "All right." On the day of the long vacation, the campus of Maryland University suddenly became lively. Some of the students dragged their luggage home, while others went out to play with their friends. Even the girls were dressed up even more beautifully than usual. They were looking forward to being noticed by a certain heir and then going out to have fun with him. At this moment, more than 200 students were gathered in the school's large parking lot, and half of them were boys and girls. They were the only people who were participating in the student union activity. Although this camping trip provided vehicles and lodging, it was not just going out to have fun. They also had to do some mandatory work related to environmental protection. In addition, the student council also had a strict management system for the duration of the event. They couldn't run around. So in the end, there weren't many people willing to participate in the event. Although there were more than 30,000 students in Maryland University, only 200 people were willing to participate in the event. "Are you sure you only have changed clothes with you? You don't need to prepare for anything else?" Barry asked Harry worriedly while carrying a school bag. "Where are we going to eat and stay after we go?" Felton also asked in puzzlement. Felton and Barry were only thinking about how to flirt with pretty girls. They had forgotten to ask Harry what he was going to prepare. "Be quiet, listen to me." Chelsea held a megaphone in her hand and shouted loudly. Hearing that the president of Students' Union wanted to speak, the laughing and joking crowd slowly quieted down. "The contents of this event and the action plan have already been sent to everyone. I won't say anything more. In short, we have to make some contribution to the beautiful environment. In addition, I will emphasize the rules of the event for the next 3 days." Chelsea stood in front of everyone and spoke in an imposing manner. She had the air of a president of the Students' Union. She was completely different from the little girl who had no confidence in herself in front of Harry. Only then did Harry realize that Chelsea was actually a very capable girl. Otherwise, she would not have become a president of the Students' Union. Lastly, I want to thank the Star Moon Hotel that sponsored our event this time. Not only did they provide us with enough vehicles, they also provide us with enough tents and exquisite food. These 3 days, although everyone will have a hard time, being able to taste the delicacies of a 5-star hotel in a rare opportunity. As soon as Chelsea finished speaking, the crowd immediately became noisy. "Wow, so it was sponsored by the Star Moon Hotel? Oh my God, we can eat 5-star standard food in these 3 days? I'm drooling right now." "Fortunately, I signed up for it. If I missed it, I'd regret it the rest of my life." "My roommate actually doesn't want to participate. No, I have to call her and show off." "President, can you sign up now? I want to call my roommate over." "Yeah, I want to call my roommates over too." Many people loudly asked Chelsea. The main reason was that the 5-star food was too attractive. Most of the students were here from ordinary families. They did not have any chance to taste the food of a 5-star hotel. This time, not only could they taste it, it was free. Many people were overjoyed to the point of going crazy. Chelsea looked at Harry with difficulty. She was willing to participate in the event with as many people as possible. This would be more beneficial to the promotion of the theme of the event. But all of this was provided by Harry. If there were too many people participating, would Harry be in a difficult position? Harry smiled and nodded at Chelsea. Even if the number of people participating doubled, it was not a big expense for Harry. "Okay, within half an hour, as long as your roommates can arrive, they can participate." Chelsea smiled and felt even more grateful for Harry's support in her heart. "Great! You are my idol. Thank you." Everyone cheered in unison, but Chelsea did not want everyone to thank her because all of this was done by Harry without asking for anything in return. "No need to thank me, everyone. You should thank Harry. If it wasn't for Harry, we wouldn't have had the Star Moon Hotel's sponsorship this time. We wouldn't have had such a good opportunity," Chelsea shouted. Harry smiled helplessly and bitterly. Why did Chelsea say his name? After a moment of silence, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Harry? It's actually an event sponsored by Harry? Episode 58. Shock. What's the relationship between Harry and the Star Moon Hotel? I've long heard that Harry is a super rich heir. I didn't expect him to be related to the Star Moon Hotel. My God, I now think that Harry's very handsome. Harry is also here to participate in the event. I wonder if we'll have the chance to be with him these few days. Everyone looked at Harry with heated eyes, and the girls' eyes were even more obvious. They looked at Harry like they were looking at a walking human-shaped ATM, making him feel uncomfortable. Maryland University seemed like a school, but with over 30,000 students living here, it could be considered a moderate society. Although Harry had caused some trouble in the school recently because it had gone too short a time, it had not spread to the extent where everyone in the school knew about it. Now, Harry had become a super rich heir. He even sponsored the school's large-scale activity in the name of the Star Moon Hotel. This made everyone feel the change in Harry's identity. Harry was different from ordinary students like them. Harry, you actually hid it from us? You didn't say that this was sponsored by the Star Moon Hotel, Felton said in surprise. That's right. I could still savor the feast I went to last time. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to taste it again, Barry said. Harry smiled. It's not a big deal. Barry and Felton were speechless. What did he mean by rich? Harry used the food in a 5-star hotel to feed hundreds of people for 3 days. He still did not take this seriously. He was too rich. Chelsea looked at the time and picked up the megaphone again. She said loudly, "Okay, the bus is coming soon. Now everyone forms teams. Each team must not have less than 10 people. I will send the secretary of the student union to each team to guide everyone's actions and maintain discipline." Chelsea's leadership ability was very strong. A team of few hundred people was not easy to manage. If Chelsea did not have the ability, then they might encounter danger. However, Chelsea divided everyone into small teams and sent a student union secretary to lead each team. This way, the team would have restrictions and it would be safer to go out. Harry looked at Chelsea and his eyes lit up. He was very appreciative of her leadership and management ability. Everyone was free to form teams first. They would definitely find people who were close to them first. However, Harry's side was different. A large group of girls rushed over crazily and surrounded Harry. "Harry, I want to team up with you, okay? Harry, you choose me. I know how to take care of people. Choose me. I could sing and dance. No, choose me. I know how to massage." Barry and Felton looked at the crazy girls speechlessly. They thought, why is it like a talent show? "Quiet. Silence. If you guys continue messing around, I won't choose any of you," Harry helplessly shouted. Only then did the crazy girls calm down. They looked at Harry with anticipation, hoping that he would choose them. Harry was having a headache about how to deal with this situation. When he saw Jen walking over with Sasha and Helena, he had a plan in his heart. "Jen, Sasha, Helena, you guys come with me, and June, as well as Barry and Felton. As for the remaining people, Barry and Felton could choose for me." Barry and Felton were overjoyed. They gave Harry a thumbs up and said, "You are so friendly. Come, come, come. All of you come to me and tell me your talents and specialties. I only want the best." Harry was speechless when he heard their shouts. This wasn't a talent show. What are you trying to do? Barry and Felton didn't care about that. In any case, Harry had already spoken. The two of them would definitely choose the girl they liked. It would be a waste not to use their rights. Sasha and Helena had long heard that it was an event sponsored by Harry, so they rushed over with Jen. Seeing that Harry chose them to team up with him, they smiled and said, "Mr. Parker, for the next 3 days, I will serve you well." "All right, stop messing around," Harry scolded. Chelsea saw that they had calmed down a little, so she walked over and said to Harry, "Harry, I will follow you." "Okay," Harry nodded. At this time, the buses from the Star Moon Hotel drove into the campus. The long motorcade was made up of imported luxury buses, each of which was no less than $1 million. It's too spectacular. It's too luxurious. Are we going to take these cars in a while? Oh my God, I feel like I'm dreaming. Everyone was amazed. 1 million grade luxury cars lined up in a line and drove over. This scene shocked everyone. There were even some students who chased after the motorcade and asked what was going on. Only then did they know that it was a motorcade that was sponsoring student union events. Those who saw the motorcade also wanted to participate in the event, but Chelsea rejected all of them with the excuse that the registration time was up. She really did not want to burden Harry anymore. And those who were rejected all regretted very much because they did not register early. Those who had already participated in the event immediately felt full of happiness. However, when the motorcade stopped and the leading vehicle opened the door, everyone realized that it was actually an RV. This is the latest model of the Super RV, known as the Mobile Castle. Really? The price of this car is over $10 million. Some people who knew about cars were shocked with just one look. This kind of RV was a rare model that was rarely seen in the world. It was shocking enough that they could see it with their own eyes. What was even more shocking was that a few beautiful women got out of the car. They bowed to Harry and said, "Mr. Parker, the CEO sent us to take care of your daily life for the next 3 days." "What? Mr. Parker?" Harry asked. No way, right? Everyone was shocked. Harry was actually the owner of the Star Moon Hotel. He could have luxury cars and beautiful women to serve him when he went out. He was too glorious. Harry felt even more helpless. Actually, he didn't want to show off. After all, this was a group activity. He was too high profile now. However, Mr. Cross did not greet him in advance, which made Harry very passive now. "Harry, you are too amazing. You are so good. You actually prepared an unknown RV for us?" Barry was not polite at all. He shouted and ran into the RV. Felton followed behind excitedly and also ran in. Since all of his friends had gone in, Harry had no choice. He could not let them get out of the car and return it. "Let's go. Let's all get in the car," Harry called out and walked in. Of course, June followed behind him. Sasha and Helena were already very excited. They pulled Jen and ran up. Chelsea smiled and also walked in with Barry and Felton's two mates. All the students who participated in the event looked enviously at them as they sat in the Super RV. They wished they could join Harry's team. When they looked at the million-dollar luxury buses behind them, they immediately felt a little depressed. Episode 59. Close the door. The Super RV in the front, a dozen or so luxury buses following behind. They drive out of the parking lot majestically, driving out of the campus. Such a spectacular motorcade drove all the way here, once again shocking the entire campus. All the cars passing by consciously made way for the motorcade and even hid far away. They were all ordinary private buses, and they did not dare to block the road. Even if they didn't know that this was a luxury motorcade worth millions, they still recognized the words, "The Star Moon Hotel," written on the car. This was a fleet of buses from a 5-star hotel, so the buses here were definitely not ordinary. If they had an accident, these people wouldn't be able to afford it. However, there were always exceptions. At this moment, there were more than 20 sports cars gathered at the entrance of Maryland University. A man with yellow hair and a cigarette in his mouth was leaning in front of the sports car. He raised his head and looked proudly at the girl who walked out of the school. Around 20 followers were standing or squatting beside him. They were all dressed like hooligans and didn't look like good people. One of the men with dyed red hair blew out a cigarette and said to the blonde, "Killian, the girls in Maryland University are really not bad. In this short period of time, a few of them have gotten into the car. Why don't I find a place to play first?" "What? You can't wait any longer? You actually fell in love with those girls? Don't you know that the girls are still behind you?" The red-haired man smiled and said, "Killian, your aesthetic sense is really good. You could play first later, then give it to us later." "Yes, Killian came here a while ago. This place is like a rich mine for beautiful women," someone in the lackey echoed. As they were talking, someone ran over and shouted, "Killian, I just saw a lot of girls in the school board a bus. There are many pretty girls inside." "What bus?" the red-haired man asked. "It seems like the name of the Star Moon Hotel is written on the vehicle." "Hundreds of girls got into the Star Moon Hotel's buses?" the yellow-haired man asked with his eyes wide open. "Yeah, they're all wearing very revealing clothes." "Who's the one who ruined my plans?" the yellow-haired man cursed. The yellow-haired man's name was Killian. He was the son of a construction boss in Maryland, and the 20-plus people behind him were all in the construction industry. This group of people were ignorant and incompetent. They relied on their family's money to fool around in society all day long. They were either racing or picking up girls. Today, they came to Maryland University because they wanted to pick up girls. Compared to the girls in bars and other places, the girls in Maryland University were much better. After all, this was a famous university, and the girls here all had good temperaments. "Look, that bus has driven out." The red-haired man pointed at the motorcade that was driving out of the school and said, "There's actually someone who dares to snatch my woman? Block him." Killian threw the cigarette butt onto the ground and said. His subordinates received the order and started their sports cars to block the school gate. This group of people relied on their family's wealth. They dared to do anything and provoke anyone. Now, blocking the school gate was not a problem for them at all. "Why aren't we leaving?" Harry asked when he found the RV parked at the school gate. The driver said, "Mr. Parker, there are more than 20 sports cars blocking the door. We can't drive out." "How could this happen? I'll go down and take a look," Chelsea frowned and said. As the person in charge of the president of Students' Union, she was the person in charge of organizing this event. If there was an accident, she had to come forward to resolve it. "I'll go with you," Harry said. More than 20 sports cars suddenly blocked the school entrance. Harry felt that these people blocking the door must not be good people. Although Chelsea had a high position in the school, once she left the school, her words might not be convincing. Seeing Chelsea walk out of the RV, Harry said to Barry and the others, "You guys stay in the RV. I'll go down and take a look." Jen looked at Harry and was a little worried. She did not know if Harry could handle it, but she could not help much. After thinking for a while, she felt that it was better for her not to go down and cause trouble. Sasha and Helena looked through the car window and found that there were people that they knew among these people. "Isn't that person Killian? And that person is Mason. You know them? Then ask them to open the way," Barry said. "We are not familiar with each other," Helena and Sasha said. Barry suddenly understood something. They always wanted to be with an heir. Those two must have had a one-night stand with them, but they were not friends. Barry looked at them with disdain. "Barry, you should first care about Harry," Helena said discontentedly. "These people are all heirs. Harry might be able to deal with one or two people. Now that there is a group gathered here, no matter how rich Harry is, he might not be able to deal with them," Sasha also said. They felt that although Harry was rich, no matter how rich he was, he could not deal with a group of ordinary inheritance. "Then what should we do?" Jen was a little anxious. Barry and Felton did not care. They were very confident in Harry. Even Matthew is not a match for Harry. These people are no longer a threat to him. Those cars were parked in the same spot and did not move. Many people got off the cars to check what had happened. When they saw more than 20 sports cars blocking the entrance, they were also shocked. "There are so many sports cars blocking the school gate. Who are they?" "Does the security guard at the entrance not care about this matter?" They looked like heirs. The security guards definitely won't dare to interfere in this matter. They seem to have come with ill intentions. The president got out of the car. Killian and the rest blocked their car at the school gate. When the security guards at the gate saw the situation, they hid in the on-duty room and did not come out, allowing the group of people to flaunt their power at the school gate. They weren't stupid either. They were just security guards at the school gate. How could they provoke more than 20 thugs? "This is a beauty, Killian," one of them said. Killian and the others immediately cried out when they saw Chelsea get out of the car. "Beauty, come and play with us. We have all kinds of fun here. I'm driving a sports car worth millions today. Let's go for a ride together. Beauty, if you come with me to the mall, I'll buy you a new phone, okay?" Episode 60. Thugs. Chelsea saw that it was a group of hooligans blocking the door. What they said was also unpleasant to hear. She said angrily, "What are you doing? This is a school, not a place you can mess around. Hurry up and move the car." "Beauty, you're still angry. Don't take that low-class bus anymore. You'd better take my sports car." Although Killian was rich, he did not have experience. He did not know that the car in front of him was worth tens of millions. He thought it was just a nice bus. That's right, it's a low-class bus. Are there any other female classmates? Call them down together. I'll bring you guys to have some fun. If you guys don't leave soon, I'll call the police, Chelsea said angrily. Call the police? In Maryland, no police dare to arrest us. The group of people laughed loudly, seeming very arrogant. These people were able to drive a sports car to Maryland University to pick up girls. It was obvious that they had some influence in their family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done such a thing. Of course, they were not afraid that Chelsea would call the police. Chelsea was just an ordinary student. At this time, seeing that the police could not scare them and that they still had a fearless look, she was a little panicked. She also did not know how to deal with it. Harry walked out of the car and patted Chelsea's shoulder. Let me handle it. Harry, Chelsea saw Harry's indifferent look. Clearly, he did not take the scene in front of her seriously. She felt very at ease. Whenever she encountered difficulties, Harry would always appear and easily solve the biggest problem for her. This time, Harry would also not make Chelsea feel troubled. He would not hesitate to help her solve the problem in front of her. They seem to have a lot of power, Harry, Chelsea still asked worriedly. Harry smiled at her. Don't worry. The students who came down from the luxurious bus to check on the situation saw that Killian and the other hooligans were obviously here to cause trouble. They were a little worried that Chelsea would get hurt. After all, these people did not look like they were to be trifled with. These people are too arrogant. Not only are they blocking the school gate, but they also dare to cause trouble in the face of the $10 million RV? These people are all heirs. They're not afraid of anything. I think Harry has gotten into trouble. Do you think Harry is stronger, or are these people stronger? I don't know either. However, I think Harry can't afford to offend so many things. Harry has already gotten out of the RV. Let's see how he deals with it. Killian saw Harry getting out of the RV, and he even intimately patted Chelsea's shoulder. He became angry in his heart. I'm warning you, don't be a meddlesome, Killian stood up and warned. When Chelsea got out of the car, Killian was stunned. He did not expect that such a beautiful girl would appear here. She looked very pure and did not have the mature temperament of a woman in society. When Chelsea loudly argued with them, Killian was not angry. Instead, he was attracted by Chelsea's anger look. I like her. I must have her today, Killian said fiercely. Killian, these cars belong to the Star Moon. If we do this, there should be no problem, right? The follower behind Killian said in a low voice. Tisk, so what if it's the Star Moon? Didn't my family build those few buildings? I'll stop their car today. What can they do to me? Killian said with a cold snort. Of course, he couldn't afford to offend Mr. Cross from the Star Moon, but he didn't think it was a big deal to stop the carriage. Killian, you're the strongest, his followers flattered him. Killian said proudly, I must get this girl today. No matter what happens, I'll take her. Killian, don't worry. We will not make way for her today. We will only leave when this girl gets into Killian's car, the group said. Killian had the capital to be crazy. His father was involved in construction work, and his company was almost monopolizing the construction market in Maryland. Once his family took over the project, he could transfer it to his followers' company. These followers followed Killian to eat. They had to listen to Killian's orders and do whatever he said. They would never dare to disobey him. Killian has taken a fancy to this girl. Hurry up and hand her over. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. The followers pointed at Harry and shouted. Hurry up and make way for me, or I'll make you regret it, Harry said coldly. You are very arrogant. I want to see how you'll make us regret it. After Killian said that, he waved his hand and the followers behind him prepared to roll up their sleeves and attack. Mr. Parker, let me handle these people. June followed Harry out of the RV and said her duty was to protect Harry's safety. Now that they had encountered a group of troublemakers, it was time for her to make a move. In June's eyes, Killian and the others were just useless trash. With Harry's identity, how could he deal with them personally? A few thugs had yet to rush over when they saw June and stopped in their tracks. This woman is even more beautiful, the red-haired man howled again. Killian and his followers were all staring at her. This was the first time that they had such a beautiful woman like June. The desire in their eyes was about to turn into flames. Killian said with a crazy expression, "I want this woman too. You guys help me snatch her." He originally wanted to passively wait for the girl to take the initiative to get into his car, but Chelsea and June in front of him were not the kind of woman who would get into his car. Killian was full of greed at this moment, so he directly let people rob him. He had done this kind of thing many times. As long as he spent some money after the incident and used some methods to threaten the victims, he would be fine. Nowadays, rich and powerful people can do whatever they want. When the boss spoke, a group of followers immediately rushed over. "You guys are too arrogant in front of the school's entrance in broad daylight," someone said in a frightened voice. At this time, the school's entrance was already surrounded by students, but the students did not dare to get too close. "Don't you see who these people are? The families are rich and powerful as they can do whatever they want. We can't just watch the president and that beauty get bullied by these people. Let's go and help them." "If you want to go and help them. I don't dare. I can't afford to offend these people." "Isn't Harry very powerful? Let him deal with them." "Harry will also be at a disadvantage this time. How can he deal with more than 20 thugs?" Everyone felt that Harry, Chelsea, and June were going to suffer, even though they also felt resentment towards these arrogant thugs in their hearts. But they were all ordinary families, and no one dared to cause trouble. People originally thought that Harry would be knocked down to the ground, and Chelsea and June would also be taken away. Harry, on the other hand, stood in the same place without moving. He looked calm and relaxed, as if those who rushed over were all air. The punches and kicks of those people were about to land on Harry's body. A figure flashed in front of Harry. She spun, kicked, and threw a punch. In the blink of an eye, everyone heard a concentrated crack. Episode 61. Sinister. The following scene stunned everyone. The thugs who rushed over weren't so tough at all. They were knocked down to the ground by June. They rolled on the ground in pain, but not a single one of them could get up. My God, is she some kind of superhero? This girl knows Kung Fu. Oh my God, she's too amazing. I was mesmerized by her kicks. In the RV, Barry and the others wanted to rush down, but before they can get out of the RV, the thugs were already lying on the ground. The two of them looked at each other. Who is this girl? June had a very slim figure. No one would have thought that such a thin girl could beat a group of boys, let alone beat them up so quickly. Only Harry knew that June had shown mercy. Training in his family was taken very seriously. June was trained to kill as well as disarm. These people were still lying on the ground and gasping for breath. They could be considered lucky. Damn it! Killian looked at his followers who were lying on the ground, and his face turned pale with fright. However, he only panicked a little, and his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Great! This woman is very rare. Killian was very excited. He thought he had seen countless women, but he never seen such a beautiful woman who was so good at fighting. June raised her long and straight legs just now. The way she spun and kicked people was really charming. Pretty girl, come with me. I will give you whatever you want. You could choose any sport car or villa you want. Killian shouted loudly. Killian believed that as long as he said these two conditions, there would be no woman who wouldn't be moved. Sure enough, June paused for a moment and then walked towards him expressionlessly. Seeing that she actually walked over, Killian was so excited that he could not stand anymore. Right? As long as you follow me, you could buy whatever you want in the future. I'll let you spend as much money as you want. Chelsea looked at June's back and frowned. She did not know what she meant. Did she really want to follow this scumbag? She turned to look at Harry and saw a smile on his face. He looked at Killian with a mocking look. June walked in front of Killian and stretched out her hand. Killian was overjoyed and also reached out his hand. However, in the next second, Killian could not laugh anymore. June slapped Killian's face and made him spin twice on the spot before falling to the ground. Killian spat out a mouthful of blood, and there were 2 teeth in it. Killian! The other followers behind Killian were shocked by the situation. The girl was too cruel. The few people who were scared did not dare to face June again. They could only choose to escape. They hurriedly helped Killian up from the ground. Killian's mind was blank at this moment. He felt dizzy. After being pulled up, he could not even stand. Harry saw that the situation was about right. He did not want to delay any longer, so he walked forward and said, "Do you know what regret means? Get the hell out of here. What are you being arrogant for? Do you think that I'll be frightened by you just like that? Do you believe that I can get hundreds of people to come and kill you with just a phone call?" Killian stared at Harry and said. Harry was angered by him. "I will give you 10 seconds. If you don't make way for me, you will regret it." "Do you think you're a god? Do you know who I am? I can make you wish you were never born," Killian shouted angrily. 10, 9, Harry's face was cold as he counted down. Killian saw that he could not threaten Harry, so he shouted at his followers, "Call for help." "Shut up," a voice suddenly sounded. Benedict ran over from nowhere and gave Killian a kick. "Benedict?" Killian shouted in surprise. "Don't cause trouble here," Benedict said sternly. Killian was a little confused. He did not know why Benedict was angry at him. Benedict's family did real estate development. Basically, his family was the reason Killian was so wealthy. They had an arrangement. Benedict's family would have a development in mind and have Killian's family to do the construction. If Benedict didn't give the project to Killian's family wouldn't be able to survive. Benedict was not in the mood to explain to Killian. He ran to Harry and bowed. "Mr. Parker, our brothers are not sensible. I apologize on behalf of them. Please forgive them generously." "Why are you apologizing to him?" Killian shouted. "Shut up! How dare you offend Mr. Parker? Are you tired of living?" Benedict turned around and roared. He respectfully said to Harry, "They are young and naive and don't know when they should be arrogant and when they shouldn't." Harry looked at Benedict with a puzzled look. Although Benedict had been severely beaten up by him in the past, Harry felt that his attitude should not be so humble. Harry did not think that Benedict was really afraid of him, but now he looked at Benedict's respectful expression. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he still softened his attitude. He did not think any more and waved his hand, saying, "Ask them to move the car. I'm leaving here." "No problem." Benedict quickly nodded. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and drive the car away." A group of thugs ran into their respective cars and made way to the school entrance. Since he had achieved his goal, Harry did not want to entangle with these people anymore. He brought Chelsea and June and turned around and walked into the RV. The motorcade started again and they drove out of the schools. Killian looked at the motorcade that was leaving and asked in confusion, "Benny, who was that person just now? What's your attitude towards him?" Benedict's face revealed a trace of a cold smile. "He is a man who is about to die." Killian was very confused. "A man who is about to die? But why are you so polite to him?" "What do you know? You almost ruined my plan today. Get lost," Benedict said impatiently. "Let's go." Killian quickly left with his group of people. In the car, Barry said to Harry happily, "You're still the best. Benedict used to be so arrogant, but now he's so humble in front of you." Yeah, those people just now were dumb jocks. Even Benedict did not dare to provoke Harry, but they were very arrogant. In the end, they still lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. Belton nodded and said. All the girls looked at Harry with admiration. Just now, Harry had faced more than 20 thugs alone. His indifferent look had fascinated them. Even Benedict had become very respectful in front of him. One should know that Benedict's family was in real estate. His family was rich and powerful, but he was still suppressed by Harry in the end. This is all thanks to June. Otherwise, I wouldn't have solved it so easily. Harry laughed lightly. He nodded at June to show his appreciation. Episode 62. Tracking. June had obtained the recognition of her young master. Her cold face actually had a trace of blush. That's right, June was so powerful just now, She was not afraid, even when facing so many boys, and even defeated them. Chelsea was standing closest to them, and Chelsea was shocked by June's ability. "June, why are you so strong?" Jen asked. "I know a little kung fu." June recovered her expressionless face and replied simply. Everyone wanted to ask again how she trained so well, but seeing June's expression, they knew she was unwilling to say more, so they did not ask anymore. Very quickly, everyone stopped talking about this matter and turned to another topic. However, the people behind were all discussing what happened just now. Harry's identity doesn't seem to be so simple anymore. Benedict was very respectful to him. That's right, Benedict's family is one of the top families in Maryland. Even still, he lowered his head when he met Harry. I can't imagine Harry's family background is that great. He isn't simply the owner of the Star Moon Hotel. Who was that girl just now? She kicked so much ass? Her name is June, a transfer student who just arrived. In Harry's car, Barry and Felton were curiously looking at the various equipment in the RV. When they encountered something they did not understand, they pulled Harry to let him explain. This super RV, which was worth more than $10 million, was extremely luxurious. The space inside was very spacious, and it was divided into 2 levels. The upper level was the master bedroom and the guest room. If the RV was parked, the upper level could be opened as a viewing platform. The lower level was the kitchen, as well as the living room and the bar. There were all kinds of entertainment facilities inside. This RV was really like a moving fortress. A few girls were sitting on soft and comfortable leather sofas, holding drinks that the service staff had brought over, discussing Harry. Among these people, Chelsea and Jen were the most familiar with Harry. The other 2 girls, who were picked by Barry and Felton, were very unfamiliar with Harry. One of them was called Shannon, and the other was called Margaret. Since they were invited by Felton, they were naturally beautiful. Shannon was not tall and had baby fat on her face. She was very cute and was Barry's type. Margaret was tall and had a well-proportioned body. Her short and neat hair were very energetic. She was the type that Felton liked. Although they had all gotten into the RV, it was still uncertain whether Barry and Felton would succeed or not. At this time, they were studying the equipment in the RV and did not pay any attention to the 2 girls. Harry was very helpless. They did not know how to seize the opportunity. They were too stupid. Harry shook his head. He wanted to help them, so he said, "Did the 2 of you forget the main purpose of this event?" Barry and Felton were puzzled. "What is the main purpose?" "We just want to enjoy ourselves with you." "Can't you guys be a little more promising? Go and chase after girls," Harry said angrily. "It's all your fault that your RV is too luxurious." The 2 of them came to realization and quickly ran to the 2 girls' side. The 2 girls' family background was average. At this moment, sitting in a luxury RV worth $10 million, they felt like they were dreaming. They were very careful, afraid of touching something, so they sat at the edge of the sofa and didn't dare to move. "Margaret, guess how much money Harry's family has? I heard that this RV alone is worth more than $10 million, Shannon said in a low voice. "I don't know, but we're really lucky to be in this RV. I think this is the only chance in my life," Margaret also replied in a low voice. They were not familiar with everyone and did not even know each other, but they could sit together and chat at this time. You see, they seem to be very open-minded. They should be very familiar with Harry. "I'm very introverted," Shannon said. "Me too. I don't know where to put my hands now." Margaret nodded. She felt the same way. She originally felt that sitting in the super RV was a kind of luck. But when she really sat in it, she immediately felt a little inferior. She felt that she could not raise her head in front of others. "If my future husband could have such a vehicle, how beautiful would it be if he could bring me around the world?" Shannon said with a look of yearning. "Isn't there a ready-made person in front of you? As long as you get Harry's love, he can bring you around the solar system without any problem," Margaret said. "Stop joking. Before getting into the RV, I still had some fantasies, but after I saw them, I knew that it was possible, especially June. She was too beautiful. She also knew martial arts. Compared to her, I'm just an ugly duckling. Shannon looked at June enviously and said, "That may not be the case. Maybe Harry has a unique taste and he likes an ugly duckling like you," Margaret teased. "Really?" Shannon took it seriously and her eyes immediately lit up. "You really believe that?" Margaret was instantly speechless. In fairy tales, this kind of thing happened all the time. The prince falls in love with the princess for who she is and instead of her looks. But that was just a fairy tale. "Ladies, what are you talking about? It's so lively." Barry's face suddenly appeared in front of them. Shannon, who was immersed in her beautiful fantasy, saw the dark face suddenly appear in front of her and immediately woke up in shock. Felton was shy whenever he met a girl. He followed behind Barry and could not speak. Felton saw Barry shamelessly sitting next to Shannon, and Felton's face turned red. He slowly moved closer to Margaret. Margaret, on the other hand, seemed very generous. She could tell what Felton meant. She generously gave up some seats and said, "Take a seat." Harry shook his head as he watched. He thought, "This is all I could do. Then you guys can work hard on your own." Harry clapped his hands. When everyone looked over, he said, "We still need to drive for more than 3 hours to reach the southern mountains. There is some singing equipment in the car. Why don't we sing?" "Sure," everyone cheered. Sasha and Helena were the most enthusiastic among them. They had never given up on Harry. They could not give up on Harry, the super rich heir. They had to keep pestering him until the end. Now that Harry suggested singing, the two of them felt that their chance had come. They wanted to perform well in front of Harry. Therefore, Harry asked someone to turn on the equipment. The RV was suddenly filled with joyful singing. And behind the motorcade, there was a black car following closely behind. In the car, Matthew's eyes were filled with crazy hatred. He stared at Harry's motorcade. Episode 63, Unconscious. The convoy has reached the mountains. According to the plan of the event, everyone would get off at the foot of the mountain and walk up the mountain. They would collect rubbish along the way and do some environmental work. Chelsea went to the front to organize the team. Sasha and Helena reluctantly got out of the RV. Just a little more than 3 hours on the road, after they experienced the luxurious entertainment in the RV, how could they be willing to work hard to climb the mountain? Moreover, they still had to go and pick up trash. "Harry, let's play in the RV. Let's not climb the mountain. It's so tiring," Sasha said bitterly. "It's so comfortable in the RV. There's also air conditioning and cold drinks. It's so hot that climbing the mountain will cause heat stroke." Helena also used her hands to fan the wind. "Like you two will be the only ones doing hard work. Take it." Harry impolitely stuffed the tent into their hands. "What is this? It's so heavy." Sasha and Helena did not catch it, and the tent fell to the ground. "The tent you will use at night," Harry said. "We're staying in a tent tonight?" The two of them cried out foolishly. The two of them thought that they could stay in the RV. The bed on the second floor of the RV was very big. They might even have a night raid at night and sleep with Harry. They did not expect to go into the mountain to stay in the tent. "It's fine if you don't want to stay in the tent. No one will care if you lie in the forest," Harry said as he carried his tent and walked towards the main group. Jen followed him silently. She walked behind Harry and was inseparable from him. The others also found Harry. Sasha and Helena looked at each other for a while. They could only carry their bags and bitterly chase after Harry. The others had also been allocated tents. These were all sponsored by Harry. Each of them had a tent, as well as a waterproof mat and blanket for the night, as well as insect repellent. Just these things alone cost Harry more than $200,000. Chelsea once again reiterated the rules to everyone. They had to listen to orders and were not allowed to act alone. Everyone began to enter the mountain under the leadership of the student union. The mountain path was easy to walk at first, and it was a wide road made of cement. The air in the mountain was fresh and clean, and the environment was quiet and serene. When they had just set off, they still felt fresh and excited. They were laughing and joking along the way. However, after they had walked for a while, many people began to cry out in pain. They wanted to retreat. Wouldn't be much of an event if they only walked a little right. Chelsea's expression was serious as she reprimanded those who wanted to go back. She made them give up on the idea of going back. Harry, I really can't walk anymore. Sasha felt so tired that she was about to fall over. We are already very far behind the main group. If we don't catch up to the main group, we'll be left behind, Harry said. I can't walk anymore, Helena said, leaning on a wooden stick she picked up. Harry was speechless at these two. They were clearly the results of a sheltered upbringing. Nothing more than a waste of air. Look at Shannon. She is so thin and weak, yet she did not shout tired. Where did the two of you get so pampered that you can't hike a little? Hurry up. The main group in front should be about to reach the resting place, Harry urged. When he finished speaking, he saw that Jen was also in a tired state. Harry took off the bag on her back and helped her carry it. Harry, you better give me the bag. It's too heavy for you to carry 2 bags, Jen said. Harry smiled. It's fine. We'll be at the resting place in a while. These 2 steps won't cost me much. Jen was touched. She smiled sweetly at Harry. The way the two of them looked at each other made Sasha and Helena so jealous that they went crazy. Why did Harry not help them carry their bags? Barry and Felton saw Harry help Jen lighten the load, so they did the same and took Shannon and Margaret's bags. After they exchanged their thanks with the 2 girls, they suddenly felt light all over their bodies. They did not feel that the bags were heavy anymore. Harry, drink some water and rest. Chelsea saw Harry and handed him a bottle of water. Thank you. Harry took it and unscrewed the cap. He drank a few mouthfuls. President, why did you only give Harry water? Why didn't you give it to us? Barry screamed. Chelsea rolled her eyes at him. If you want water, go get it yourself. At this moment, everyone was sitting in groups of 2 or 3 in the shade to rest. They held water bottles in their hands to replenish their water and exchanged a few words from time to time. Why does this mineral water feel different from usual? It tastes sweet when drinking it. You don't understand, right? This water is from a special spring. The vendor sells it for $100 a bottle. Fuck, so expensive. Who would buy that? Just because you're poor doesn't mean others are poor as well. It's said that this water was collected directly from the ice spring at the top of a tall mountain. It contains all kinds of microelements that are beneficial to the human body. Rich people drink this water. Sigh. I don't understand the world of rich people. As these people spoke, they looked at Harry with envious eyes. This was the water Harry chose to bring on the trip. He bought enough for everyone to have plenty of water. President, someone fainted. Chelsea was chatting with Harry when she suddenly heard a shout that made her stand up immediately. Who fainted? It's Lily. She was fine just now, but suddenly she fell to the ground. When the crowd heard this, they surrounded her and looked at the girl who fell to the ground. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes were tightly closed, and her forehead was constantly sweating. Did she have a heat stroke? Is she sick? What should we do? This place is so remote. If she really is sick, we won't be able to save her in time. Chelsea was anxious. If it was in the team, if there was an accident during the event, as a president of Students' Union, she would not be able to avoid punishment. President, what should we do? That's right. Quickly think of a way. Harry walked over to take a look and said, Don't worry, I will call the rescue team over. It's easy for you to say. We've been walking in the mountain for so long, and now it's so far away from the outside, and we can't even drive an RV in. How can they make it here in time? A boy said unhappily. The male student hugged Lily, and his heart was full of panic. He shouted at Chelsea. It's all your fault. Just now my girlfriend said that she wanted to go back and you did not agree. Now she fainted. If anything happens to her, I will definitely not let you off. Yeah, Chelsea did this. It's also not right. How could she force a person with poor health to climb the mountain? That's right. Now she has gotten herself into big trouble. Everyone discussed and cast dissatisfied gazes at Chelsea. Chelsea heard the students criticizing her and felt wronged in her heart. Her eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to refute, but did not know how to say it. Forget it. I can't count on you either. I will carry Lily down the mountain myself. As the boy spoke, He was about to carry Lily down the mountain. "You are too reckless. I've already said that the rescue personnel will arrive soon. Put her down and wait for the professionals to come and save her," Harry shouted. Episode 64. Rescue Personnel. Harry was very angry in his heart. These people accused Chelsea for no reason. They could not tell right from wrong at all. "Do you think we have to listen to you because you sponsored this event?" Lily's boyfriend said angrily. "That's right. How can you command others? Can you do whatever you want with money? This is a matter of life and death. I'm not waiting for a second. It's too dangerous to stay in the mountains. I'll go back too. I will also go back. If I faint like Lily, I'll be finished." Many people criticized Harry again, dissatisfied with his instructions. Harry said angrily, "Okay, if you're willing to go back, then go back. But Lily must wait here for the rescue personnel to come over." Chelsea pulled Harry. "Let them hurry down the mountain. They cannot delay any longer." Harry shook his head. "No, that will be too slow." "Why do you still want to leave them behind? The rescue team would not be able to arrive here very quickly," someone accused Harry. As soon as his voice faded, the sound of a propeller cutting through the air could be heard in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a helicopter flying towards them. "I said the rescue team will be here soon. Why don't you believe me?" Harry said. Everyone was dumbfounded. "A rescue helicopter!" Harry saw Chelsea looking at him happily. He smiled and said, "I have long prepared for an emergency situation. The helicopter has been waiting at the foot of the mountain. Later, the helicopter will send people to the foot of the mountain. There is also a specialized rescue vehicle in the convoy. The equipment inside is not inferior to the hospital. Lily will definitely be able to get help at that first time." "Harry, you are too awesome!" Barry howled. The arrival of the rescue helicopter shocked everyone. A girl fainted and a helicopter came to pick her up. The helicopter hovered at a low altitude and put down the basket. A rescue personnel followed and did a simple check on the fainted Lily. "It's nothing. She just had a heat stroke," the rescue personnel said. When everyone heard that Lily was not sick, they all heaved a sigh of relief. "Take her down the mountain," Harry said. "Yes," the rescue personnel said respectfully. After saying that, he brought Lily back to the helicopter. The helicopter turned around and flew down the mountain. "You should be relieved now," Harry said to Lily's boyfriend. "I was too anxious just now. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry." Lily's boyfriend broke out in cold sweat. Only now did he remember that he was too anxious just now. He was very rude to Harry. He was just an ordinary student. If Harry was dissatisfied with him, then he would not be able to bear the revenge of an heir. "The helicopter will send your girlfriend to the rescue vehicle at the foot of the mountain. You can go down the mountain to find her. And those who wanted to leave just now, you can also go back to school," Harry said coldly. Harry did not want to keep these people. The people who had criticized Harry and Chelsea looked at each other. They presently regretted that they let their emotions get the best of them. Moreover, the logistics supply here was too strong. They had no worries at all. Besides, there were also delicacies provided by the five-star hotels here. "Harry, I'm sorry, but we still want to stay. Yes, we don't want to leave." Chelsea saw the sincerity in these people's words. She looked at Harry with a questioning look in her eyes. "It's fine if you're willing to stay, but you're not allowed to enjoy the things I provide," Harry said coldly. They were shocked. If Harry did not allow them to use the things he sponsored, then their tents, food, and even water would be gone. Then they would have nothing left. They could not possibly run wild in the mountains to survive. "Weren't you very enthusiastic when you criticized the president and Harry? Now that the matter has been resolved, what arrogance do you have to use Harry's things again? Hurry up and get the hell out of here." Sasha pointed at the noses of these people and scolded them without any hesitation. She was not a good person. "This is $100 per bottle of water. Can you guys afford it? You guys are actually complaining about Harry? Are you guys still human? You're not welcome here. Get lost." Helena did not show weakness either. She pointed at these people and cursed. The two of them were trying to find a sense of existence in front of Harry. It would be best if they could gain Harry's favorable impression. Harry was quite happy that the two of them came forward to help. At least they didn't get to know each other for nothing. These few people are really useless. They still have the nerve to stay and continue to eat and drink. Their skin is really thick. The surrounding people also looked at them with disdain. These few people were scolded by Sasha and Helena until they could not raise their heads. They ran down the mountain with their tails between their legs. It will be noon after this delay. I don't think we should leave anymore. Let's just eat lunch here. Harry looked at the time and suggested Chelsea. Okay, I will listen to you. Chelsea felt that she had completely lost her self-control. She would listen to whatever Harry said. Everyone, get ready. We will leave after lunch here, Chelsea shouted loudly. Everyone cheered. Finally, they could taste the long-awaited 5-star feast. Harry smiled and picked up his phone to inform the people at the foot of the mountain to prepare food. After a short while, the helicopter flew over again. Inside the basket that was put down was everyone's lunch. Don't push. Receive according to the order. Everyone has it. Those who don't have enough will come and receive it, Chelsea shouted as she maintained the order. Barry carried 2 lunch boxes and ran in front of Shannon. Here, I brought your lunch. Thank you, Shannon smiled and nodded. She picked up the lunchbox in her hand and found that it was very exquisite. After opening it, there were exquisite dishes, fruits, and desserts inside. All kinds of sumptuous food were gathered in a small lunchbox, but they were arranged in an orderly manner and would not mix together to affect the taste. Wow, it's so sumptuous, so exquisite. Some of the students who opened the lunchbox couldn't help but exclaim, "It's delicious." Although I'm craving it now, I really can't bear to eat such exquisite food. It's too beautiful. It's simply like a painting. Although it was just a simple lunchbox, it was prepared by a 5-star chef's kitchen. This was definitely not cheap. Episode 65, Camp. Let me tell you, this is a simple meal. Last time, Harry and I had breakfast in the Star Moon Hotel. I ordered a serving of North Sea snowfish and directly sent a special plane to deliver the freshest dish. That's what I call delicious. While eating, Barry did not forget to show off to Shannon. Really? You have to be joking. Shannon covered her mouth in shock. I'm not joking at all. I will bring you to experience it another day, Barry said very casually. You will take me there? You're not the owner of the Star Moon Hotel, Shannon said. Harry is right. We are good friends. Barry patted his chest and said. Shannon felt that Barry was bragging, but she still nodded. Okay. Harry was wild with joy. Then it's settled. I'll find some time to ask you out. Felton looked at him with his mouth wide open. He thought Barry was too cheap. He took Harry's things and tried to please other girls. He really is not a thing. He turned his head and said to Margaret, I will take you there too. Margaret nodded her head with a look of yearning, indicating that she agreed. Everyone was focused on enjoying the feast sponsored by Harry. They were full of praise for the delicious food. In the shadows of the forest, a pair of bloodshot eyes were looking at Harry. Who was in the crowd? This person was Matthew. He had followed him all the way here to attack Harry. However, Harry had been in the crowd all this time, and Matthew could not find a good time to attack him. He couldn't expose himself. If that was the case, he would die together with Harry. Matthew looked at these people enjoying the delicious food. He was hungry as well. He could only turn around and hide. He took out the lunch he had prepared before going up the mountain and started eating it. But the fragrance of the vegetables drifting over from afar made the lunch in Matthew's hands taste less and less delicious. Harry, I must kill you. Matthew angrily threw the lunch onto the ground. After a while, he could not help the hunger in his stomach. He picked it up and blew the dirt off of it and continued to eat. It's all your fault that I ate this crappy steamed bun today. Just wait, you won't live long. After lunch, everyone put away their utensils. After resting for a while, they set off again. Before they left, Chelsea said to everyone, "Everyone, cheer up. Harry said that we will hold a bonfire party and all kinds of barbecue dinner when we arrive to the campsite." Everyone jumped and cheered happily. The delicious food at noon was already very enjoyable. Wouldn't the barbecue dinner at night be even more delicious? "Harry, I love you," many girls shouted in high-pitched voices. With the motivation of a good dinner, everyone was full of energy and excitement. "Harry, what do you have for the barbecue tonight? Can you introduce us first?" Harry asked while drooling. "I think I won't talk about it for now. I'll leave you with some anticipation," Harry said with a smile. "Don't, I'm just curious." Barry chased after Harry and asked, but he couldn't get anything out of him. Jen and Chelsea walked together. Jen said with some jealousy, "Harry did all this for you, right?" Chelsea was stunned and said, "Originally it was just a sponsor, but I also did not expect him to give so much and do it so seriously." Just the sponsorship fee for Chelsea alone was $300,000. To Chelsea, this was simply an astronomical figure. She even felt a little frightened. "Harry treats you pretty well, too. He has also contributed a lot to the champion of the international clothing design competition," Chelsea said. Jen was silent. Harry had given her a lot, and she did not know how to thank him. After Jen won the championship of the international fashion design competition, Jen's name had spread throughout the entire fashion industry. Many companies had sent people to contact her and offered her a salary of $10 million per year to hire her. However, Jen dismissed all of these invitations with the excuse that she was still in school. She had been waiting for Harry. She was waiting to do something to repay Harry. Chelsea saw that Jen did not speak and smiled and also became silent. She turned around to look at Jen, who was beside Harry, and her eyes revealed a complicated look. After a busy afternoon and cleaning up a lot of rubbish, everyone finally arrived at the campground of the first day. The campground was located on a riverbank under a valley. The terrain here was flat and open and could accommodate a few hundred people camping. "Everyone, set up your tents first and use insect repellent in advance." Chelsea got busy again and patrolled the entire temporary camp. Harry put down his bag and took a breath before starting to set up his tent. He saw Jen was a little at a loss and smiled. "Put it down first. I'll help you later." Jen, however, said, "I will help you." As she spoke, she helped Harry. Harry nodded. While everyone was setting up their tents, the sound of a helicopter could be heard from the sky once again. This time, the helicopter did not stop in the air, but directly landed by the river. Luckily, there was enough space here. Everyone looked at the helicopter with a fervent expression. They all knew that tonight's feast had been delivered. As expected, after the helicopter hatch opened, the first thing that was pushed down were all kinds of advanced barbecue equipment and tools. When the helicopter took off and came back again, it sent over all kinds of top-quality ingredients and high-grade seasonings. Even the chefs came over. 7 or 8 chefs from the Star Moon Hotel, dressed in chef attire, walked in front of Harry and said in unison, "Chairman, hello. We are the chefs of the hotel. We are here to serve you." "You guys go ahead and do your work," Harry nodded. "Do you see that? The head chef of the Star Moon Hotel is cooking for us. I thought Harry was just providing food. The head chef of a 5-star hotel is cooking for us personally. I can't wait any longer." "Harry, isn't it a little too much of a waste for you to do this?" Chelsea pondered for a moment and could not help but ask. Episode 66, Party. Chelsea felt that Harry was treating her so well. She was really a little panicky. After all, she was an ordinary student. How could she repay Harry? But she did not know that all these expenses were really nothing to Harry. Compared to Harry's huge family property, this was not even pocket change. Harry smiled and said, "What's there to waste?" Being able to participate in such an event and have fun with everyone is also a rare memory for me. This money is worth it. At this time, the huge bonfire had already been lit. The students surrounded the bonfire and laughed, and some people started dancing. Some were even pulling their friends to take pictures. It was a scene of singing and laughing. Chelsea looked at Harry. "Harry, let's go and help the head chef. I think they won't be able to handle it." Barry ran over and shouted. The 8 head chefs wanted to provide a sumptuous barbecue meal for more than 300 people. It was indeed very busy for a while. Barry still had a lot of people who could not wait to enjoy the delicious food. So he took the initiative to do small work that was within his ability and sped up the work of the chefs. "Why don't we also go and help?" Chelsea asked. Harry shook his head. "No need. There are enough people here. We'll only get in the way." Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard. Harry turned his head to look. It turned out that Jen went to the riverside to wash her hands. When she came back, she sprained her ankle on the gravel stall by the riverside. Jen cried out in pain and looked like she was about to fall. Harry quickly rushed over to support her and asked, "Are you all right?" Jen frowned tightly and said, "My leg hurts." Harry squatted down and rolled up her pants. Her ankle swelled up. "The helicopter is still here." Harry wanted Jen to go to the foot of the mountain to receive treatment, but Jen interrupted him. "No need. Isn't there a medicine box in the tent? I just saw that there was some painkillers and a splint inside. I should be fine after applying some." "That won't do. We still have to continue climbing the mountain tomorrow. Your feet are swollen like this. How are you going to leave?" "It shouldn't be a big deal. If I haven't recovered by tomorrow, it won't be too late for me to go down the mountain," Jen insisted. Harry thought for a while and nodded. "All right, I'll help you to the tent first." As he spoke, he carefully helped Jen walk a few steps. However, it was very inconvenient for the two of them to help her walk on the rocky beach. Harry simply picked Jen up and walked away. Look, Jen was carried by Harry. If I was carried by Harry like this, I would definitely be very happy. The two of them went into the tent. Chelsea happened to be standing at the side. When she heard this, she immediately became unhappy. Jen's ankle was sprained. Harry carried her to the tent to rest. In fact, she was a little jealous of Jen now. In the tent, after Harry put Jen down, Jen's heart was still beating uncontrollably. Just now, she was held in Harry's arms and was even seen by so many classmates. She was so embarrassed that she could not even raise her head. At this moment, after seeing Harry put her down, not only did he not go out, but he even took off her shoes. She immediately panicked. "Harry, what are you doing?" "Don't move. I will help you apply the medicine." As Harry spoke, he took out the medicine and rubbed it hard on his hand. He then grabbed Jen's ankle and slowly rubbed it. The touch from the opposite sex and the stimulation from the medicine made Jen unable to help but make a sound. Jen quickly covered her mouth, and her face was so red that it was about to burn. Harry smiled and said, "Is this comfortable or painful?" Jen was embarrassed and angry. She said coquettishly, "You're so naughty." Harry estimated that he used some strength in his hands. Jen was suddenly stimulated and could not help but cry out again. "You did it on purpose. I'm not talking to you anymore." After she finished speaking, she buried her head into the blanket like an ostrich. Harry saw that she was shy, so he stopped teasing her. He said, "You should rest for a while. I'm going out." After saying that, he lifted the curtain of the tent and walked out, leaving Jen lying alone in the tent. She looked outside in a daze. She did not know if the effects of the medicine were good or if her ankle sprain was not very serious. When the bonfire party started, Jen's foot was already swollen. Although she still felt a little pain, when she walked, it was not a big deal. "Jen, quickly, come over here." Sasha saw Jen walk out of the tent and called out loudly. "Are you all right? I was thinking of sending you the roasted food," Harry said. Jen smiled. "I don't feel pain anymore. Thank you." "You're welcome. This is for you. This is the most delicious part of the roasted cow." Harry handed over the plate in his hand. "Harry, you always think of Jen," Helena said. Jen said, "I can't eat that much. Helena, come here." You ate so much meat. Aren't you afraid of being full? Sasha opened Helena's hand and said. She said to Harry, Harry, how about we dance for you? Put the music on. As she spoke, she did not wait for Harry to agree. She directly pulled Helena to the open space in front of Harry, and the two of them started dancing with the music. Jen and Chelsea sat beside Harry. The two of them occasionally handed him grilled meat and beer. This scene made many students envious. Two beautiful women performed dance, and two beautiful women served meat and drink. This is the same treatment as an emperor. I'm too envious. I want to have this kind of treatment. You have to have money first. If you have money, you can really do whatever you want. Facing everyone's envious eyes, Harry really enjoyed it. After all, no matter how rich he was no different from other people. He also had emotions. Sasha and Helena looked at Harry's admiring gaze towards their dance. They were pleased in their hearts and danced even more vigorously. This attracted a wave of loud cheers and applause. The bonfire party continued all the way until late at night. They ate and drank until they were full before they went to rest. Harry was lying in the tent. He covered his bloated stomach with a bitter smile. He ate too much at night. The noisy camp slowly quieted down. After playing for the whole night, everyone was tired and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Harry's tent was suddenly pulled open from the outside. A figure came in and woke him up. She said anxiously, Harry, wake up. Chelsea, what's wrong? Harry asked in surprise. He opened his eyes. He was confused for a moment before he saw it was Chelsea. He did not know what she wanted to do. Jen is gone. Episode 67. Taken. What? Harry was still confused. But when he heard this, he immediately woke up. How did Jen disappear in the middle of the night? How did Chelsea know? Harry quickly asked, what happened? Chelsea anxiously said, Jen and I stayed in the same tent. I just woke up and found that she had disappeared. I thought that she might have gone to the bathroom, but I went out to look for her, but I did not see her. Is it because she went a bit further away that you couldn't find her? Harry asked. It's midnight in the deep mountains. How could Jen run far away? Harry, what should we do now? Should we call everyone together to look for her? What if something happens to her? Chelsea felt somewhat guilty in her heart. Just now when Jen went out, she should have followed her. No one knew what kind of accident would happen in the deep mountains. Don't disturb everyone first. It might be a false alarm. Harry thought for a moment and said. Harry looked up and saw June had already appeared outside his tent. He asked, June, come with me to find her. June's tent was close to Harry's. She had already woken up when Chelsea approached. Chelsea was shocked by June's sudden appearance outside the tent. She actually quietly stood behind her, and Chelsea did not notice at all. June asked Chelsea, how long did she disappear for? Chelsea shook her head. I'm not very clear. It should be about half an hour. The three of them did not delay any longer and immediately went out to look for her. The terrain on the riverbank was wide and open. One look was enough to tell if there was anyone here. The only place where Jen could have disappeared was the forest on the east side. June used a flashlight to check the forest and said with certainty, she was kidnapped. What? How is this possible? Who would be here in the middle of the night? Chelsea was shocked. Are you sure? Harry asked. June nodded. She pointed at a few inconspicuous spots and said, these shrubs showed signs of collapsing, which means Jen was dragged away here. Harry frowned and asked, can you find her? June nodded. I can. Then let's hurry and save her. Harry knew how powerful June was. She was the top guard in the family. Tracking was a must-have skill for her. Although they were puzzled as to who had kidnapped Jen, their top priority now was to find her first. It had been more than half an hour. That person might hurt Jen. When Chelsea heard June confirm that Jen was kidnapped, she felt very uneasy. When she saw Harry actually let June take him to find someone, she was even more worried. She pulled Harry and said, call everyone up. We don't know who took Jen away. June shook her head. No, the more there are, the worse it is. Chelsea did not understand the sentence. Harry gave a simple explanation. If there are too many people, there will be a big commotion. We will alert that person. This will not be good for us to save her. Chelsea then nodded her head. Then I will also go. At this time, June had already found traces in the forest. She gestured to Harry to follow. Harry pulled Chelsea to follow behind. At this time, the three of them extinguished the lights in their hands to avoid exposing their location. June walked in front and did not make any noise along the way. Harry and Chelsea also carefully followed behind her and tried to avoid the surrounding branches with light footsteps. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright tonight, so they could more or less see the direction as they walked in the forest. Not long after, June stopped her footsteps and squatted down to pick up a piece of cloth. Harry took a closer look and saw that it was from Jen's clothes that she wore during the day. This is from Jen's clothes, Chelsea came over and said. June observed for a moment and said, the murderer who kidnapped Jen did not have any experience. They do not know how to remove their tracks. Moreover, from the traces of dragging, Jen had been struggling. Dragging a living person in the forest like this would consume a lot of energy. I estimate that we're not far from them. After she finished speaking, she continued to follow the trail. Harry and Chelsea were even more careful and tried their best not to make any noise. After walking for a while, they faintly heard some movements. The three of them were happy, but under June's instructions, they still carefully and slowly moved closer. At this time, in a small open space in the forest, Matthew was sitting on the ground and gasping for breath, and the one tied in front of him was Jen. Matthew followed Harry for the whole day and finally found the opportunity to attack at night. He wanted to catch Harry first, but he didn't expect Jen to come out just as he was about to act. Furthermore, she was heading towards where Matthew was hiding. This made Matthew overjoyed in his heart. He had never planned to let Jen go, but now she had appeared by herself. He took advantage of Jen being unprepared and pounced over to cover her mouth, dragging her into the depths of the forest. Jen came out in the middle of the night to find a place to relieve herself. She regretted not calling Chelsea to come out with her. Suddenly, she was dragged into the forest by a person with her mouth covered. She was so scared that she almost pissed herself. She wanted to scream but couldn't. She could only struggle in vain. However, she was a weak girl and couldn't struggle against Matthew. She was dragged all the way here by him, tied up, and sealed her mouth with tape. Jen, are you very surprised to see me? You didn't expect to fall into my hands, did you? Matthew sneered. Jen's mouth was sealed, so she could only make a little sound. But she could tell that this person was actually Matthew. Wasn't he being held tightly in prison? Why would he appear here? You must be wondering why I'm here. I told you, the woman I like will definitely be mine. Do you think you're safe with Harry around? You're in my hands now. Matthew laughed complacently. Today I will toy with you until you die. Then I will look for Harry. He caused my family to be destroyed, and I will not let him live freely. Jen shook her head hard and whimpered. Do you want to speak? Fine. I'll remove the tape from your mouth right now. You can shout however you want. This place is very far from the camp. No one can hear you, even if you shout until your throat breaks. As Matthew spoke, he tore off the tape from Jen's mouth. Jen took a few deep breaths and said fearfully, Matthew, you're crazy. I'm crazy? Are you scared? When I have rested enough, I will let you be happy for once. Have you had sex with Harry? It doesn't matter. Matthew had dragged Jen all the way here just now, and he was also very tired. Right now, his entire body was weak, and he was powerless to do anything to her. However, Matthew was not in a hurry either. It was only past midnight, and there was still a long way to go. He would go and seek revenge on Harry later, and he had enough time. No one would find out what he had done. Episode 68. Rescue. Jen was in despair. She was tied up tightly and could not break free no matter how hard she struggled. There was no hope of escaping. She was imprisoned by Matthew. Now she could only pray that the people in the camp would find out that she had gone missing. But she also knew that this hope was too slim. Who would find out that she had been kidnapped when everyone was asleep? "Matthew, I'm warning you, if you dare to hurt me, Harry will definitely take revenge on you," Jen shouted. When Matthew heard this, his smile became even more arrogant. He said, "You still hope that Harry will save you? Do you think I will let him see tomorrow's sun? He won't live past tonight." Jen's heart was filled with coldness, and she said, "You want to kill him? Aren't you afraid of being caught? What benefits will you get from doing this?" "Since I dare to do it, of course, I'm not afraid. No one will know that I have killed Harry in the deep mountains. I could disappear and no one would ever know," Matthew said fiercely. He stood up and exercised for a while after saying that. He said, "I have rested enough. Let's have some fun first." Jen saw him walking towards her, and her heart panicked to the extreme. "Someone come! Save me! Harry!" "Just scream. Scream with all your might. See if Harry will come and save you," Matthew teased. "Harry!" Jen used the last of her strength to shout out Harry's name, and then she closed her eyes in despair. "This is the consequence of provoking me. Even if you call Harry over, I could still kill him." Matthew stretched his hands towards Jen, wanting to tear her clothes. "How do you want to kill me?" Harry's voice suddenly came from the forest. The three of them rushed over at the perfect time. If they were any later, Jen would have been raped by Matthew. "Harry!" Jen opened her eyes in surprise. Matthew turned around and saw Harry walking out. He was very surprised. He did not know how Harry found this place. "It really is you. You came at the right time. It saved me the time to look for you." Matthew seemed to have something to rely on, so he did not panic when he saw Harry. "Matthew, you're indeed a bad person to actually use such despicable means against a girl," Harry scolded. "I want to rape your woman. You made me lose everything. What other means do I have that I can't use on you? I didn't think that you would bring two beautiful women with you. Do you think that's not enough for me to rape one woman? Do you want to give me two more women?" Matthew saw June and Chelsea behind Harry and smiled. Harry was too lazy to talk nonsense with Matthew and directly ordered, "June, catch him." "Don't move." Matthew suddenly took out a needle from his body and aimed it at Jen. "This needle contains the poison that I specially prepared for you. As long as I inject a little bit into someone else's body, they will be dead within seconds. Why don't I do an experiment on her for you to see?" The needle in Matthew's hand was filled with an unknown liquid. With his threat, Harry really did not dare to move. "Don't hurt her. Don't involve others in the conflict between me and you," Harry said loudly. Matthew said proudly, "Sure, as long as you come and kneel in front of me." "Harry, don't listen to him!" Jen screamed. Matthew slapped Jen. "Shut up!" Harry shouted. "If you dare hurt her, I will let you live a life worse than death." Matthew did not care about Harry's threat and said, "I have already lived a life worse than death. Why should I be afraid of you? Hurry up and kneel down before me." As he spoke, he placed the needle on Jen's neck. "Okay, I'll go over now." Harry immediately compromised. He looked at June and saw her lightly nod her head. He knew that she was ready. Harry slowly walked over. Matthew looked at Harry proudly. The hatred in his heart for Harry was getting more and more intense. As long as Harry knelt down, he would inject the poison and the needle into Harry's body. He wanted Harry to go to hell and regret everything he had done to him. When Harry was almost in front of Matthew, June quietly raised her hand and pointed the electric gun at Matthew. At this time, Matthew was focusing on his attention to Harry and ignored June's unusual movements. The bullet shot out of the electric gun, hit Matthew's body, and high-voltage electric current instantly flowed throughout Matthew's body. Matthew's body immediately became stiff. Harry took the opportunity to rush forward and kick Matthew out. June also rushed up very quickly. She first kicked away the needle in Matthew's hand with her foot, then kicked at his head with all her strength. Matthew directly fainted. All of this happened at an instant. Harry and June cooperated very well. June was the top guard of the family. If she could not even deal with trash like Matthew, then it would be ridiculous. After Harry kicked Matthew away, he did not care about him anymore and left him to June to deal with. She would not give Matthew a chance to stand up again. June squatted down and untied the rope on Jen's body. Jen rushed over while crying. Harry was tightly hugged by Jen. He could only pat her back to comfort her. It's all right. At this time, June had already taken the rope from Jen's body and tied Matthew up. June whispered, "Sir, what should we do with him?" Harry handed Jen to Chelsea and stood up to look at Matthew, who was lying on the ground. Harry knew that the reason June asked him how to deal with Matthew was to ask Harry if he should kill him directly. Although June looked weak, she was really ruthless when she fought. To be honest, Harry also wanted to kill Matthew now. What Matthew did today was clearly to take Harry's life. How could Harry let him live? "Harry, why don't we call the police? Can you not be impulsive?" Chelsea said. She saw Harry's hesitant look and knew that he might want to kill Matthew. She did not want Harry to kill anyone. Harry sighed. "I'll let Mr. Cross send someone to deal with it." As he spoke, he called Mr. Cross. Although it was late at night, Mr. Cross immediately picked up the phone when he saw that it was Harry calling. "Mr. Parker." Harry briefly told him what had happened. After Mr. Cross heard it, cold sweat never stopped flowing down his body. Matthew actually ran out and almost assassinated Harry. Who bailed Matthew out? "Mr. Parker, I will personally bring someone over. This matter isn't simple. Matthew must have been ordered by someone. Find out who is behind this. Also, don't let me see Matthew ever again." Episode 69. Back to the City. Harry handed Matthew over to Mr. Cross. As for how he would deal with him, Harry didn't care, as long as he could ask the person who brought Matthew out. Jen had suffered quite a fright. It was impossible for her to continue participating in the event tomorrow. After Mr. Cross took Matthew away in a helicopter in the middle of the night, Harry took Jen and June to the helicopter that had been waiting by the riverbank. They were ready to return to the foot of the mountain. "Chelsea, I will take Jen to the foot of the mountain to rest. We will not participate in the rest of the activity," Harry said. Chelsea knew that Jen was not suitable to stay in the mountains. She had suffered such a huge shock that she could not rest well here. She nodded and said, "Okay." In the middle of the night, the loud noise produced by the helicopter's propellers scared everyone awake. They all ran out of the tent. "What's wrong? Is there an earthquake?" "The mountain flood has erupted." The entire camp was in chaos. Harry sat in the helicopter and looked at his classmates who were running around. He silently apologized in his heart. It was not right for them to wake people up in the middle of the night. He only hoped that Chelsea could handle the chaos in the camp. The helicopter soon landed in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. Harry's super RV was parked there. "There is a bathroom in the RV. Go take a hot shower and have a good sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up tomorrow," Harry said to Jen. Jen had been hugging Harry's arm tightly. At this time, when she returned to the RV, standing under the bright light made the fear in her heart lessen a little. She nodded at Harry and said, "Okay. June, you should rest early. Go to the guest bedroom and sleep. I will let Jen sleep with you later. She probably won't be able to sleep by herself because of tonight," Harry said to June again. "Okay." June responded and went to the guest bedroom on the second floor. After Harry settled them down, he opened the wine cabinet. He took out a bottle of red wine and poured it into the glass to drink slowly. He was also very scared tonight. Matthew was too demonic and crazy. He actually wanted to assassinate him and even drag Jen into this. If Chelsea didn't wake up Harry and the rest to find Jen later, the consequences would be unimaginable. Harry drank half a bottle of red wine. He was a little drunk, so he went straight to the master bedroom to lie down and sleep. In his daze, Harry felt a warm body with a scent and a hint of humidity leaning against him. He opened his eyes and found that it was Jen. "Jen, did you not want to sleep in the guest room with June?" he asked. "Why did you come to my room?" Harry was shocked. The light in the bedroom was not turned on. Harry could not see Jen's flushed cheeks. "I don't think I'm afraid when I'm by your side." Jen's voice was as soft as a mosquito. If it wasn't for the silence around them, Harry wouldn't have been able to hear what she said. "Harry, can you hug me?" Harry didn't say anything. Jen had already been frightened and her emotions were very unstable. Harry reached out his hands and held Jen in his arms. "Hold me tight." Jen lowered her head. Jen leaned against Harry's chest for a moment and felt his strong heartbeat. Her frightened emotions finally calmed down. After a moment, she slowly raised her head and kissed Harry with her eyes closed. The ambiguous atmosphere in the bedroom suddenly rose. Harry immediately responded fiercely to the kiss that Jen sent over. After they kissed and touched each other for a while, they had already fallen in love. But just as Harry was about to have sex with her, Jen exclaimed, "What happened?" Harry was puzzled. I'm on my period." Jen covered her face and did not dare to look at Harry. Harry did not think that it was such a coincidence. He could only bear with it. Jen was embarrassed again. "Do you have sanitary pads in your car?" Harry said, "No, I will go ask June if she has any." As he spoke, he got up and knocked on June's guest room door. "June, did you bring any sanitary pads?" Harry's face also turned red. June was stunned for a moment and said, "I did not." "Then what should we do? Jen is in a hurry to use it," Harry said. "There are shops in the village at the foot of the mountain," June said. Harry hesitated. "It's already past 3 o'clock in the morning. The store definitely won't be open." "Forget it. Let's go back to the city directly." It was convenient to drive the RV back. The drivers and service staff who had followed them were resting on the other bus. Harry did not want to call them again, so he decided to drive back by himself. "I'll drive then," Harry said. Harry waved his hand. "Let me do it. You go and take care of Jen. It's not convenient for me to take care of her." After saying that, he walked back to the master bedroom and told Jen. Then he started the RV and drove towards Maryland City. Harry had not rested well for the whole night. He was indeed a little tired at the moment, but fortunately there was a coffee machine in the RV. He asked June to make him a cup of strong coffee and did not put any sugar in it. After drinking the coffee, Harry finally perked up. Now, there were only 3 people in the car. Harry was driving in the driver's seat. In the master bedroom, June was accompanying Jen. The two of them did not speak. After a moment of silence, Jen asked, "June, I know you are Harry's bodyguard, but I think you also like Harry. Today, Harry and I seem to have fallen into something together. Does that make you upset?" June lightly said, "No, you misunderstood." "Aren't you jealous?" Jen asked in disbelief. She felt that June definitely liked Harry. "No, you don't have to think too much." June was indeed not jealous. She was only Harry's bodyguard. She would never leave Harry's side for the rest of her life. She would become his closest subordinate in the future. Furthermore, with June's identity, she had nothing to do with Harry finding any woman. She only needed to do her job as a bodyguard and serve Harry well. Harry did not know the conversation between the two in the master bedroom, so he just focused on driving. He originally planned to go back to Maryland City to buy sanitary pads for Jen. However, when he passed by a county town, Harry saw a 24-hour supermarket. He parked the car by the road and got out of the car to walk in. In the supermarket, the two female salespeople on the night shift were chatting to pass the time because there was no one in the store. A few days ago, when Tina was on the night shift, she ran into a man who came to buy sanitary pads. When she was paying, he actually wanted to touch her, an old salesperson said. A young salesperson was currently facing the mirror and dressing up. When she heard it, her heart immediately became curious. Really? How did Tina deal with it? I heard that she was almost raped. It's so scary. You said I'm so pretty. What if I meet a gangster at night too? Episode 70, Supermarket. As the two of them were discussing how to protect themselves, Episode 70, Supermarket. As the two of them were discussing how to protect themselves during the night shift, Harry pushed open the door and walked in. When the two saleswomen heard the door being pushed open, they turned their heads to look. When they saw Harry walk in covered in mud, the young saleswoman was unhappy. When Harry saved Jen on the mountain, he got covered in mud. At this time, he got out of the car to buy things and was still wearing the same clothes. Before he entered the supermarket, he found that his shoes also had mud on them. He cleaned it up a bit to little effect, so he didn't continue to clean it. He directly pushed open the door and walked in. In the end, he attracted the hostile gaze of the saleswoman. The young salesperson looked at Harry with a very disgusting expression. Not only was his body dirty, the mud on his shoes had even dirtied the floor of the supermarket. In a while, she still had to clean up the floor, and in her heart, she hated Harry even more. When she saw that Harry still wanted to walk in, she said very rudely, "Stand there and don't move. Didn't you see that you dirtied the floor?" Harry looked down and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Dirty migrant worker, if you want to buy something, go to the little merchandise shop. The things here are expensive. You can't afford it," the young salesperson said coldly. Migrant worker? Harry looked at his body. He did look like a migrant worker that had just finished their work. "I'm not a migrant worker. I'm just here to buy something." "Are you too embarrassed to admit it?" The young salesperson spoke very bluntly. "What do you want to buy? I'll help you get it," the old saleswoman said. She didn't want Harry to go out, but she didn't want him to dirty the floor. Harry stood at the door with a red face and said, "I want to buy sanitary pads." The saleswoman was shocked. A man came to the supermarket in the middle of the night to buy sanitary pads. Was he the rapist who wanted to make a move on Tina? "You hooligan, get out of here, or I'll call the police." Harry was stunned. "I just want to buy sanitary pads. How does that make me a hooligan?" The female employee had already determined that Harry was a person who wanted to do something bad to her. She shouted loudly, "You actually don't want to admit it! Do you want to do something to me just because I'm beautiful? A migrant worker like you always wants to get the attention of the women in our city. Your mind is full of dirty thoughts. You're too self-righteous, aren't you? I'm sorry, I'm really not interested in you," Harry said disdainfully. This female employee's makeup was not good. She even thought that Harry liked her. This was ridiculous. "You are not welcome here. Get the hell out of here right now," the young employee said. Harry was furious. It was not easy for him to find a supermarket that was open for business in the morning. He needed to quickly buy sanitary pads for Jen. She was still in a hurry to use them. In the end, he met such a horrible salesperson. "Are you the boss? What right do you have to stop me from buying things? You're just a salesperson. Why are you so arrogant?" Harry scolded. "You're a freak. Why should I let you buy things here? You came to buy sanitary pads in the middle of the night. You're a pervert." "How did I become a pervert?" "You've never had your boyfriend go out and buy you sanitary pads?" "What makes sense, you're too ugly to get a boyfriend." Harry accidentally said the truth. The young female employee pointed at Harry and was speechless. The old saleswoman saw they had been arguing and saw that Harry really seemed to be here to buy something, so she said, "Then stop arguing. Sir, what brand of sanitary pads do you want to buy? I'll go get them for you." Harry could only take out his phone and call Jen. After he greeted the old salesperson, he told her about it and waited for her to go to the shelf to get the sanitary pad. At that moment, the door of the shop was pushed open and a few young men came in. Their clothes were very dirty, and they were covered in mud like Harry. The young salesperson was furious. "What happened today? All of you, stand there and don't move. If you dirty the shop, will you clean it?" The man in the front and the others worked at the construction site nearby. They had just finished their night shift and were preparing to buy some gifts to bring back to their hometown tomorrow. When Harry just came in, he was still wondering why they were standing at the door and not moving. Now they knew that the salespeople were complaining that they were dirty. Although they were often looked down upon by the people in the city, when the saleswoman said it so directly, they still felt that her words were unbearable. "As a sales representative, what right do you have to say that about us?" They were annoyed by the salesperson's look of disdain. "Let's go in. Ignore her." They pulled Harry in. Harry actually did not want to cause any trouble. Originally, he just wanted to buy a pack of sanitary pads and leave. He stood at the door and waited. The old saleswoman brought it over. But this worker pulled him in. Although Harry was helpless, he did not reject his good intentions. This person clearly treated him as a worker that was looked down upon by others. "You guys are lacking in quality." The young saleswoman did not dare to stop them and could only curse at them. Harry was pulled by a few of the workers and walked in. He happened to bump into the old salesperson who came out with sanitary pads. When she saw Harry had a few young men enter together, she did not dare to say anything. She just handed the thing in her hand and said, "This is the sanitary pad you wanted." Harry took it in embarrassment and said, "Thank you." One of the workers smiled when he saw what Harry had bought. "You need to buy some sugar and ginger slices. My wife asked me to buy these during her period." Harry was stunned. He did not think of these. "Thank you. I really did not know if you did not tell me." Harry was embarrassed when he was looked at by these people. He turned his head in embarrassment and looked for things like sugar and ginger slices. "Why are you so embarrassed? I also need to buy sanitary pads for my wife. My wife said the quality of the sanitary pads sold in the small shops in the village was not good. She asked me to bring some good ones for her from the city." "What brand did you buy?" The man spoke to Harry as if he was somewhat familiar with him. Harry showed him what he was holding in his hand. The man said, "All right, I'll buy this brand too." Soon they bought a lot of things and pushed the cart to the cashier counter. Harry bought some packaged sugar and ginger slices and followed them to pay the bill. The young saleswoman covered her nose in disgust. She felt that they had a smell on them and hid far away. The old employee was without help. "A total of $250. Which one of you pays?" Wang Kui and the others took out their cash and counted. They actually did not have enough money. "We did not bring enough money. How about we give up on these things?" The man scratched his head and said, "Sir, I'll pay." The man did not say anything. The young saleswoman saw it and became excited. She said, "I told you that the things here were expensive. You can't afford them. You guys are just a bunch of migrant workers. Why are you pretending to be rich?" Episode 71. It's a Small Matter. The man's face turned red because of what the saleswoman said. They worked at the construction site and could only earn $200 to $300 a day. Most of the money was given to their families, so he did not have much money to spend. The young female employee became even more excited when she saw that the construction worker did not speak. "Hurry up and put the things down, then get lost. Do you know what place this is?" The others were so mocked that they could not raise their heads. Harry said to the female salesperson, "Are you a lunatic? Do you think the supermarket is very amazing?" "We just didn't bring enough money. Why are you looking down on us?" a few migrant workers also said. The female salesperson coldly snorted and said, "Then you guys pay the money. If you don't have money, then don't say anything." Harry said to the construction worker, whose name tag said George, "I will pay the money. You don't have enough." George quickly waved his hand and said, "This is not allowed. This requires a lot of money. Do you even have that much to your name?" The female salesperson rolled her eyes and said. Harry impatiently took out a bank card. "Hurry up and pay the bill." The saleswoman was about to speak when she saw the card in Harry's hand and was stunned. This card was the Supreme card of Citibank. This did not look like any normal card. It looked like one of the special cards people with lots of money had, and only they could own this card. What Harry took out at this moment was the highest grade Supreme card. He had to have more than $10 billion in savings. George and the others did not recognize Harry's card, but the female employee did. The young female employee was so scared that she couldn't speak. She really couldn't imagine that a person covered in mud was actually a super rich person. He was clearly a rich man. Why did he dress like a migrant worker? And he even came to buy sanitary pads in the middle of the night. The female employee could not understand. Cold sweat kept dripping down her forehead. She had offended Harry just now. Initially, she thought that he was a migrant worker, but he had taken out a Supreme card of the Citibank in an instant. He was not someone she could offend. "I have money on this card. Hurry up and pay the bill." Harry said. Standing behind the cashier, the older salesperson quickly took the card and said, "Yes, sir." After saying that, she followed Harry's request and paid for George and the others. George did not expect Harry to pay for him just because they did not know each other. He said in a panic, "I don't know what to say." Harry smiled and said, "It's a small matter." Money like this was very little to him, but to George and the others, it was the money they earned after working hard for nearly a week. "This is not a small matter. Give me your contact details. I will return the money to you later," George said. Harry waved his hand. "No need." After saying that, he walked out of the shop. Unexpectedly, George chased after him and stopped Harry. "I can't take your money for free. Give me your contact details." Harry thought for a while and took out a business card from his pocket. His name and the phone number were printed on it, but the material of the business card was not ordinary. The entire business card was made of gold. "You are Harry Parker? My name is George. I will return the money to you as soon as possible. You helped me today. We are friends. In the future, if you needed my help, I will definitely help you." George patted his chest and said. All right. Harry nodded and smiled. He turned around and walked towards the RV parked by the road. George's brothers came to his side with their things. They watched Harry walk into the car and said in disbelief, "George, this person is not ordinary." "What do you mean?" George asked. "This is an RV that only rich people can afford." "I have read about this RV on the internet. It is said that this car is worth more than $1 million. What? George was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Just now, this person was covered in mud, just like George and the others. He was dirty. He was actually driving an RV worth over $1 million. This contrast was too great. To George and the others, it was already very good that they could drive a $7,000 or $8,000 secondhand car. An RV worth millions was not something they could imagine. George hurriedly raised the business card in his hand. He had felt that the business card was not made of paper. It felt heavy in his hand, but now he realized it was a gold business card. George's hand trembled as he held the business card. Just this business card made of gold was worth more than $2,000. The few of them looked at the shiny gold business card and unconsciously gulped. "George, this person is so rich. We don't need to pay back the money he paid for helping us buy things, right?" George glared at him and said angrily, "Bullshit. Although he has money, we still need to pay him back. We have to pay him back." The person who spoke just now was scolded by George until he lowered his head and could not speak. "That's right. He helped us out of kindness. We can't be ungrateful," the other few workers echoed. "However, our salary will only be paid next month. We don't have the money to pay him back. I think this business card should be very valuable. Anyway, this is also a gift from that person. Why don't we sell the business card in exchange for money?" another person suggested. "Get lost. You guys are so useless. We have to return this business card to him. I feel guilty holding such a valuable thing," George said. Harry did not know that George and the others were talking about him. He returned to the car and closed the door. The RV became a small world isolated from the world. At this moment, Jen was lying on the bed bitterly, waiting for Harry eagerly. "I finally bought it. You should use it quickly. I bought you some sugar and ginger slices. I'll go downstairs and get you a drink," Harry said. Jen was touched by Harry's consideration. Her heart was as sweet as honey. She felt that her stomach did not hurt that much anymore. "June, if you're tired, go and rest first," Harry said to June. "I'm not tired. It is almost dawn. It is not good to park the car by the roadside. I should go and drive." June shook her head and said, "Okay," Harry nodded. The super RV was a little too big. If it stopped on the streets of the county town, and it did hinder other cars from driving normally. June went to the driver's seat and drove towards Maryland University. Harry picked up a pot of water from the kitchen on the first floor and prepared to boil it. Outside, George took Harry's phone number. He was going to return the gold business card to Harry. Harry, however, had already started the RV and drove out. "Wait!" George ran a few steps and did not catch up. He could only give up. In the RV, Harry was waiting for the water to boil when his phone rang. It was Mr. Cross. "Mr. Parker, the person who ordered Matthew to assassinate you, has been found out." Episode 72, Requesting Help. Harry's facial expression immediately became serious. Matthew had already been sent to prison, but he had his bail posted. This meant that the person who had brought him out of prison must have an extraordinary identity. Plus, that person had ordered Matthew to assassinate him. This plan seemed to be quite thorough. Harry really wanted to know who the mastermind was. "Who is it?" Harry asked in a deep voice. "Benedict of Maryland University," Mr. Cross said. Harry was surprised. It was Benedict. "It's him? He actually has the guts to provoke me? Are you sure you're right?" Harry said with a sneer. Mr. Cross said, "Matthew confessed. Benedict bailed him out of prison and provided him with the poison. He also promised to give Matthew $10 million after the deed is done and let him go far away. Benedict, you're quite capable. Since you want to kill me, I won't let you live." Harry gritted his teeth and said. Mr. Cross said, "Mr. Parker, I have investigated this Benedict. He is the son of the chairman of Red Estate Development Group. How dare he be so bold? He wants to murder you. He is courting death. What are you going to do with him?" Harry said fiercely, "Of course I want to kill him." After hanging up the phone, Harry saw that the water was boiling, so he made Jen a cup of sugar water. After the water cooled down a little, he gave it to Jen to drink. Jen saw that Harry was busy caring for her. With a happy expression on her face, she fell asleep. At the same time, Benedict did not sleep for the whole night. His eyes were bloodshot as he anxiously waited for Matthew's news at home. In order to stay awake and get the news of Harry's death as soon as possible, Benedict kept drinking coffee to wake up. "Harry, you have humiliated me. I will make you pay with your life." Benedict was very confident in this plan. Although he used Matthew to deal with Harry, he didn't expect Matthew to be so useless. Matthew was defeated by Harry very quickly. Fortunately, Matthew still had some value. Benedict purposely provoked Matthew's hatred towards Harry, urging him to assassinate Harry. What was even better was that Harry actually went into the deep mountains to do outdoor camping. This gave Benedict a chance. As long as Matthew took advantage of Harry's resting time and injected the poison that he had prepared beforehand into his body, Harry would immediately die. Not even the gods could save him. According to the plan, it should be time for Matthew to inform Benedict about the success of the assassination. However, Benedict waited until the sky turned bright. He looked at the time and found it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. There was still no news from Matthew. He had a bad premonition. He can't fail. Harry won't know about the assassination. Matthew is hiding in the dark. He will definitely succeed in the assassination, Benedict said to himself in a restless manner. Benedict waited for a while. His phone suddenly rang. Benedict was surprised. He thought the assassination had succeeded. "Benedict, do you know who I am?" Harry's voice came from the phone. Benedict felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He held the phone in his hands and did not know what to say. His heart was in a panic. "Harry, are you a human or a ghost?" "Thanks to you, I almost died," Harry said coldly. Benedict pretended to be stupid. "What did you say? I don't understand." "Don't play dumb. Matthew has already told me everything. You're trying so hard to deal with me. How should I thank you?" Harry raised his voice and said, "Harry, just wait for death." Harry hung up the phone after saying this in a cold voice. Benedict helplessly let go of the phone. The phone fell to the ground and the screen broke. His whole body was covered in sweat. He still couldn't stop trembling. He didn't expect that such a meticulous plan wouldn't kill Harry, but expose himself instead. Now Matthew must have fallen into Harry's hands. Benedict didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him. However, Benedict didn't want to die. Harry had made it clear that he wanted to take revenge on him. Harry would never let him go. Benedict knew his own limitations. He wasn't a match for Harry, and the two of them weren't even on the same level. He's going to kill me. What should I do? Benedict was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, wandering around the room. Even Matthew can't beat Harry. Who else can deal with him? After a few rounds, Benedict suddenly stopped. The happy expression on his face replaced the panic. He picked up his phone and wiped the broken screen. He found a phone number and dialed it. Hello, who are you? A cold voice came from the phone. I'm Benedict. Coral Group has closed down. You must have suffered a lot of losses here. Are you laughing at me? I want to tell you that the person who conquered the Bannon family and the Coral Group is called Harry, said Benedict. After saying that, Benedict hung up the phone with a sneer on his face. Harry, do you think you can cover the sky with one hand in Maryland? Bannon family has the support of a big figure. You want me to die? I want to see who dies first. After Harry gave Benedict a threatening call, he asked June to drive the RV to the Star Moon Hotel. Mr. Cross was already waiting at the hotel entrance. June, take Jen to a room to rest first, Harry instructed and brought Mr. Cross to his office. Mr. Parker, where do you plan to attack Benedict from? Mr. Cross asked. Harry pondered for a moment and asked, do you have any suggestions? After I found out that Benedict was the one who ordered Matthew to assassinate you, I have already sent someone to keep an eye on Benedict. If you want to capture him directly, I will immediately give the order. After saying that, Mr. Cross thought for a while and said, however, although Benedict's family is not the top in Maryland, they still have some ability. I'm worried that our actions will cause unnecessary trouble. Harry snorted and said, they're merely the bosses of this small place. If they dare to deal with me, I will kill them directly. Benedict's family could only enjoy some glory in Maryland City. They were nothing in other places, but Harry's family was the strongest power in the world. As the heir of Parker family, Harry had been tricked by Benedict time and time again. Harry felt that letting Benedict live a second longer was an insult to him. However, I don't want to use the power of my family for the time being. After all, this is my personal grudge. Benedict isn't worth me wasting too much energy on him. If I use my family's power to deal with Benedict, my family will laugh at me. Harry thought for a while and said, I understand. I will arrest Benedict now and let you deal with him personally. Mr. Cross nodded. His phone rang at this time. Mr. Cross looked at the phone. It was a call from someone who had been sent to monitor Benedict. Hello? What's wrong? Mr. Cross asked. President Cross, Benedict is gone. Episode 73. Information. What? He's gone? What are you all doing? Mr. Cross immediately became furious. Benedict was still at home, but a car just came. After Benedict got into the car, we followed him, but he seemed to be ready. He knew we were following and got away from us. Trash! Mr. Cross cursed and hung up. He said to Harry, Mr. Parker, it's my fault. Harry shook his head. It's not your fault. I startled him. If it was not for Harry's phone call, Benedict would not have run so fast. Mr. Cross promised. Mr. Parker, don't worry. Benedict won't be able to escape. I will find him, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Harry nodded. Don't let me down again. Harry did not expect Benedict to be able to escape under careful surveillance. Harry suppressed his anger in his heart, but he did not want to lose his temper at Mr. Cross. Harry came to Jen and June's room. Harry asked June, Benedict got rid of our surveillance and escaped. Can you find him? June shook her head without hesitation. I can't find him. Why? Harry did not blame June for rejecting the mission. He believed that June definitely had her reasons. Mr. Parker, it is too dangerous now. I cannot leave your side. Benedict will no longer be a threat to me, Harry said. June still shook her head. As your personal bodyguard, I cannot ignore any potential threats. You are in the open while the enemy is in the dark. I cannot let him have any chance to hurt you. Harry saw that she insisted on staying by his side to protect him, so he could only helplessly say, "All right, then let Mr. Cross handle this matter. Let's go back to school." June shook her head again. "Mr. Parker, you can't go back to school now." "Why?" "In school, if you go back to the dormitory, I won't be able to follow you," June said. Harry said helplessly, "Then I will stay in the hotel. Mr. Cross's people will protect me. You go and find Benedict." June directly refused. "I do not trust him." Jen woke up and asked, "Harry, what is it?" Harry then told her what happened. "Anyway, June feels that after we go back to school, Benedict will find a chance to assassinate us again. I think you better not go back to school. Only when I find Benedict, we'll be safe." Harry was worried that Jen was also Benedict's target, so he let Jen follow him. "Then I will accompany you during this time. I will go wherever you go," Jen nodded and said. Harry sighed and sat on the sofa in a daze. Benedict's sudden disappearance had put Harry in a very passive position. Benedict had been as cowardly as a dog in front of Harry. He did not expect Benedict to be so vicious in the dark. For the sake of safety, Harry had to be very careful wherever he went. This kind of feeling made Harry very uncomfortable. "I have never suffered such a huge loss before," Harry said angrily. June hesitated and asked, "Mr. Parker, why don't we inform the family to send someone over?" Harry waved his hand helplessly. "I said that if I have to use the family's power to deal with this kind of person, I will be very embarrassed in the future." Jen said worriedly, "Harry, this is related to your life." She felt that Harry refusing to use the family's power because of his reputation was too hasty. Benedict had already attempted to assassinate Harry once. However, Harry knew that the Parker family was very strict with the children of the family. They had exiled him to Maryland to pick up trash for 6 years. Furthermore, this was only Harry's personal grudge. If he wanted to use the family's power to deal with the small figure, the family would definitely not take the initiative to provide assistance. They were observing how Harry was going to deal with this situation behind the scenes, to see if Harry had the ability to inherit the family. If Harry used the family's power on this matter, then the family's evaluation of Harry would be lowered, which would affect his fight for the family's inheritance in the future. Although Harry also wanted to give up the inheritance rights of the family and live an ordinary life, there were some things that he could not control. The branches of his family were waiting for Harry to gain power and bring them benefits. If Harry really wanted to give up the right of inheritance, the family members who supported him would not agree. When Harry thought about these things, he felt tired. However, the fight for the right of inheritance had not started yet. He could live a peaceful life first. "June, go get some cash and come with me to a place," Harry said. This was the second time Harry had come to the Eye of Dark Night. This time, the security guards at the entrance did not stop Harry because he showed them his membership card. This was given to him by the boss of the Eye of Dark Night, Miss Rose, the last time he came here. He brought June and Jen in. As usual, Miss Rose made drinks for the customers. Harry did not know why she wanted to be a bartender. Although Harry was puzzled, he did not ask much. He felt that this was probably one of Miss Rose's hobbies. Mr. Parker, why did you take so long to come and play? I have been waiting for you to come. Miss Rose greeted Harry with a smile when she saw him. Her expression and tone were both very flirtatious. Harry did not expect Miss Rose to remember him, even though he had only been here once. Actually, Miss Rose had a very deep impression of Harry. The direct heir of the Parker family had come to her territory. How could she forget Harry? The last time Harry came, he had inquired about some news about the Bannon family. In just a few days, the choral group under the banner of the Bannon family had been destroyed. This kind of power shocked Miss Rose. I'm not here to play today. I have something to talk to you about. Harry said as he sat on the tall chair in front of the bar and called June and Jen to sit beside him. Miss Rose saw the two pretty girls beside Harry and did not mind. As the young head of a super rich family, it would be strange if he did not have a woman to accompany him. Parker, you came to find me because you have something to do? Can't you come and play with me if you have nothing to do? Miss Rose said. She said as she poured a glass of red wine for Harry and the other two. June looked at the glass of wine in front of her and frowned. She pushed the wine back with her hand and said, I don't drink, thank you. She always spoke very straightforwardly to others. As Harry's personal bodyguard, she must always remain clear-headed. She absolutely could not drink. Besides, Eye of Dark Night was full of good people and bad people. Miss Rose was an underground intelligence dealer. In June's opinion, this kind of person was not trustworthy. Miss Rose could provide any information to others for money. Today, Harry bought information about others. Tomorrow, Miss Rose would be able to sell the information about Harry to others. Mr. Parker, why are you here today? Miss Rose asked with a smile. I need you to find someone for me. Episode 74. Troy. As long as he's in Maryland, there won't be any problems, Miss Rose said confidently. However, Harry still frowned. He did not ignore Miss Rose's premise. If Benedict left Maryland, she would also be helpless. Mr. Parker, who are you looking for? Miss Rose asked again. Benedict from Maryland University, Harry said. The son of the chairman of Red Estate Development Group? Miss Rose thought for a moment and asked. As an intelligence dealer, she had a lot of information in her mind. When she heard the name Harry said, she immediately thought of who it was. How much do you need me to spend to find him? Harry said. Miss Rose poured another glass of wine for Harry. You must be joking. How could I accept your money? It is my honor to help you. Harry drank a mouthful of wine and put down the cup. I can't let you work for free. Otherwise, I won't look for you if anything happens in the future. Miss Rose's eyes lit up when she heard Harry say that he would look for her again in the future. She had always wanted to get to know Harry, but she could not find an excuse. 200,000 then. It will be enough to pay my staff, Miss Rose said. Harry nodded. He gestured to June. June took out $200,000 from her bag and pushed it over to Miss Rose. How long do you need? Harry asked. Miss Rose said, It depends on where he is hiding. Give me an answer as soon as possible. Harry drank the wine in one gulp and said goodbye to Miss Rose. When they returned to the Star Moon Hotel, Harry first looked at the time. It was almost noon. He took out his phone and made a call. Stephen. Who are you? I am Harry. Harry was calling Stephen, the computer genius from the dorm next door. The last time he helped Harry find Barry, he had left a deep impression on Harry. He was a capable man. Stephen usually slept very late. When he was woken up by the phone call, he was very unhappy. However, when he heard that it was Harry, he immediately got up. Why are you looking for me? Stephen lived in the dormitory next to Harry. He also knew that Harry was super rich. Harry had asked him for help last time and gave him a lot of money, which made Stephen live a good life. Help me find someone. Didn't you say you can hack into the road camera last time? Harry said. Stephen covered his head and said, But I don't have good equipment. Even if the equipment doesn't work, I can't use my full strength. What kind of equipment do you want? I'll provide it for you. Come to the Star Moon Hotel and look for me. I still have to go out? Stephen was used to staying in the dormitory. He did not want to go out. I will give you $100,000. Are you coming or not? Harry said directly. Stephen still hesitated. I will give you $200,000. After the matter is settled, I will treat you to a 5-star luxurious meal. 2 meals. Deal. I'll be right there. Stephen jumped up from the bed. Ever since Stephen spent the money Harry gave him last time, he had returned to eating instant noodles every day. Now he had a chance to eat a 5-star luxurious meal. He seemed to have been injected with stimulants. I'll send a car to pick you up. Harry hung up the phone after saying that. Harry did not believe that he could not find Benedict. Even if Benedict hid in the rat's nest, he could still find Benedict. At this moment, Benedict was standing in front of a feminine man, trembling as he spoke to him. Troy, Harry is really arrogant. First, he snatched my woman and humiliated me in front of everyone. Then he snatched Matthew's woman and destroyed the choral group. He doesn't take you seriously at all. Benedict inverted right and wrong in front of this man, describing Harry as a bad guy. The feminine man called Troy touched the ring on his finger and said coldly, What is Harry's background? He is a nouveau riche. Previously, he was just a poor person who picked up trash in school. Later, he became rich and even bought the Star Moon Hotel. He's now very arrogant and doesn't care about anyone, Benedict said. The Star Moon Hotel is an important asset. How can a nouveau riche like him make someone willing to sell it? Troy obviously didn't believe what Benedict said. Episode 74. Troy. As long as he's in Maryland, there won't be any problems, Miss Rose said confidently. However, Harry still frowned. He did not ignore Miss Rose's premise. If Benedict left Maryland, she would also be helpless. Mr. Parker, who are you looking for? Miss Rose asked again. Benedict from Maryland University, Harry said. The son of the chairman of Red Estate Development Group? Miss Rose thought for a moment and asked. As an intelligence dealer, she had a lot of information in her mind. When she heard the name Harry said, she immediately thought of who it was. How much do you need me to spend to find him? Harry said. Miss Rose poured another glass of wine for Harry. You must be joking. How could I accept your money? It is my honor to help you. Harry drank a mouthful of wine and put down the cup. I can't let you work for free. Otherwise, I won't look for you if anything happens in the future. Miss Rose's eyes lit up when she heard Harry say that he would look for her again in the future. She had always wanted to get to know Harry, but she could not find an excuse. 200,000 then. It will be enough to pay my staff, Miss Rose said. Harry nodded. He gestured to June. June took out $200,000 from her bag and pushed it over to Miss Rose. How long do you need? Harry asked. Miss Rose said, It depends on where he is hiding. Give me an answer as soon as possible. Harry drank the wine in one gulp and said goodbye to Miss Rose. When they returned to the Star Moon Hotel, Harry first looked at the time. It was almost noon. He took out his phone and made a call. Stephen. Who are you? I am Harry. Harry was calling Stephen, the computer genius from the dorm next door. The last time he helped Harry find Barry, he had left a deep impression on Harry. He was a capable man. Stephen usually slept very late. When he was woken up by the phone call, he was very unhappy. However, when he heard that it was Harry, he immediately got up. Why are you looking for me? Stephen lived in the dormitory next to Harry. He also knew that Harry was super rich. Harry had asked him for help last time and gave him a lot of money, which made Stephen live a good life. Help me find someone. Didn't you say you can hack into the road camera last time? Harry said. Stephen covered his head and said, But I don't have good equipment. Even if the equipment doesn't work, I can't use my full strength. What kind of equipment do you want? I'll provide it for you. Come to the Star Moon Hotel and look for me. I still have to go out? Stephen was used to staying in the dormitory. He did not want to go out. I will give you $100,000. Are you coming or not? Harry said directly. Stephen still hesitated. I will give you $200,000. After the matter is settled, I will treat you to a 5-star luxurious meal. 2 meals. Deal. I'll be right there. Stephen jumped up from the bed. Ever since Stephen spent the money Harry gave him last time, he had returned to eating instant noodles every day. Now he had a chance to eat a 5-star luxurious meal. He seemed to have been injected with stimulants. I'll send a car to pick you up. Harry hung up the phone after saying that. Harry did not believe that he could not find Benedict. Even if Benedict hid in the rat's nest, he could still find Benedict. At this moment, Benedict was standing in front of a feminine man, trembling as he spoke to him. Troy, Harry is really arrogant. First, he snatched my woman and humiliated me in front of everyone. Then he snatched Matthew's woman and destroyed the choral group. He doesn't take you seriously at all. Benedict inverted right and wrong in front of this man, describing Harry as a bad guy. The feminine man called Troy touched the ring on his finger and said coldly, What is Harry's background? He is a nouveau riche. Previously, he was just a poor person who picked up trash in school. Later, he became rich and even bought the Star Moon Hotel. He's now very arrogant and doesn't care about anyone, Benedict said. The Star Moon Hotel is an important asset. How can a nouveau riche like him make someone willing to sell it? Troy obviously didn't believe what Benedict said. Benedict was at a loss for words. He did not know why someone would sell the Star Moon Hotel to Harry. Furthermore, Mr. Cross was very respectful to Harry. Beside Troy stood a man wearing a butler's uniform. He said, Sir, I heard that the family which previously owned the hotel offended a very powerful individual and they were forced to sell their assets and leave the country. So it's like that. It's not strange that they sold the hotel to an upstart, Troy nodded and said. But what I'm curious about is the Bannon family has such a huge set of assets. How do they lose to an upstart? The butler asked curiously. Benedict quickly said, I know about this. He told them that Harry had used some devious means to snatch the champion of Matthew's clothing competition, causing the Bannon family to be blocked from developing a new industry, and that he had taken the opportunity to gather the Bannon family's shares, as well as the Citibank's means behind the scenes. Troy smiled after listening to him. Speaking of which, Harry's a man with some ability. However, the culprit behind the Bannon family's defeat was still the Citibank. If it wasn't for their tricks, the Bannon family wouldn't have failed so quickly. But the Citibank only values benefits. The cause of the whole incident was still Harry. If it wasn't for him, the Citibank wouldn't have had the chance to withdraw the loan and use the Bannon family's properties to pay for it. Benedict was secretly anxious. He had to let Harry bear the responsibility. The Bannon family had a lot of connections with Troy. Only by making Troy hate Harry could Benedict make use of him. Reality proved that Benedict had succeeded again. After Troy heard what he said, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, the responsibility of the Bannon family failing is all because of Harry. Benedict was secretly delighted. He continued, That's right, he is really lawless. The Bannon family was defeated by him. You will suffer a loss of hundreds of millions every year. You have to teach him a lesson and let him know that the Maryland is under your control. Troy sneered. Those who dare to harm my interest will not have a good end. Episode 75, Hacker. Now that he had a 5-star feast to entice Stephen, he quickly got up and tidied himself up. His hair was a mess. He wore a t-shirt and shorts. He was wearing a pair of flip-flops on his feet. To Stephen, these clothes were already very decent. When he walked out of the dormitory, he happened to meet tall Terry, who was in the opposite dormitory. Stephen, you're dressed so well. Where are you going? You going on a blind date? Tall Terry teased. Stephen said proudly, I have a computer, so I don't need a girlfriend. Harry invited me to the Star Moon Hotel for a 5-star feast. Harry invited you to a feast? Many people in the corridor were surprised. Stephen, can you take me there? Tall Terry said enviously. In the past, when Harry was picking up trash in a desolate place, Tall Terry and the others looked down on Harry. Their relationship with Harry was very distant. Now that Harry had become super rich, Tall Terry and the others were very regretful. They wanted to make friends with a rich man like Harry, but Harry ignored them. Now, Stephen, who stayed in the dormitory all day long, quietly became friends with Harry. They were very envious of him. Then, Tall Terry asked Stephen with the fawning expression, how did he get in touch with Harry? These people were not stupid. Harry was super rich. If they had a good relationship with him, it would not be a problem for them to find a good job or start a business in the future. They might directly succeed and wouldn't have to work hard for more than 10 years. Although Stephen was a shut-in, he wasn't stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a computer genius. These people asked him about Harry, and he knew what they were thinking. He sneered and said, Why are you following me? If you want to follow Harry, you have to be useful. Their eyes lit up and said, Did Harry take a fancy to your hacking ability? Tall Terry quickly said, I have the ability. My gaming skills are very good. Don't worry about your useless skills, Stephen said with disdain. Everyone also laughed wildly. Tall Terry was like Stephen. He basically stayed in the dormitory and did not go out. Although the two of them were also playing computer games and Stephen was researching hacking skills, Tall Terry played games all day long. However, he was not good at playing games. Episode 75, Hacker. Now that he had a 5-star feast to entice Stephen, he quickly got up and tidied himself up. His hair was a mess. He wore a t-shirt and shorts. He was wearing a pair of flip-flops on his feet. To Stephen, these clothes were already very decent. When he walked out of the dormitory, he happened to meet tall Terry, who was in the opposite dormitory. "Stephen, you're dressed so well. Where are you going? You going on a blind date?" Tall Terry teased. Stephen said proudly, "I have a computer, so I don't need a girlfriend. Harry invited me to the Star Moon Hotel for a 5-star feast." "Harry invited you to a feast?" Many people in the corridor were surprised. "Stephen, can you take me there?" Tall Terry said enviously. In the past, when Harry was picking up trash in a desolate place, Tall Terry and the others looked down on Harry. Their relationship with Harry was very distant. Now that Harry had become super rich, Tall Terry and the others were very regretful. They wanted to make friends with a rich man like Harry, but Harry ignored them. Now, Stephen, who stayed in the dormitory all day long, quietly became friends with Harry. They were very envious of him. Then, Tall Terry asked Stephen with the fawning expression, "How did he get in touch with Harry?" These people were not stupid. Harry was super rich. If they had a good relationship with him, it would not be a problem for them to find a good job or start a business in the future. They might directly succeed and wouldn't have to work hard for more than 10 years. Although Stephen was a shut-in, he wasn't stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a computer genius. These people asked him about Harry, and he knew what they were thinking. He sneered and said, "Why are you following me? If you want to follow Harry, you have to be useful." Their eyes lit up and said, "Did Harry take a fancy to your hacking ability?" Tall Terry quickly said, "I have the ability. My gaming skills are very good." "Don't worry about your useless skills," Stephen said with disdain. Everyone also laughed wildly. Tall Terry was like Stephen. He basically stayed in the dormitory and did not go out. Although the two of them were also playing computer games and Stephen was researching hacking skills, Tall Terry played games all day long. However, he was not good at playing games. Stephen looked at the time and said, "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. The car that Harry sent to pick me up should be downstairs by now." "He sent a special car to pick you up?" "Stephen, Harry values you very much." Stephen said proudly, "Of course." After saying that, he walked down from the dormitory building. At that moment, a luxury car was parked downstairs. The driver was standing in front of the car. He already knew Stephen's appearance in advance. When he saw Stephen walk down, he immediately opened the car door respectfully. "This car is so advanced." Everyone came down and exclaimed, "This car is worth a lot. Stephen's going to be rich." "Stephen, don't forget about us when you succeed." Stephen sat in the car, waved at them, and walked away. The group of people stood where they were and looked at the back of the car enviously. "A luxury car is different. The exhaust is fragrant," Tall Terry said with an intoxicated expression. Everyone took a few deep breaths and nodded in agreement. It was the nature of many people to despise the poor and love the rich. When Harry was poor, no one cared about him. Now that he was rich, he became a hot potato that everyone was chasing. Not to mention Harry's car exhaust was fragrant. Even if Harry farted in front of them, these people would still think that Harry's fart was very fragrant. In Harry's room in the Star Moon Hotel, a beautiful waitress knocked on the door. "Chairman, the person you found is here." "Let him in," Harry said. The door was pushed open. The waitress walked in with an excited Stephen. She bowed slightly to Harry and walked out. Stephen stared at the waitress's butt. He even drooled, but he did not know. "Enough! What are you looking at after she left?" Harry looked at his wretched appearance and said angrily, "Mr. Parker, all the waitresses in the Star Moon Hotel are beauties. I have never seen anyone with bad looks on the way here." Stephen wiped his mouth and said, he was a shut-in. He had never seen such a big scene where beautiful girls were everywhere. He almost couldn't walk anymore. Harry smiled and refused to comment. He pointed to a computer and said, "Get down to business first. Look at the computer configuration. Is it okay?" When it came to computers, Stephen immediately forgot about the beauty. He walked up to take a look and said in shock, "This computer is with some of the parts that you can't get on the market." Harry nodded. This computer was a birthday gift from his family last year. It was brought by him when he inherited the property. With this computer, can you complete the task I gave you? Harry asked. Stephen excitedly touched the computer's mainframe and sighed. This is not a problem. Let me use this computer to hack into the road surveillance system, just like letting me drive a robot suit to fight a primitive man. Oh my God, I actually have the chance to use this computer. This isn't a dream, right? Harry said. I'm in a hurry. Quickly, start work. Stephen patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Mr. Parker. I promise I will complete the mission. We are classmates. Don't call me Mr. Parker. Just call me Harry. Okay, leave this to me. You just watch. Stephen was very touched in his heart. Harry was no longer an ordinary person. How could he still be so polite to him? This meant that even though Harry was rich now, and even though Harry had become an existence Stephen needed to look up to, Harry still treated him as a classmate. Harry didn't look arrogant at all. The person I'm looking for this time is Benedict. This is his phone number. You could try to locate him first, but I don't think you will be able to find him through his phone number. It's more reliable to hack into the road surveillance system, Harry said as he handed the note with Benedict's phone number to Stephen. Stephen nodded. I will try to locate him first. He did not ask why Harry wanted to find Benedict. He started to operate the computer. Harry smiled with satisfaction. Stephen was not bad. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. In the future, Harry could try to recruit Stephen to work for him. After all, there were not many capable and sensible people in this world. A few minutes later, Stephen said, I have located him. After he finished speaking, a satellite map appeared on the computer screen. A red dot flashed on the screen. Episode 76. Location. Harry looked at the location at the red dot. This is where Benedict's phone was located. Mr. Cross, sent someone to this place immediately, Harry said to Mr. Cross, who was waiting for him at the side. Mr. Parker, okay. Mr. Cross immediately took out his phone and sent someone to that place. After a while, Mr. Cross's phone rang. He picked up the phone and shook his head at Harry. Mr. Parker, there's no one there. They only found Benedict's phone. Harry had predicted this would happen. Since Benedict was afraid of Harry's revenge, he ran away. He definitely wouldn't let Harry find him so easily. Harry said to Stephen, You can start hacking into the road surveillance system. Starting from 8 o'clock this morning, the address is here. Harry told Stephen the address of Benedict's house. Stephen nodded and started operating the computer. Stephen said while operating the computer, It takes some time for me to hack into the road surveillance system. The firewall is still very tight, but this is not a big deal. What is worth noticing is that I cannot leave any traces of the intrusion. Otherwise, the police will find out through the ID of this computer, and I will be in trouble. You're right to be careful. You just have to deal with it as you see fit, Harry said. All right. Stephen was very grateful for Harry's trust in him, so he worked even harder on the computer. Less than 20 minutes later, Stephen let out a breath. I'm in. Now I can check the surveillance footage of the entire state of Maryland." As he said that, he adjusted the time and location of the surveillance footage. The screen changed, and it became a replay of the videos captured by the surveillance cameras near Benedict's house. Harry focused his attention on the screen. When it was almost time for Benedict to walk out and sit in a car, Harry said, "This is it. Slow down and play the surveillance video. Let's see where he went." Harry could have tracked the car he was in using Benedict's license plate number, but after Mr. Cross checked it, he found out it was a car with a fake license plate number. The clues were cut off. Now that Stephen was here, Benedict's every move could not escape the surveillance camera. When Benedict's car left the range of one surveillance camera, Stephen immediately switched to another one according to the route he took. Just like that, they kept checking the surveillance cameras. It was only at 4 o'clock in the afternoon that they finally confirmed the general range of Benedict's hiding. Stephen pulled out the map of the Maryland city on his computer. After zooming in, he used a pen to circle one of the locations on the map. "Harry, according to the surveillance, Benedict is in this area. I gathered the other surveillance videos at the edge of this area, but there were no signs of him coming out. It's a pity that there are no surveillance cameras in this area, or else I would have been able to shrink the area further." Harry looked at the area Stephen had determined and said with a smile, "This is already very good. You have done well." Mr. Cross did not think that the ordinary-looking student Harry sent to pick up in Maryland University would have such strong abilities. It was an eye-opener for him. "Mr. Parker, Benedict is hiding in the Springwood Garden in the eastern suburbs," Mr. Cross said. Springwood Garden? Harry wasn't familiar with this place. The Springwood Garden is in the eastern suburbs, is built in this mountainous area. It is full of manors and villas. Those who live here are all rich and powerful people. Mr. Cross gave a simple introduction. Harry thought about it and said, "Benedict has property here, or did he hide in someone else's house and get protected by someone else?" "I don't know," Mr. Cross said in fear. He had made many mistakes in the task given to him by Harry. This time, it was even more serious. He actually let the culprit of the young master's assassination escape. Mr. Cross was very nervous when facing Harry because he was afraid that Harry would say that he had done something bad. In fact, Harry did not expect Mr. Cross to be very powerful. Although Mr. Cross had been operating in Maryland for many years and could be considered to have some power, these powers were all on the surface. And Mr. Cross was more suitable to be a steward subordinate. If he encountered someone who secretly played tricks, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. "Gather your men and spread them in this area. You must find traces of Benedict," Harry said indifferently. Yes, Mr. Cross saw that Harry didn't blame him too much, so he let out a sigh of relief and quickly went to arrange people. At that moment, Harry's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was Miss Rose calling. "Mr. Parker, I have confirmed Benedict's hiding area," Miss Rose said. "Is he in Springwood Garden?" Harry asked. He did not expect to find Eye of Dark Night so quickly. Almost at the same time Harry confirmed the location, Miss Rose also sent him a message. "Mr. Parker, you already know about it?" Miss Rose was shocked. She originally wanted to claim credit in front of Harry, but she did not expect Harry to get the news earlier than her. This made Miss Rose feel lost and terrified. She was disappointed because her ability to find information had been greatly reduced in front of Harry. She was afraid because since Harry got the news earlier than her, it meant that Harry had used another force to work with him. Moreover, this other force was even stronger than Eye of Dark Night. Miss Rose originally wanted to show her ability in front of Harry to gain his recognition and the support of Parker family. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Harry's power that frightened her was actually Stephen alone. Harry shook his head and said, "Just confirming that he is in Springwood Garden is not enough. This area is still a little large. You must find out which area Benedict is hiding in Springwood Garden." Miss Rose immediately said, "Mr. Parker, don't worry. I promise I will find him for you as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Miss Rose called her subordinates with a sense of crisis. No matter what method you use, you must find the exact location of Benedict's hiding place immediately. Miss Rose felt that Harry was giving her another chance. If she still found Benedict a step later than others, then Harry would be very disappointed in the Eye of Dark Knight's ability. Her plan to join the Parker family would not work. When Harry heard Miss Rose's promise, he was stunned at first. He was curious why she was so anxious and shocked. But when he saw Stephen sitting in front of the computer, he understood in his heart that Miss Rose was frightened by Stephen. The Eye of Dark Knight claimed to be the king of underground intelligence in Maryland, but they were slower than others when it came to finding Benedict. This was unbearable for Miss Rose. Harry was impressed by Stephen. Stephen was able to defeat the entire Eye of Dark Knight by himself. Harry was even more fond of Stephen. Since Stephen was so capable, he must recruit Stephen. "Harry, when are you going to bring me to a big meal?" Stephen looked at Harry and asked. "We will go now. You have been busy the whole afternoon. Are you tired? You can eat whatever you want in the Star Moon Hotel today. You can play however you want," Harry said with a laugh. Episode 77, Small Matter. "Really? You want me to eat and play as I please?" Stephen asked in surprise. Harry smiled and said, "I always keep my word." "Then I won't be polite," Stephen said happily. "Someone, come," Harry shouted to the outside. The beautiful waitress who had brought Stephen in just now immediately walked in again. "Take my classmate around the hotel. Let him eat, drink, and have fun," Harry ordered. "Yes, Chairman," the waitress answered respectfully. Stephen gave him a thumbs up in excitement. "Brother, you're a righteous man." Harry smiled and said, "Still have things to do, so I won't be accompanying you." Stephen nodded. He did not know why Harry wanted to find Benedict. He couldn't get involved. He walked out with the beautiful waitress. After the door closed, Harry turned around and stood in front of the French window. He looked at the busy street, and his expression was uncertain. At this time, the door was pushed open again, and June walked in. "Mr. Cross, I heard you found Benedict's hiding place." Harry said, "I just roughly confirmed the approximate range. I sent someone to investigate the specific location." In a luxurious villa in Springwood Garden, Troy sat comfortably on the sofa and said to Benedict, who was standing opposite him, "You seem to have caused a lot of trouble." Benedict was puzzled and said, "I don't understand what you mean." "You are the one who ordered Matthew to assassinate Harry, right?" Troy asked. "Yes, I have formed an alliance with Matthew to deal with Harry. I didn't expect Matthew to lose so badly. I was the one who bailed him out. Matthew hates Harry too much, so I gave him the chance to assassinate Harry." Benedict nodded and said, "You and Matthew are both trash. You can't even deal with an upstart. Do you know how many people in Maryland are looking for you?" Troy scolded. Benedict flattered, "No matter how many people are looking for me, as long as I'm here with you, they won't dare do anything to me. No one has the balls to offend you." "Harry dares. I hate the upstarts who don't know their own limitations the most. They get carried away just because they have some money." Troy suddenly went crazy and said, Episode 77. Small Matter. Really? You want me to eat and play as I please? Stephen asked in surprise. Harry smiled and said, I always keep my word. Then I won't be polite, Stephen said happily. Someone, come, Harry shouted to the outside. The beautiful waitress who had brought Stephen in just now immediately walked in again. Take my classmate around the hotel. Let him eat, drink, and have fun, Harry ordered. Yes, Chairman, the waitress answered. Respectfully. Stephen gave him a thumbs up in excitement. Brother, you're a righteous man. Harry smiled and said, Still have things to do, so I won't be accompanying you. Stephen nodded. He did not know why Harry wanted to find Benedict. He couldn't get involved. He walked out with the beautiful waitress. After the door closed, Harry turned around and stood in front of the French window. He looked at the busy street, and his expression was uncertain. At this time, the door was pushed open again, and June walked in. Mr. Cross, I heard you found Benedict's hiding place. Harry said, I just roughly confirmed the approximate range. I sent someone to investigate the specific location. In a luxurious villa in Springwood Garden, Troy sat comfortably on the sofa and said to Benedict, who was standing opposite him, You seem to have caused a lot of trouble. Benedict was puzzled and said, I don't understand what you mean. You are the one who ordered Matthew to assassinate Harry, right? Troy asked. Yes, I have formed an alliance with Matthew to deal with Harry. I didn't expect Matthew to lose so badly. I was the one who bailed him out. Matthew hates Harry too much, so I gave him the chance to assassinate Harry. Benedict nodded and said, You and Matthew are both trash. You can't even deal with an upstart. Do you know how many people in Maryland are looking for you? Troy scolded. Benedict flattered. No matter how many people are looking for me, as long as I'm here with you, they won't dare do anything to me. No one has the balls to offend you. Harry dares. I hate the upstarts who don't know their own limitations the most. They get carried away just because they have some money. Troy suddenly went crazy and said, What happened to Harry? Benedict asked, puzzled. What happened? The people who are looking for you have already entered the Springwood Garden. They will be here soon, Troy said angrily. He was not angry because Benedict was about to be found. It was Harry who had ordered his subordinates to break into his territory. This method of ignoring him was the real reason why he was angry. Benedict was so scared that he broke out into cold sweat. Troy, you will protect me, right? He knew Harry had extraordinary means, but he did not expect Harry to find his hiding place so quickly. He was scared to death. Troy said coldly, Although you are a useless piece of trash, only I can deal with you. No one else has the right to do so. Although Benedict was unhappy that he was treated as trash, the only one who could save his life now was Troy. When he heard this, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. What are you going to do? Benedict asked carefully. Troy did not respond to Benedict. He took out his phone and made a phone call. Miss Rose, how dare the Eye of Dark Knight come to my house to cause trouble? What do they want? Tell your employer that if he doesn't want to die, then be obedient. The Star Moon Hotel, June poured a glass of water for Harry. Before Harry could take it and drink it, his phone rang. Mr. Parker, Miss Rose's voice on the phone sounded a little hesitant. Did you find Benedict? Harry asked. Miss Rose was in a dilemma and did not know how to tell Harry. She thought for a while and said, Mr. Parker, do you want to catch Benedict? Harry frowned and said, This is not something you should ask. Miss Rose quickly said, Mr. Parker, you misunderstood me. I did not mean that. Then what do you mean? I have already confirmed Benedict's exact location, but I suggest you let him go. He said angrily. You what? Benedict had ordered Matthew to kill Harry. This was a matter of life and death. Miss Rose actually advised Harry to let Benedict go. Mr. Parker, listen to me. Troy called me just now. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I'm very sure that Benedict is hiding in his place. Troy isn't someone to be trifled with, Miss Rose said. As the king of underground intelligence in Maryland, her strength was one of the best in Maryland. However, she had someone she couldn't afford to offend, and Troy was one of them. Who is Troy? What is his background? Harry asked. Miss Rose thought about it. She was thinking about whether she should leak Troy's information. Harry had an extraordinary family background, and Miss Rose wanted to rely on him. However, Maryland was not under the jurisdiction of the Parker family. On the contrary, Troy's family was very powerful in Maryland. Not only Maryland, Troy's family controlled half of the assets in the state. Troy wasn't a person to be trifled with. Although Parker family was high and mighty, it wasn't a wise move to go against him. Because of this, Miss Rose wanted to persuade Harry to bear with it and not cause a war between the two families because of Benedict. After hearing Miss Rose mention Troy's background, Harry said, "Do you think I'm afraid of him? Have you forgotten who I am?" Miss Rose said anxiously, "I know you have a high status, but there is no need to make a big deal out of it. Although Benedict is protected by Troy now, if there are not many benefits, Troy will not protect him for the rest of his life." Harry said with a sneer, "You want me to wait for Troy to use Benedict before seeking revenge on him? You don't know the teachings of the Parker family's ancestors. We have to take revenge. We have to take revenge immediately." Harry was the heir of one of the top families in this world. His noble status didn't allow anyone to offend him. Not to mention Troy's family controlled half of the assets of the state. Even if his family controlled half of the country, Harry would not be afraid of him. The people of Parker family had never been afraid of anyone. Since you have found the position of Benedict, your mission will be completed. Also, you have given me the information of Troy. I will not give you any less money." Harry hung up the phone after saying that. Miss Rose heard the busy sound of the phone being cut off. She put down the phone and sighed. Episode 78, Promise. June saw Harry hung up the phone and said worriedly, "Mr. Parker, this Troy is protecting Benedict now. If you don't use the family's power, with our current strength, it will be very difficult for us to deal with Benedict." Harry waved his hand and stopped June's words. "If I use the family's power, of course I can easily solve this matter. But I am the only heir of the family now. I am not the head of the family. I can't use the family's power casually, and I can't use it carelessly either," Harry said. "Then how do you plan to deal with this matter?" Harry thought for a while and called Mr. Cross. "Mr. Cross, withdraw the people from Springwood Garden first." Mr. Cross actually wanted to contact Harry. He didn't expect Benedict to hide with Troy forever. If Harry really wanted to capture Benedict, then this matter wouldn't be easy to deal with. Yes, sir. I will withdraw them immediately, Mr. Cross immediately replied. After withdrawing his men, Mr. Cross hurriedly looked for Harry and said, Mr. Parker, Troy, I know everything. Harry said faintly. What do you plan to do? Mr. Cross really wanted to say that it was better to let it go. It was not worth to start a war between the two families because of Benedict, but he had no right to say such words. After all, Harry was the owner, and the decision was in Harry's hands. Of course, we can't let this matter go just like that, Harry said with a sneer. Mr. Cross's heart was instantly lifted. What he was afraid of would come true. Could it be that Harry really wanted to declare war on Troy's family? Do you know how the Parker family built their foundation and stood at the top of the world? If we meet an opponent, we will use our strength to suppress them. No, what we are best at is using the smallest amount of strength to gain the greatest benefits. That is our way of doing things. This is also the reason why the Parker family is able to defeat countless opponents and stand at the top of the world, Harry said in a flat tone. Mr. Cross's eyes lit up. When Harry defeated the Bannon family, they didn't use the strength of their families, but instead, they cleverly attacked all the weaknesses of the Bannon family. They defeated the Bannon family at the smallest price and gained the most benefits. Mr. Parker, I think I understand what you mean, Mr. Cross said. Harry nodded with satisfaction. Since Troy's family dares to protect Benedict, then Troy's family must be prepared to take my blow. As for Benedict, I will let him live freely for a few more days. Mr. Parker, is there anything I can do? Mr. Cross took the initiative to ask. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. If we want to find the weakness of the enemy and give them a fatal blow at the smallest price, we need a lot of information. Right now, the Eye of Dark Night is no longer reliable. I want to establish my own intelligence department. When Miss Rose advised Harry to make peace with Troy, Harry no longer had any hopes for the Eye of Dark Night. After all, the Eye of Dark Night was not his trusted subordinate. He and Miss Rose only had a mercenary relationship. She could provide Harry with information, and she could also provide Troy with Harry's information. The person I called over today, Stephen, is an expert in gathering information. I want to establish an intelligence department with him as the core. June, I will allocate resources to you. You are going to set up an operation department, Harry said. Harry had made up his mind to recruit Stephen. He was a hacker. He didn't need to expose his identity to a lot of things on the internet. Collecting information was only one of his abilities. What was even better was that Stephen's identity was pure. He had nothing to do with the outside world. He was the most important thing to Harry. Because Harry's intelligence department must be filled with people he trusted, Mr. Cross saw that he had nothing to do with it, so he asked anxiously, Mr. Parker, what about me? You are in charge of official social gatherings, and also you are responsible for logistical support, Harry said. Mr. Cross was most suitable for business operations. He was good at following normal rules. He was not good at fighting behind the scenes. So Harry asked him to focus on the operation of assets and provide logistical support. June, you're in charge of building the operation department. Find Mr. Cross for all the resources you need. You must recruit the most reliable people as soon as possible, Harry ordered. Mr. Cross quickly nodded. Sir, don't worry. I will provide whatever Miss June needs. June said, Sir, how big does the operation department need? Harry said directly, the more the better. The so-called operation department was actually a universal weapon in Harry's hands. No matter what Harry needed, they could give Harry the result as soon as possible. June was a top guard trained by her family. She was not just a bodyguard, she was just like an Agent 007. This was an all-purpose job. Harry's plan to set up an intelligence department was similar to the Secret Service's Internal Affairs Department. The Internal Affairs Department was in charge of administration, intelligence, logistics, and so on. The Secret Service was in charge of assassinations, threats, infiltrations, and protection. It could be said that from today onwards, Harry officially had the planning and embryonic form of his power. "Sir, I will start building the operation department right away," June replied. Harry raised his hand and stretched. "All right, you guys, go ahead. I'm going to talk to the core of the intelligence department in the future." Stephen did not know that Harry had taken a liking to him. At this moment, he was lying in the hot spring with a look of enjoyment on his face. He held a glass of red wine in his hand and enjoyed the service of two beautiful masseuses massaging his shoulders and back. "Rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. My shoulder has pure arthritis, but after the two of you gave me a massage, I instantly felt relaxed. Thank you both for your hard work." Stephen narrowed his eyes and said, "Mr. Stephen, you are the chairman's classmate. The chairman specifically told us to serve you well." "How can we not be serious?" the beautiful masseuse smiled. Stephen was actually very shy at first. However, these beautiful masseuses in the hotel were very warm to him, which made Stephen, this shut-in, feel very uncomfortable. However, after a period of time, he quickly got used to it. He became even bolder. While the beautiful girls weren't paying attention, he secretly touched them. These beautiful girls didn't care and kept blinking at him. This made Stephen feel as if he had entered heaven. He was so happy in the hotel that he almost did not know who he was. At this moment, Harry walked into the hot spring with a smile. "How is it? Are you satisfied with their service?" "Hello, Chairman." The two beautiful masseuses immediately greeted Harry when they saw him. Harry waved his hand to signal the two of them to leave. "Don't go!" Stephen shouted, not wanting to leave. "If you want to enjoy their service, you will have plenty of opportunities in the future," Harry said. Stephen's eyes lit up. "Can I come here often in the future?" Harry nodded and said, "As long as you promise me one thing." Episode 79, Hermit's Club. Stephen said excitedly, "Don't talk about one thing. I'll agree to 10 of them." "Work for me in the future. I want to set up an intelligence department. You will be the supervisor. How about I give you an annual salary of $2 million? Harry said straightforwardly. Stephen felt as if his head had been hit by a sledgehammer. His heart was filled with an unbelievable sense of happiness. "Are you serious?" Harry nodded. "I never joke." Stephen stood up from the hot spring. Harry could not bear to look at him directly. "Fuck! Hurry up and put on your clothes!" I got up too quickly. My pants fell into the water. Stephen quickly pulled up his pants from the water and pulled them up. He had been so excited just now that he calmed down a little bit. An annual salary of $2 million was not that easy to get. Stephen, the intelligence department Harry mentioned, did not understand at all. If he did not do it well, wouldn't he disappoint Harry's trust? "Harry, what is the intelligence department that you're talking about doing?" "I may not be able to do it well," Stephen hesitated. He felt that he was just a university student. It would be good enough if he could find an internship with a monthly salary of $2,000 after graduation. Did Harry think too highly of him? "You can definitely do it. You just need to do what you're best at," Harry said. "You mean my hacking skills?" Stephen asked. Harry nodded. "That's right. I'm very confident in your ability." Stephen punched his fist. "Fine. You think so highly of me? I'll do it with you from now on." A smile appeared on Harry's face. The first person he recruited had been obtained. This was the era of information, and the whole world was connected through the internet. As long as one could control the internet, they could do a lot of things. Stephen was only the first step of Harry's plan. In the future, he would increase the expansion of this area. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. With Stephen, Harry was very confident in his future development. Stephen rubbed his hands again and asked, "Harry, that computer..." Harry knew that he wanted a computer. After all, for a computer genius and a hacker, A computer was their weapon on the internet. If a normal computer was a submachine gun to Stephen, then this computer that was 10 years ahead of the era was no different from a nuke. "Since it's useless in my hands, I'll give it to you," Harry said generously. "Harry, I will work for you from now on. No matter what you ask me to do, I will never say anything," Stephen said excitedly. No matter how advanced the configuration of a computer was, it would be useless in Harry's hands. Harry smiled for a while. Then his face became serious. "From today onwards, you will be officially working. Your first job will be to investigate Troy and his family." Stephen exclaimed, "Troy?" Harry nodded and said, "Yes, investigate all their information. You must act covertly and not let them notice." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Stephen accepted the mission without hesitation. Stephen knew a little about Troy's family. They controlled half of the state's resources, and they were very powerful. However, Stephen didn't feel worried that he would get revenge for stealing Troy's family information. Harry was there. After arranging Stephen's work, it was not early anymore. Harry went back to his room to rest. The next morning, he went to Jen's room and let her have a good rest in the hotel. Anyway, the school was on vacation now, so she had nothing to do when she went back. After that, Harry brought June out of the hotel. Today, he was going to find a suitable place to buy a house as his base. Although it was not impossible to buy a house in a hotel, it was still not suitable. "June, what do you think is the most suitable place for me to buy a house as my base?" Harry asked. As a professional guard, June's suggestion was definitely the most appropriate. "It's best not to be noticed. Sir, I checked online yesterday. Recently, a clubhouse on the east of Maryland is going to be sold to the public. I feel that the location is more suitable, but we still need to look at the construction site," June said. "Oh, let me see." Harry turned on his phone and went online to check. The name of the club that was going to be sold on the Eastern Ring Road was Hermit's Club, which was in line with Harry's intention. The previous owner of Hermit's Club had gone bankrupt because of his bad business, and now he wanted to sell his club. "All right, let's go and take a look." Harry felt that June was right to say that this place was suitable. The two of them walked out of the hotel. They did not use the hotel's private car, but took a taxi. Although it was more convenient for them to drive by themselves, Harry's super off-road vehicle was in the school. He was going to drive it back when he came back. The two of them went all the way to the Eastern Ring Road. It was actually a bustling street. The shops on both sides of the road were lined up in a forest. Most of them were entertainment places. There were also quite a number of people on the street. At night, there would probably be even more people coming here to shop and have fun. The Hermit's Club was located in a golden spot on the street. If the boss hadn't gone bankrupt, he probably wouldn't have wanted to sell it. At this moment, there were no guards at the entrance of the Hermit's Club. June walked forward and pushed open the door of the Hermit's Club. Harry walked straight in. The purpose of the two of them coming here today was to take a look at the structure of the building here. "It's not that I don't want to give you a fair price. This Hermit's Club of yours is really worthless. I'll give you $3 million, or it's up to you. It's because of our friendship for so many years," a man said. As soon as Harry entered, he saw two groups of people talking inside. "Sir, this price is really not good. $3 million is not enough to buy a house. This is the only shop on the 5th floor, and the location is also the best on the entire street." Walter was the boss of Hermit's Club. In the past, he could be considered a successful person in the business world. Unfortunately, the business world changed. After a few failed investments, Walter went bankrupt. Now he had no choice but to sell his property to pay off the bank's debts. Originally, he hoped that Hermit's Club could sell for a good price, but this old man in front of him gave him a price of $3 million, which was completely below Walter's expectations. Just as he was in a dilemma, he saw Harry and June walking in. "Sir, my business here is closed now." Episode 80, 30 million. Walter saw Harry walking in with a beautiful woman. He thought they were here to play, so he said apologetically, "If you're here to play, you can go to another store." Harry looked around and shook his head. "I'm not here to play. Are you the boss here? I heard that this place is for sale, so I came here to have a look." Walter was overjoyed. He never thought that Harry, who looked very young, would want to buy his clubhouse. One should not judge a book by its cover. Yes, I want to sell this place. Then let me take a look around, Harry said, and was about to pull June inside. Wait, I already set my eyes on this place. I'm preparing to buy it. You're late. Sam stopped Harry and said. He had some business dealings with Walter before. After knowing that Walter was going to sell the Hermit's Club, he immediately rushed over with his men. However, Sam was very insidious. Walter was in a hurry to sell off his assets to pay off his debts, which gave him a chance to lower the price. He had only offered $3 million for a shop in a golden area. With such a low price, it was as if he gotten the shop for free. Is there a need to pay attention to first come, first serve? I don't think Mr. Walter is willing to sell this shop to you, Harry said. Walter nodded. Sam, the price you offered is very difficult for me to accept. Let this little brother take a look first. Sam said disdainfully, $3 million is not a small amount. How much do you want? Your clubhouse was not very well managed in the past. It has only suffered losses. I still need to operate it again after I take it over. Renovation, publicity, all of this costs money. Walter said unhappily, No, we can't calculate it like this. Sam said, I always settle accounts like this when I buy things. This club of yours is a money-losing thing. It is already very good that I'm willing to accept it. What else do you want? If you insist on this price, then I won't sell you. Walter was very unhappy in his heart. Sam's way of taking advantage of the situation was too much. The two of them have been very close partners. Walter had always treated Sam as his brother. He did not accept that once he went bankrupt, Sam would turn against him. Sam did not care about the brotherhood anymore. Sam snorted coldly. Walter, no one dares to snatch the things I want to buy from me. At this time, while they were talking, Harry and June had already walked around the clubhouse and looked at the general situation. Harry saw June nod and knew that this place met June's requirements. He went back to the hall and asked, Walter, how much are you going to sell this club for? Sam said with a vicious face, Didn't you hear what I said just now? I want this place. Don't get involved in this. Get lost. Harry ignored him and continued to ask, Walter, I took a look. I'm quite satisfied with this shop. Give me a price. Walter was extremely happy in his heart. He did not expect Harry to really want to buy it, and he asked Walter to bid very straightforwardly. Little brother, Before Walter could finish his words, Sam became angry. He immediately threatened, Walter, you dare to sell it to him? Sam's threat was very effective. He knew Walter's background. Now that Walter was bankrupt, once he provoked Sam, Sam would definitely kill him. Harry saw that Walter didn't dare to speak anymore. He said with a calm expression, You are Sam, right? We are now discussing business. If Walter is not satisfied with the price you offered, you can choose not to buy. You used a threatening method to force him to sell the shop to you. This is too despicable. Sam scolded. This has nothing to do with you. You can't buy this club. If you continue to stand here and interfere with knowing what's good for you, I will cripple you. Harry smiled. Walter, I have to buy your shop today. Didn't he offer $3 million? I'll pay 10 times. Do you want to sell it for $30 million? Harry's price stunned Walter. He had expected the price to be $20 million. Now Harry had offered $30 million, which was $10 million higher than his ideal price. Walter wanted to sell the club for $20 million because he needed $20 million more to pay back his debt. If he really sold the store to Harry, then the extra $10 million would be his capital to start his business again. Sam saw that Walter was tempted and immediately became furious. He had longed for Walter's club for a long time. This was a golden location and the interior area was also large. As long as he operated it a little, it would be very profitable. Originally, Walter had already been under his control. He only needed to give $3 million to buy this place. He didn't think that Harry would intercept him. You really don't know the difference between life and death. Do you think $30 million is worth it? Today, I'll let you know that money alone is not enough. You still need subordinates. Sam was angry that Harry had snatched this club from him. He immediately ordered his subordinates to attack Harry. His men were all gangsters. They usually did a lot of bad things with Sam's money. When their boss gave the order, these gangsters walked towards Harry with cold smiles on their faces. Boss, his woman is very beautiful. It's a pity to beat her to death, a hooligan asked. Sam had been talking about the shop with Walter. He did not pay attention to June. After listening to the gangster's words, he started to look at her carefully. Sam had been dissolute for so many years, but he had never seen such a gorgeous beauty like June. He immediately had the desire to possess her. She is truly a beauty. Then you guys can beat Harry to death. Keep that beauty for me, Sam said with a sinister smile. Okay, just you wait. We'll send that beauty to you right away. The hooligan waved his hand with a flattering smile. His subordinates immediately rushed towards Harry. In their eyes, Harry was a weak person. If they quickly beat him to death and offered the beauty to their boss, if their boss was happy, he could give them a lot of money. Harry stood still on the spot with a calm expression. Those gangsters thought he was scared silly. June, who was behind Harry, stepped forward. After a short and continuous beating, Sam was very surprised. He did not even see what was going on. His dozens of subordinates were lying on the ground, moaning. You guys, quickly stand up! Can a girl beat you guys? Sam felt that his subordinates were probably all putting on an act. Boss, this girl's too powerful. We can't beat her. The hooligan clutched his ribs and gasped in pain. He felt that his ribs might have been broken by this beauty. Trash! Sam cursed angrily. His men had actually lost to a woman today. Sam felt that all the money he had spent on them over the years had been a waste. After defeating a group of gangsters, June's face remained calm. She clapped her hands and walked back to Harry's back. Harry smiled and said, Sam, I must buy this club today. What else do you have to say?